open-minded about the younger players and maybe some lesser inexperienced players.
Yeah.
And just of that into our team gameplay. So it was definitely a wild ride this year. There's a lot of like certain things that needed to be taught just because people were new. A lot of very talented mechanically players, but you know, a few here and there like lacking in other terms, but they've gotten like so much better. So
Yeah. With this like new generation of Zoomers where it seems like every month there's this new guy that you have to pay attention to that's just out of his mind, and you have been privy to a lot of those people, like you said, you've shown them kind of the path to becoming that greater player, that greater personality, that greater person. Is there a big mistake or hole you see consistently in some of these younger players that's starting to show up more that needs to be rectified?
100%. A lot of it comes down to communication with a lot of them, because like they don't really, like in ranked, you don't really need to talk like especially if you're like really talented, like you just don't have to.
Yeah.
So it's like, and they're not really having anybody teach them, like if they're playing ranked especially. So when they come to these teams, it's like you kind of have to teach them how to communicate, like what they need to communicate, when they need to do it. And you know, some macro stuff, it's like, okay, like when you probably should make your plays or not, like obviously like do what you like to do.
Yeah.
But like, you know, risk reward, like just at least like letting them know, like, okay, like maybe it's not the best time to take a risk, like feel free to do it, but you know, like keep this in mind, like if it's like a 5v4 or like 5v3 or whatever, like, you know, just being a little bit smarter, but like still kind of keeping their identity. So, but I'd say the big thing is communication. It really comes down to that.
Absolutely, and being such a big facilitator of that, such an experienced one, so disciplined with it, it's been great to see you show that to all of this young talent that we've been so excited to continue watching as well. How would you say your identity has shifted? I know you talked about being receptive, being a bit of a chameleon to other players. How would you say your personal game style and identity has shifted between past 3 years and now?
Like individual gameplay or just like
individual
in general?
Gameplay? Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I like to think I got a little better like over that time. I mean, like
Maybe a little.
I got more comfortable playing. I mean, I played so many different roles. I started with Sentinel when I was on 100T, and then obviously off 100T I went to a scan role. I've been on a flex role. I've played Senti again. I've dabbled in a couple of smoke roles.
You hit smokes for a minute, yeah.
Yeah, like I've played everything since then. I think just that is pretty much the main difference. Is I do think my mechanics have gotten better a little bit just because I've been playing for like a while.
Of course.
But so is everyone else's, so it's hard.
Everyone's working their muscle memory at the same time.
Everyone's so good. But yeah, mainly just my agent pool, especially, and then obviously my calling. I feel like I've gotten a lot better generally as like a leader. So
yeah, I see a habit with older players where they have a much easier time adjusting to metas just because they've had so much more time with everything in the game.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you've had an easier time, because these meta shifts have been pretty staggering in my opinion between stages? Have you personally adjusted to them well?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean with the teams I've been on, yeah.
Yeah.
Me personally, I think like playing Senti into like double duelist, like not enjoyable.
Not the most
like,
fun,
at all.
no.
Like Waylay, Yoru especially, like earlier in the year it was like not fun. I'd say
Yeah, just more
least.
challenge to start. Yeah, people thought they could get away with more.
Yeah, just like everyone's so aggressive now, like currently, and everyone's like willing to make plays at any given time, and it's like that's like individually it's a little challenging because like there are a lot of people like mechanically better than me. Like it's just a fact. So that's for that. But as a leader, not really. Like I think it's easy to adjust. Like as long as you have the right players, like you just have to make it work.
Absolutely. I think mentioning mechanics and purely focusing on that, I see a lot of players in teams, not necessarily here, but in tier 2.5 and 3, where they're trying to be rankers. But I think back to Turtle Troop personally when I think of a free agent roster that just tore shit up. And I want to ask you about your time with that team a little bit, and if you reminisce on if there's
100%.
any like memorable moments from that, because that was such an iconic squad.
Just the whole season. That was probably that was my favorite year I think of playing. And like obviously like there was a year period where I like went to a bunch of LANs and like I won a Red Bull home ground tournament.
Yep.
I like went to champs before that and like everything. But I think that was genuinely my favorite year of playing. It was a really special group of guys. I think we all just really enjoyed each other like a lot. And we just made things work. Like everyone was super mature. Everyone was super open to criticism and like open to trying new things. And I don't know. We just had a really good friendship on that team that I don't think could be replaced like naturally. It's hard to like kind of live up to that again through other teams. That's it. I mean, I just, Corey doesn't play anymore. Like,
Right.
obviously, took a break for a bit, and then he's trying to come back now.
Right.
So, yeah, it was just a good time. We just had fun. I was like, genuinely, we had a lot of fun.
That was what made it work at the end of the day. Well, here with Nightblood now, really big rebuild, really new team, really young players, really good chance at doing well at this LAN. How has the energy been so far between y'all? Because I assume this is for some of y'all meeting for the first time in person.
Yeah, I'd say I think for most of actually there's some friends on the team, but for me, I've met everyone in person now. So,
Cool.
But it was good. Slow. We started slow, like all the time. I'm not gonna lie, but we didn't have a lot of practice leading up. I was out on a trip, so
Gotcha.
I haven't even personally played the game in like a week and a half.
Oh, damn, yeah.
Yeah,
Clear of
so
all
it's
charges
like,
then.
Yeah, so it's like today I was like, what is a mouse? Like I don't know. I don't know what the mouse is. So I had to warm up, but everyone's cool. Everyone's really nice on the team. They're like early 20s, like 20, 21.
No.
Shout out to Tuzi, it's his birthday today. So.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
happy birthday, Tuzi.
Yeah, happy
Well,
birthday. I mean, he's 21 now.
I hope y'all go out and celebrate tonight. I hope y'all have something worth celebrating, a playoff win for sure.
Yeah.
And best of luck in the rest of this tournament, man. Thanks so much for taking the time to talk to me.
No, thank you so much.
Off bracket. Hope Nightblood Gaming does well in the lowers, where they were sent to just now by the Ville. Tenrec and Upmind here in Miami at the ROK Esports Center. We are ready for the second round of this Wild West LAN. Upmind, it has been so good so far. I can't wait to see this top 16 continue to spread their wings.
Yes.
We're following the Ville taking on Jackpot now in upper round 2.
Yeah, no, it's just been entertaining. These last 2 days have been filled with competition. I don't think there's really... I want to say there was only really a single team that made a truly clean run. And even then, like, they weren't exactly one of the top seeds in this tournament. Yeah. So to see all of these teams needing to go through adaptations, it's showing sides of these players that we simply did not see before. This is very crucial character building for us this weekend. So again, a little bit of lore building for us, to say the least. Can't exactly complain. The energy's been great. And from what I've seen from Maryville too, they are relieved from that last game.
Definitely.
It's not like the lower bracket is something that they're exactly too anxious of. But it is the simple fact that, again, this is a tighter LAN. This is 2 days now where you are going to have to be playing at least, if you go down to the lower bracket, you're going to have to be playing at least 5 BO3s.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? It is a little bit of a relief for these guys, cutting it off a little bit short and also just making it past NBG. Now having Jackpot. They perceive Jackpot as being a little bit more plausible than, per se, a matchup with NBG.
Certainly, but you can't sleep on this team either. It's going to be a tough one. And this is to be able to play tomorrow, regardless if you get sent to lowers later today in the third round of winners. Those games will start tomorrow, so you do have that Sunday to look forward to, that moment of respite if you do get past this series. So not out of the woods just yet, but getting closer. Jackpot opening the pickup with Lotus. They love that map. They love running it down the right way, and you get to do that a lot on that map. MU pick and split as well. They've already been really good at locking down the defenses. I imagine Gisa has some good game plans to get that started when we get to map 2.
Yeah, my question, at least, as somebody who hasn't seen too much of Jackpot, of course,
Yeah.
I just want to see where this team is going to organize themselves, because you mentioned to me, at least, W keying. That's the only thing that you can see from their clips is them putting themselves in chaotic situations and making something out of it, which, again, incredible. Like, if that's the way that you can win your games, by all means, go ahead. If all 5 can just push into a site and have a chance, sure, go ahead. It's just at some point that has to crack, that has to change. They didn't make it to challengers to really get themselves that experience against other teams that just have that structure, that just have some sort of history together. So again, this is just a litmus test for this Jackpot team. Are we going to see those adaptations? Are we going to see something a little bit different strategically? Or again, are they going to rely on their strengths for a game like this?
Yeah, for those more unfamiliar with the Jackpot squad coming into this matchup, they were a premier team back in Stage 2 of Challengers North America this year, managed to make it to the 2nd seed in that, facing off against Rose in the promo relegation to try to get a spot in Stage 3. And they came quite close in the BO5, going down 3-1, showing some really solid stuff. The thing about these North American pub squads that love W Key Gaming is that this patchwork doesn't often lead to the right stitching. But with Jackpot, the synergy, the timing is so there. The communication has been really clean for a team that often looks so ramshackle. They really do just get in your face and fight, and they have reason to believe that they can win most of those fights.
And again, it is very cool to see a team like Jackpot being so kind of headstrong, you know what I mean? Because, again, a lot of these players, they have to be intimidating. You look at their stats, you look at the way that they play, period, it is intimidating. But, again, it just seems like, at least from what we've seen so far, or at least from what I've seen so far from Jackpot this weekend, is that this team literally does not care how they do this weekend. They have no stakes. Each round that comes in, yes, they do care about a potential result, but they're not going to dwell on how those results happened. So, again, that's scary for a team that has potential like Jackpot. So, again, it's I can't even call it organized chaos. It's just going to be chaos for us. I love it. The Ville, ladies and gentlemen, we saw them a little bit earlier. Let's reintroduce them right now. Again, this team, solid top to bottom.
Dude, I love Geeze's headshot. It's so iconic, bro. Oh, he looks so geeked. I can't lie, bro.
Oh, wow.
Oh, man. Geeked. That's great.
Holy
but,
sweet.
hey, look, he is not – Geekverse is locked in when it comes to him in lobby, bro. That match against Nightblood Gaming, his calling was so clean. And part of that has to do with how well he knows Nightblood Gaming, how well he knows Stellar. I mean, he and him have been playing together and against each other on and off for centuries at this point, it seems. Jackpot is a different story. You will not have as much film. You will not have as much macro knowledge, period, because there's not as much macro when it comes to Jackpot. They're just going to fight. So those mechs need to come in clutch for this NRG Academy core. And I mean, we definitely saw that in spades previously. Hayode has been the progenitor of that on this team. Ever since he joined it, he's been absolutely electric. What a rookie debut he ended up having in Stage 3 of North America this year. Absolutely incredible stuff coming from a guy that had so many doubters on his ass from day one.
And again, it's the type of team where you would kind of expect him to take a little bit of a backseat, but this team allowed him completely. Like they took on Hayode knowing that they need somebody to just be an X factor. They need somebody to just kind of throw it to the wolves and see what happens. Yeah. And he's been thriving. He's been surviving in that sort of position. You take that one. I'm not going to touch that.
There are two wolves inside you, Hayode and a Jackpot, and we'll see which one comes out on top. But the spear tips really will mean everything, especially on this opening map of Lotus. Now, these rubble and mound fights are going to mean everything, and the micro spacing that each of these first contacts take is going to mean so much for how these teams look into each other. I want to see how practiced the corner checking is going to be coming into this after the opening matchups. I assume it's going to be a little cleaner than before, but still, these teams are going to want to rush to the objectives. They're going to want to rush to the pack fights, and so in that patchwork, in that quilt, some of the extra bits of felt may be left unnoticed and come apart.
Yeah, I didn't see too many issues when it came to the Ville and when it came to their discipline. Later on in that series, you ended up seeing a complete 180, to be honest. Like Ange again.
Literal 180s. Like they started turning to catch flanks more often, too. Like they were tuned in.
That's what it was. Again, a little bit. Again, it was, call it proactivity. Because, again, it was somebody like Ange who, to me, before he was, I said this earlier, struggling on defense, struggling to get himself just planted in his spots. However, coming out of already Ascent, we already saw him flying. We saw him off of a leash on the defensive side, able to TP into places that simply, they're unorthodox. Other people need to adapt to him playing that way rather than him adapting to his teammates, right? So, again, this team just seems to be fit for this challenge right now. All of the questions come down to Jackpot for me, ladies and gentlemen, and those questions are about to be answered. Best of 3 on LAN. Thank y'all for joining us once again. Upper quarterfinals for us. Loser of this one still has a full weekend of Valorant. Ain't it great, folks? Live from Miami once again. It is Wild West, brought to y'all by Mr. Funhaver GG. Let's do this dance. Let's go into the outside of A, as we do have a little bit of utility. But Ange, he doesn't want to touch this with a 5-foot pole.
See Hayo on this raise pick, already going for some pocket control, seeing what he can get away with early on. Jackpot's going to check, but not well enough, and that's the first Sheriff pick down for the raise. Paint Shell still in the pocket, ready for when this toxic screen goes down. No, he'll just check and get punished by Hoof. On this Waylay, this double duelist in part with Twigs can take a lot of space very quickly, but that relies so often on KHS's ability to find intel with these haunts on the fade before they go for that execution. And again, the window of opportunity between those is slim, but more often than not, they can slip through the cracks.
Let's see the readjustment at this point, because the Vil, they have so much time here to be able to re-clear. They just don't have the recon. The recon would be over towards mid. No lineups at the moment. No movement from them either. The Hammer spots a body, makes a call, and the immediate response isn't anything too crazy whatsoever. The Vipers thinking about it all the way over on A, but after that contact,
30 seconds
letting
left.
it happen. Here comes Aqua stepping into the front lines, TPing away just to try to see if the Vil committed to this option. They're not committing to anything. Nobody's committing to anything. Finally, Jackpot, 20 seconds left in the round, finally taking their first steps into the middle of C, putting in plenty of space to make this
10
happen.
seconds left.
A couple of bullets landing onto Chillin. Good now, 4 on 4.
It's a decent setup by Jackpot. Appreciate the TP back with the chamber. Aqua switching up the Senti, allowing them to not have to use that step in from the one duelist they have left.
The Hammer's looking to just drop in. Oh my goodness, he does. Looking for a couple of headshots. Makes it entertaining, but here comes Renz. Renz with a sharp angle, and now it's all on Shondex. Shondex looking to dance, but this defuse is in such a difficult position. You see the wraparound immediately from Chillin. Beautiful positions from this Jackpot team.
Wow.
Simply playing for the objective. That's how you win rounds. Beautifully done from Jackpot.
Smarter, not harder, and simple is smarter for Jackpot. Just maintaining river control once they get that spike down safely, not even worrying about contesting the other peaks until someone starts threatening waterfall, and then they deal with that nice and swiftly. From then, they can just play time until they take the advantage fights. It is still the Vil that have to completely swing into them. That attack control on the C site is so strong, especially when all the Vice util is gone, and it really couldn't do anything against Aqua, just solo entrying, not having that threat because the smoke was already up. The pistols can't counter spray that. Obviously, those problems will come in when you have that box presence later on, when you have that river presence later on. But here in the pistols, Jackpot can reign supreme.
Yeah, it's just going to be rare to see only a single player over on C and a single player over on the B. You're
Wow,
almost never going to have 3 players over on A, but hey, it is going to be Aqua aiming down onto Hammer. Wonderfully done immediately coming out of C, and that is the only piece of presence that is locking 4 players over towards this C side of this map. Yes, you are getting a single rotation coming in from Shondex, but for that little bit of, for that moment of hesitation, could have had somebody going over towards Gate, could have had somebody going over towards the backside of A. Now at this point, it is a red carpet for this Jackpot team going into A off of a single peek from a chamber. Here comes Shondex and Renz with a couple of opportunities for some frags, but nothing too substantial. 4v3, Guardian in the hands of Shondex. Please tell me nobody's going to go. Why would you do that? Why would you peek him? Oh, there we go. 3v3. Shondex is beginning to cook.
Flank coming back from the extra 2. They are not watching this at all. Aqua completely headless. And now they have to duck even more forward to try to take this drop presence. Huff recognizes the inevitability of this crunch, and so they catch Shondex nice and quick. Now they've got to double back into the tree presence. Smoke back up on the cycle. The paint shell's forcing Chillin a little more forward, and on this sniper, that is vulnerable. Hey, O'Day, ready with the swing out. No way to get out now that those paint shells are gone, and that leaves Hoof far stronger, and Ange can't do anything from that distance. We'll have to just save the gun. You take what you get when you can get it, and Jackpot will fall with a lot of guns down, so the bonus looks pretty solid for the Vil from here, but even still, it's 2-0 on the board.
Yeah, difficult to even consider that round being a possibility, but ladies and gentlemen, we mentioned earlier, this team thrives in chaos. Let's see if their comms are chaotic too. Let's listen in.
Can you guys 4-1 and hard default C, waste all their util? Yo, Mitch, remember, like, do the thing that, like, that we're good at, or like, remember, like, you just control them. Hard default C, hard default C.
You want me in?
Yeah. DC, hard default C, yeah, hard default C.
I'm out of here.
He's juggling. Bro.
I'm holding jump spot right now.
We should walk up.
Okay.
You guys, I'm holding your main, guys. Or bed.
We should try and break thorns here and like look for a wall. I'm gonna throw the lurk smoke, okay?
Yeah, they're right. Can we double swing? I'll go wide here.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
3,
3, 2, 1.
I'm Ben up.
I
Holding
broke a
Ben.
thorn. Look for a wall.
I'm getting hard.
I think it is
Alright,
here.
Oh, I'm
Okay, he's top side. He's facing Ben and top side. So.
We got the wall out and thorns, but they could be B.
Alright.
You wanna like spin the door or do you wanna stay here?
I think I should keep prodding,
Okay. I'm down to just walk in.
You guys all top side?
Yeah. I'm gonna clear this left angle.
I want to just dash Ben and try to see if he's there.
No, I wanna face pillar. I wanna just try and pre-aim it.
I'm holding your Ben then. I'm holding
Can you
your Ben.
peek with me, Oliver?
Yeah.
He's jiggling. Viper and not peeking anymore. Is Viper?
They're
They're
really
2-1-2. They're like 2-1-1. They're 2-1-1. 2
Okay,
C, 1
okay,
B, 1 A.
let's cut and re-hit C. Cut and re-hit C.
Okay. It was Viper
I have
plus
dog.
Vise, and Fade was B.
You guys
You
got
give-
everything out,
You
right?
give Huff
Yeah,
Yeah, we're
30
gonna cut for
seconds
like
left.
5-10 seconds.
give Huff a
Pitch.
gun so he can
Come-
slow and
you-
dash on it.
Tell me when you guys when we're going. You guys tell me when.
3, 2.
You go
We should
now.
go
You should go
soon.
now. Now.
I'm gonna fall back here.
Look to the D, look. I think they're gonna be
What's
two
that?
stacks,
What's
dude.
that?
I blinded that killer. I think there's 2.
Flooding water.
I got spam. Let's fan him down.
Top side. Top side.
10 seconds left. Spike
That's
down.
right.
C.
Well, Jackpot do give a great attempt at trying to break through that C site. They're able to skate past a little bit of the util, but they struggle with the shear at first with Twigs trying to bait that out, landing him that early kill, and then they still can't clear the Rose when they actually do go for the site execution. That blind is able to stop the rest of the push that was coming in. Of course, not much to call their own with the lack of guns, but you listen to how Jackpot comes. They have so much trust in one another that whenever one of the players has an idea, there is always somebody willing to say, okay, I'm coming with you, let's do this thing. It takes them so far when they are so mechanically individually good.
Again, I just love the fact that there just wasn't a single bit of doubt. They weren't debating. Never. They weren't wasting time. It was action, action, action at all points. Jackpot, there you go. Sweet coup. Bouncing in a couple bullets onto Ainge. Ainge goes down, and now there's a couple bodies over towards A. Hold on a minute. Yet another defender going down early, and this one's just done. Jackpot finding individual opportunities. This one is, again, just tragic at this point for the Vil. Gonna have to go to the wayside. A little bit of momentum here. They're still gonna have a semblance of a bye going into the next round. Right now, they're going to just slide right into side. But again, I loved the no hesitation on that commitment from those players in the outsiders. And again, when they were debating, in a sense, to go back into C, there was some sort of proactivity the entire time, always some sort of communication. Again, these aren't exactly like, wow, like being impressed by these things, ladies and gentlemen. But however, this is what differentiates Jackpot from the other teams, from the bottom 8 of the top 16, or from the teams that were left over in groups. See where the tides of improvement are for Jackpot here.
Yeah, Prime Fundies, for sure. They're one of the most exciting squads to watch on Custom Tier 2. Bit of a heat check round for MU here, I would say, if they were hot. But a lot of just walking into open sight lines, trying to chow. And with the defaulting Jackpot was already doing, that's a risk, but they spread even thinner to try to take those more individually, and we know how well they fare individually. So a really great start coming out here from Jackpot that nets the Vil into a bit of a tough buy. They're going to put all their chips out on the table here, including Ange going for that Guardian with the light. I wonder if he's going to play off his smoke in a weird and silly way, in a classic Ange style again with that gun. With the triple on Rubble. Go for the TP on top, probably, with the one-way on the route.
And a couple things to the floor.
With the Haunt to distract.
Love it.
There you go. Oh, that Haunt is insane. Dude, KHS's Haunts are so good.
And all of that cheekiness is just gone. Yeah, he plans himself there, but there's no way that they...
Yeah, you immediately have to give it away.
Right. Incredible. But that also came with a Nightfall. That's a little bit difficult of a decision, to say the least, here from Jackpot. They do reveal 2 over towards A. With an easy option back over in B. Easy transition option. This is going to be so risky from Ainge needs to join him, or he needs to back up by the time this smoke goes down. That's exactly what happens. Paranoia on the front lines. Beautiful Stein coming out from Twigs. Fully flashed out, and he's still able to nail that. Ainge tucking back. There goes Hayode. Hayode. What an opportunity for him, but he was only able to get 1 from that. Ainge tucks back. 3 options in the back of A. Plenty of time for Jackpot to potentially go back into another site. They have that insurance option back over towards B. They can slip back into the gate. But let's see what actually happens here. They smoke over cover, chilling in the front lines, and that's already deep.
A quick snake in, but again, the backstab is quick to this, and Shondex once again not checked for a double kill going his way again. Still, the plan will come down for the 2v2. Aqua watching with this op into blue. You don't really have any ways to take this back unless you just walk it down, but the op shot whiffing, forcing the TP. Giza already pressuring that. It has to be KHS winning now, both of those. And the Nightfall to commit to the fight against Giza and Ange, which he can't take both onward for the Vil. showing that skill gap in a couple different ways. Hayode, propped by the convergent paths that Huff set up, still able to land a kill on his way down, and then the rushing that Jackpot does into blue, staved off by that backstab from Shondex. You're going to see that kind of punishment coming in every once in a while, despite the fact that this tempo from Jackpot is just sky high.
I mean, it was multiple opportunities there for this team just to skill check. It wasn't anything too complicated by any means, where again, they're planting themselves in positions, waiting for pixels to come towards them, and then they just start firing. Hayode, he was shifting around quite a bit to say the very least, but the only thing he needed to do there is aim. He ended up getting the one, but after that, Shondex, he needed to find a little bit of a gap. Could he rotate back into spawn? Absolutely. But a beautiful decision there from the Vil, where again, all he had to do was step into the right position and aim. Same thing on site. Back at it again here for Jackpot. Let's see how they can push the situation here for the Vil to kind of prevent some of those turret opportunities, because that's kind of what's happening once again. This time the Vice setting up in the back of A to stay safe. Double setup over in C, which is a little bit chaotic to say the least. But the Vil, they look to be chilling this round.
They're really prepared for the 1-4 Vil here. They know Aqua's probably just chilling around this mound, and he continues to, now with no rendezvous either. A little choked up, but on this mild eco, no reason not to. Pit available for Shondex if he feels like there's a site that needs to be a little more unbreakable, but with Hayo this far up on C on his own against the weaker guns, you'd probably almost prefer to go against that Viper ult, so you don't want to deal with the stingers. But Aqua will win the lurk duel, so you will have to shift slightly here if you're MU. Yeah, they'll throw Ange on over here, force a smoke out, and that means that the A interrupt is not as good. But they have yet to break through this Vice util.
How many times have we seen Giza in these sort of situations that be able to stay tall? Giza on his own has a little bit of support from Renz, but this is where Giza can go huge under pressure. But he saw the dash coming in. He had no chance. Beautiful util going onto him. And that is just the convergence from Jackpot. The player in Heaven had no chance either. Beautiful skill checks from Jackpot, and they succeed.
Thing is, I don't think they were prepared for the Vice to be set up there. Giza got away with a lot. That shear wasn't given away yet, and then you saw Twigs trying to rush in through tree, was not prepared for those vines to go down, so there was a little bit of time for them to recuperate, but the Rose is not in his optimal spot. There's just not a good place to put that thing as opposed to the C site that opens up everything to the flashes on entry. There is that extra channel beyond the shear that you can break apart, and after they baited it thanks to the help of the Prowler with the fodder, they're able to break through that and get the pinch off, easily take over both the low and high ground on that site very quickly with this double duelist. Huff is making ground up. He's a hustler right now. And Jackpot with their own recovery round to get some guns and more on the board on what is very likely their stronger side, although Aqua can hold it down on his own with his scope too. So we'll see how much he tries to flex on this weaker side for him, but he's got that ulti ready even if he drops this thing. So I assume we're going to be seeing him hold on to that gun for likely the remainder of this game.
Now we wait.
Going to be heavily necessary, to say the least. If he's already using it this much on attack side, you can only imagine.
Surely.
This is a little bit of a sniper's paradise. Let's see if the sniper can do his dance. So towards sight now, Hammer. The first contact touch to sail. There's going to be plenty of players from the Vil over here. 3 players surrounding the site. Here goes the Vice popping out, not able to do much with it. Twigs isolated from his teammates. He took the shear. Here comes Twigs once again, though. He runs straight into a brick wall. 2 players in the back line. And now Jackpot, they step up with a couple of bodies. And Shondex has the rifle. Shondex almost able to make this round possible. But instead, a 1v3 for somebody who could have easily made an impact on this round. Hayode has a showstopper. Would have came in, isolating at least one off of this. But instead, no. Tall task. Tall mountain to climb here for Hayode. Let's see if he can at least just restrict the economy. He picks up a gun. This ain't too bad. I don't even think anybody's watching this angle here. There we go. Oh, he's got a KHS from behind. Arrow spotted, bye-bye.
With that one hero rifle available, I respect the game plan from the Vil. They recognize Shondex is the player that's been able to catch the crowd the most often so far this map. You hand him the rifle, you hand him a couple bodies that you can have as human shields, And so while the weaker guns are not going to be able to crowd crush as well as Jackpot is able to just steamroll them, you're hoping that Shondex has that longevity to be able to make that value work out of the hero rifle. And unfortunately, that's just not the case. This A-Take is so strong once they get all their ducks in a row. And that's why Jackpot's going to do the same bloody thing again. No 1-4 necessary. Just stick that trademark behind you and W key gaming, baby.
Let's see where the W leads them now. Twigs have a couple of nasty options around these smokes, around the corners. But there you go. This opens things up to say the least. Twigs Wing in. Hayode backing up slightly, but here, what the? Okay, this is us. Hayode backing on out. There goes the showstopper, but Twigs takes him out from midair. Clay pigeon down. KHS taking away another one. The Hammer looking to help out, but it's not going to work out. 1v4. This round is over. Shondex, try as he may, surely not. Surely not. 6-2. Everybody from Jackpot chiming in.
That is just a remarkable switch of the switch of the trigger for Jackpot there. For the A-Take, the Vil had become conditioned to KHS's haunt into tree presence to try to figure out how heavily stacked this A site is. And so they take that back step, they lean a little bit harder to prevent that presence. And Jackpot, instead of questioning themselves of if anybody had left or if anybody had backstepped, they just say, okay, let's take that space that they've given to us so obviously and just roll with it. And they do. Overdrive out to the point where Twigs gets the juke out on the showstopper thanks to the slide reset. Everything goes right for Jackpot. I'm telling you, it is W keying the right way for these guys, and Twigs gets all the leadership he needs to feel invincible too against the Eco. But Shondex can do it all again! 3 on the Sheriff to equalize.
We have a round. The Vil still have 2 players remaining in an even 2-on-2. Ren's already looking for a 1-on-1. Isolated because of the spike now is Aqua. Aqua looking for a battle, peeking out slightly, and is able to find the Hammer. He doesn't find Ren's just yet, waiting for a pixel. Ren's with a shocker! Comes out with a headshot, and now chillin'. Out in the open with the off angle. 7-2. We just watched the Vil go through an absolute war with a team that went 4-1 in Challengers groups. Jackpot didn't even make Challengers. They didn't even make it. Now we're looking at this team doing real well right now. Still plenty of valor to be played. Plenty of valor to be played.
No, we still gotta swap. We still gotta swap sides.
We gotta swap sides.
This defense is unproven.
Right. Okay.
But that just makes this attack half all the more necessary. That makes these last 3 rounds all the more necessary for Jackpot. They're getting in front of the fights. They're winning their fights. They are doing everything that they do as well as they can do it. But does that get them far enough when we swap up? Does that get them far enough when the Vil has time to adjust? Hayode taking the distance this time as the extra man and going the distance to get that 3K to set the Vil up for domination on a Rubble that is now a dead horse beaten up.
Yeah, that huge amount of aggression coming out over in the outside was just not something that the Vil had done in at least 3-4 rounds. That's how we started off this half. The Vil establishing Hayode over towards long, having the smoke support in terms of the Ainge, having one other utility support on site. Again, the Vil, they had that structure set up, and Jackpot were basically forced to go over towards C every single round. What stopped was, again, the Vil just stopping that challenge. Jackpot now, they're going into A. They're running into that same challenge. Do we see a similar result? Twigs is out with a stun. There goes the satchels in, and it works out for Hayode for the 1. Back goes Sweet Goose. Back goes the rest of the team as Hayode continues to frag away. Oh, my goodness. Aqua landing on his feet and looking to land another frag, but aims from out of nowhere. TP's from behind. KHS still advancing forward. Hayode, he can finish this whole round off on his own, but it's not going to happen. KHS, yet another big dismounting frag, but the Hammer, he has the spike, but there's so much time for these 2 players to work with. KHS, Suicune, for all this player knows, they could be going all the way over towards mid, but the timing is there. 8-3, Jackpot continues to be on top of the Vil.
It is truly remarkable how good Jackpot are at being stubborn. That A-Take finally doesn't work. It finally falls completely flat. And instead of saying, let's try something else, Jackpot says, no, we just didn't do it right. We just do it again. And they don't even change that much. KHS is haunting the same spot. They're still sliding into the same wide ground with the Rubble. They're still not really paying attention to Ange's TP on Rubble because he's not active until he steps out of the smoke. They don't care about what the other team is doing. They're going to keep playing their way. And with how capable they are, it's not stubbornness. It is raw belief. It is raw understanding that they are so capable of making this work over and over again. This courtyard is owned by Jackpot on attack.
Go, go, go.
I'm horrified. I'm shocked currently at what I'm seeing. The Vil. This does happen with this team. This does happen with this team, where they do just kind of throw their arms up. They rely so heavily on that initial plan that they just refuse to adapt and get in their own heads.
Switching sides.
The communication goes dry a little bit for this team. So again, it's not like the Vil. We haven't seen them come back from these sort of situations. It's not like we haven't seen them kind of fall into their own habits for 3-4 rounds at a time. But we've known them to change up that mentality fairly quick, to adapt fairly quick. This is the opportunity for them to do so. 3-9, they go over towards the attack side. You mentioned you have concerns or at least questions for that defensive side.
Yeah.
I'm interested, to say the very least. God, I know Aqua.
There.
Yeah.
I know Aqua. I don't know any of these other players, man.
Man,
I'm saying this right now. I'm
welcome to the
risking
party,
a little
bro.
reputation for this, but yeah, no, absolutely not.
If you don't,
know these
know,
guys.
now you know.
I do.
I think Jackpot's just going to switch up. I think the only thing that's changed about Jackpot is what color their team is on our side. They're going to keep being hyper-aggressive whenever the door is open for them, and they're probably going to keep doing it on Rubble in these opening fights. They understand that Gize's Rose is still very strong when it comes to this explosion, so I imagine they'll still be a little bit hesitant comparatively, but you know someone's going to try and get in that blue pocket. You know they're just going to start taking fights, and they do the stack versus the stack, and again, Jackpot comes out on top.
Still a couple more opportunities for the Vil here to crack through that initial holds. 2 players here in the back of A, and the Vil, all 3 of these players continuing to stomp forward in the Ghost. The quicker acting pistol. He's able to get onto Suicune. KHS now, this is a golden angle, has a Sheriff. Just needs one more bullet onto the body of Hayode. Hayode able to transition into the middle of sight. All 3 of these players now for the Vil playing disconnected. They don't have a buddy system. HP is running low for a couple of these players. And again, this is Pistols. The Vil, they're putting so much pressure right now on their individuals.
Waiting for the Haunt to come back. It does in 5. No KHS gone, so now there's no reason not to just gun it down. Jackpot have to make this work, and the flank's going to be given away when the door procs. It's all on Aqua to make something work on this drop-up, and he does manage to adjust to Rents. Has to find Hayo, but Chillin is there just in time for the pinch. Now it's a 2v1, but Shondex on full HP and Aqua not. 1v1 for the attempted clutch, the attempted 4K once again for Shondex. Chillin's holding, he's sticking, and
Oh my god, okay.
Shondex.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow.
That's style points, and I call that style points, and I call that nothing else.
I call it a heart attack.
They gave us enough last match, man. They can't be doing this to us every time.
Oh,
but what a clutch from Shondex, man. Managing to make it back after Jackpot were able to keep things close yet again, man. They just don't care if something fails. They'll just keep on going with whatever else works.
You love the commitment, to say the very least. Again, this team, they trust each other, dude. I guess you can't complain. The Vil, again, fantastic. But again, Jackpot, the amount of pressure that they still ended up mounting going into that retake was a bit ridiculous. It was 3v2 at one point. Here we go. Aqua, this is a beautiful position for him, and this is quite the shocker, to say the least. 2 players in the back of the mound. No, is that 3? 3 players in the back of mound.
3 behind the box.
Yeah,
that is radical, dude.
That is
I
awesome.
love it.
That is awesome. So sick. If that ends up happening. But otherwise, it is just a gimmick.
Such is the Gamba stack. Well, a hand's given away, but Aqua's still going to get caught by this, so he's just going to try and extend.
Dude, that's so sick.
You trying to bait the 1-4 here? Oh my god, you are.
No! Wait.
box,
But they
buddy.
literally don't
Okay.
expect 2.
No, yeah, they don't expect 2 or 3. I don't even think the 3rd was spotted, but that doesn't really matter when they're going to the A side anyway. And yeah, KHS won't get in. Okay, so here... Oh, I thought they were... Well, yeah, if Shondex is right there, then yippee. Shoot, farm up that pit. He's 3 out from it, so... Bonus is definitely doable here for the Vil after a solid performance. Again, the attack half stronger for them. Let's listen into how they approach this next round.
I'm gonna go see you guys group A. That's simple.
You're gonna hard open A.
Thanks, Kevin.
I
I'll
think
hold the jump peek.
Yo, I think you're gonna use alter util, bro. I think we can reopen. Or
I
like
think the fake fight in the B walk is good. If we fake like we're fighting them A, they're gonna be occupied, and you just triple walk from B.
Placing wall trap.
Okay.
Retrieving wall.
I'll fake
Don't
fight.
stop
I'll
me.
throw
Don't
nades.
stop
I'll
me.
throw nades.
Throw
I'll throw nades. Wall up.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're doing fighting Utah.
They didn't break the door yet.
They like fake fighting. They like fake fighting.
Yeah, they were.
Just face it. Face it, guys. Face it. Face it.
Yep. Trip here, guys. Let's try it.
I can just. There's no wall.
I'm so
Why you
careful.
guys
We go,
late?
okay?
You guys just going?
Left,
We go.
Yeah.
Blind. Both blind.
Down B.
He dashed a breakable, right? Open
Hold
the
my
B door.
B.
My door.
I'm facing front B.
Front B omen.
I'm gonna fight the B guy.
Breakable dead.
Heaven.
B. Nice.
65
Be
neon,
dead.
heaven.
Breakable's no one breakable, right?
No one breaks.
Yeah, it's breakable's closed. Breakable's
Last
closed.
player standing.
80. You guys are so stalled front B. Stop. Why you guys taking so fucking long, bro? You're 4 there. Just go. You guys are just walking around. Just fucking go.
Well, the Vil definitely coming into some conflict in more ways than one that round. Let's, I definitely want to see how they adjust after a round like that where, like they said, they just maintain the peaks a little too long. And again, if you stick around too long in these duels, Jackpot is always going to find the optimal way to win the 1v1. They are so good at figuring that out. Looks like we got a pack fight on Rubble on the horizon here. Yeah, we haven't seen a full-blown version of this, but we also haven't seen a full-blown version of the arsenals from either of these sides. So, let's see how they compare.
Jackpot, in terms of their own pressure, they're only going to mount a single person on that front line.
Huge.
They thought it was safe, so what a sharp shot from Renz. That goes Aqua. Through the lobby. There goes KHS down at the same time, too. No... it was just a single person, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Not any linear pressure coming out in the outside to stop the Vil from getting onto A, just to even slow them down. This rotation is going to come in at a snail's pace. Suicune dropping in, going to be able to get one, and there's still a chance. 3v2. Suicune left in a 3v1. It's not going to happen. The Vil slowly starting to gain momentum.
Yeah, always a chance with Jackpot, but they come close to no cigar. After the immediate lack of aggression coming from A, they go for the insert play for Aqua instead. And I mean, if he does get a kill there, then the game plan is still rigid. But if he doesn't, then all of a sudden A side is vacant, and Jackpot has been spending a good 6-7 seconds rotating for no reason. So they have to double back, and then everything is even more fragmented. So the Vil are able to pull that apart pretty easily, and that is kind of the drip or drown system of Jackpot. If not everything works, then it is possible that nothing will work. And now relegated back to the back buy. We'll see if a 7-10 bounce back is going to be what takes them here. You do have a double ulti, though, for the duelists. You have that overdrive available. So, again, you see that potential for one of these guys to go crazy, go stupid, and we've already seen how much space Twigs is capable of taking at a moment's notice. Stuck up on this door as well, so they can go for a pinch if they spot the moment, but Aqua trying to find that early handhunter shot and won't land a thing.
Jackpot were already postured for a bit of an aggressive look, to say the least. Back at it again. 8 shells on the front side, chilling. End up going down. For anybody who didn't understand that, that's okay. Continue not understanding.
Spike down.
Here comes
C.
Twigs going
Last
down.
player
Jackpot now
standing.
down to just a single one. As predictable as it gets. Again, it was just the pistols. The Vil going down 5-3. That's a little impressive, but that's just, again, Jackpot peeking into kind of 2-2 setups a little bit there. Buddy setups. At least the trades were there. Can't complain. This is it. This timeout already is crucial for the Vil to already reach double digits. They win this next round out. It should be easy on the 8-10 to get to 9-10. After that, I mean, we're basically back even strength between these two teams just off of this next round.
Yeah, really close to finding that. So really glad that Coach Krusty is calling the timeout now for Jackpot. Because like you said, the Vil is just going to have to accept that they're probably going to lose a lot of players in most of these rounds just because of how good the trade system is from Jackpot. So you have to ask if they're going to try and prep for this setup now, because it seems like they're still trying to read this tempo and they just can't get their finger on the pulse. There's too much room to cut noise with how aggressive Jackpot gets to be. By the time they either FK or FD, there's still a minute 20 left on the clock. The Vil have the freedom to be able to window shop in these sites as long as they don't get picked off by the hyper-aggressive lurks. But Jackpot hasn't seemed to pass by Mound, and they don't look to try to push spawn from B. If they do, it'll be a 3-pronged attempt from all sides, and that'll come off of a snowball that Jackpot would have to start rolling now. But with 4 ults on the board, the gun's on the table, They have the potential to get at least a ball rolling. The Vil, despite losing so many players, they will have a decent economy even if they lose this round. So, job ain't close to finished either way.
Half decent idea here from Aqua. Not able to get a decent angle on top of the wall, though. Over towards Tree. There wasn't decent positioning there from KHS. They were stepping back into Tree whenever that happened, whenever the switch came in. Oh, I hate to see it. And then once again, yet another stompage over towards the back of site. Jackpot down to 3. Not exactly looking dejected, though. They are stepping up to the plate. They are stepping up into heaven. This operator from Suicune, so pivotal going forward.
Go.
He's able to find his angle. Suicune with another one. We're back down to a 3-on-3. Twigs playing with some heartstrings, but not happening. He's finally stepped forward. Suicune can't dash back. 1v3. Twigs has already been found. He's going to be backing up with the Vandal. Oh, yeah. This is the Vil once again finding their wind, finding their gust here on the attacking half. And it's almost the opposite here for Jackpot. Again, Jackpot just can't find their footing on defense.
Yeah, the Vil are doing a great job at reading the small mistakes that these younger, newer players can still tend to make. Even in the end there, you see Twigs trying to go back to grab Huff's operator, but the Vil is so ready for that extra pickup. And off of Twigs going for that 1v1 against Ange, recognizes that he's wasting time dealing with this potential to go against the slide, and so he just forces Twigs to go for his own slide early on in the stairs to clear it. Second guesses overdrive usage, and instead the Convergent Paths comes out. Huff doesn't really manage to land anything off of it, so now ult's stunted and Jackpot's eco barren for another round. Like you said, the tie looks so not even plausible or possible, but just inevitable.
If this C-take were to happen, it looks almost too easy here for the Vil. Not much utility to go around on this site whatsoever. They would be able to stop them, but okay. You got the Prowlers coming up, and you also have the Neon around the corner. So not only is the presence there, but plenty of utility to really hold this off. Jackpot, they're making the right gamble here, potentially. The right read. 4 players waiting for any sort of contact, any sort of step up. Aqua is able to get one down, but there's nobody on B to collect any sort of rotation. All of the eggs are in this C basket right now, and Shondex even finds Suicune. If they allow themselves a little bit more time here, about 35 seconds left in the clock, they could potentially chip away at A, but not gonna happen. They are going through C, and Jackpot, they are going to be simply dejected at seeing this result. They stuck around on this site this entire time. This was their plan. This was their vision. Their vision came to fruition, and they gave up on it too.
Yeah, Jackpot thinks they're the ones with the cut noise, super high IQ play, but the Vil turn the tables right back around, cut noise themselves after that opening kill. One spike is picked back up. Jackpot see that as the go button to try to go for the intercept via rotating. Second those steps are made, they feel so free to just re-enter that C site. Guns back up again though now for Jackpot. Still good ults on the table. Aqua is gonna, I assume, about that Tour de Force, so you have a little bit of extra stability money-wise. But you can pile drive on top of a pack fight pretty easily here. Still, it is a 3v5 for Rubble yet again. Jackpot choosing to fight from below.
Wow, said from below Twigs. Look at the low angle onto Ainge, and this is much more successful here for Jackpot. They've held off the Vil from even taking a step into the outside area. Shondex is able to get the kill here onto Twigs, but still 2 more layers to this option. There goes Suicune, but only able to get 1 down. There's still 1 more player right behind him, but he's holding back a little deep. Oh, Prowler doesn't end up catching, but of course they can expect someone being over to and this is just a little too tough here. Nobody's going to be on this A site to prevent this spike plant 3v3.
No ultis this sustain, though. They can't necessarily set up shop. They have to get a little further in. Yeah, Heo's going to start looking for those picks off immediately. Tour de Force from Aqua out, immediately caught by Renz. Again, Vil are so keen to the potential for where they could be coming from, so understanding of how the fights are going to be taken. And that freeze on Rubble after Twigs gets in with the overdrive is another example of that. Left so isolated after trying to get that multi-kill going. And you notice, as Jackpot set up the smoke to try to obfuscate the door to split the fight, Maryville as they've done with their match against NBG, they find comfort in their opponent's smokes. They use it as an excuse to freeze, to reset the fight. And sure, Shondex gets a little stuck outside, but with just the head free on top of the smoke dissipating, he gets the advantage on the shots against Twigs while he's still looking around in this open area. So you take that space back, once again turn it into a snowball. Jackpot, they're just going to go right back to it. Once again, 3 on the Rebel fight. This time the worst guns, and the Refract doesn't save Huff from taking a big chunk of damage off of him.
Ah, yes, Huff. Excuse me. Sweet.
No, you're cool. It's something like it's the Hammer, bro.
Yeah, Joe Hammer over here. He is the
Joe Hammer. Look at this guy over here. Get a load of this Hammer.
Get a load of Joe Hammer over here. Oh man, every day.
Nice shot, Huff. Unpunished, and then Ange has to stick around there. Early Nightfall from KHS, still a minute to go here. Again, it's like the clock, they don't care about the clock. They just want to win, like, on any condition at any period, and they're so antsy to get it. Vil can just freeze, and Shondex has been chilling at this C door. There is no Vice Util to worry about. There's a Sakwa, and Shondex is stuck checking corners.
It's light work. Around the corner. Here's Huff. I got it right this time. Here comes the first couple of shots. Through the smoke, not able to ring in too heavy, but again, the Vil only down 2 now. Jackpot, they have their number at the moment.
30 seconds left.
They're not antsy to step into any of these lines of sights. They're waiting for a spike plant to isolate a 1v1. Ainge holding down behind the smoke. There goes the paranoia. Like I said, they were waiting for this plant to come in, but it's all on Ainge. Ainge is only able to get 1! And Twigs with a massive shot, and you can feel it. Everyone stopped for a reason. You can tell that Jackpot were standing up from their seats, standing up for their setups, and letting the Vil know what they think.
How quickly did Jackpot manage to pivot off of that initial A aggression? Such a quick 180 that lets them be able to stay mobile and also suddenly threaten that Huff lurk up B main that gets that early kill. Slows Ange down super hard, forces Vil to go for the default, and honestly, the clock did start playing a role after that Nightfall was launched up. 45 seconds to go, they consider the C rotation, and Jackpot can start filing in the counter players. Aqua on that box swing is so safe with the rendezvous reset, can get a free headhunter shot in, and Aqua does not miss those opportunities. Those 2 extra picks lead to such less stability in the open space for the Vil to take C, and now Jackpot has another chance at taking this snowball for themselves.
Right options right now, backing now little by little into this site. Cutting off the rotation here. Paranoia coming in just to try to cut off the lower angle, but Aqua from above able to ring in with the operator. 3 players in the back of sight here for Jackpot, and this is everything for them. The Vil are slowly getting choked out, running out of air, suffocated in the back of sight. KHS still waiting for somebody to slide in, but Shondex is still able to find a random bullet. All players are here on this map, or here on this site, excuse me. Here comes Aodang, down to get a couple of bullets, but not able to find a headshot. KHS was out in the open for so long. Finally goes down to Shondex, and now the rest of Jackpot isolated away from sight. Plenty of damage being done. These last 3 players from the Vil barely have 150 combined HP between each other, but the Hammer and Shondex go in swinging, and Jackpot is only left down to 1. Chillin'. Can he relax? Can he keep it cool? He takes out 1, but the player with the most HP still around the corner, still needs a bullet to the forehead to really make this work. Chillin'. This is unbelievable. This pathing could just work. He's trying to make this shock. These players are not even walking, not even checking for him. But now they can slide into the smoke if they want. Chillin', leaving himself at a disadvantage. Needed that kill onto Hayode, but the shot doesn't come in. And now we're trading rounds. The Vil, 11-11.
And that's another great get back from Maryville there. After another couple great punishes, Vil understands how big morale plays a factor in Jackpot's ability to continue to operate. And so, waiting for that aggression to come through in the 3v3 after they're able to clear out the site ground, once they recognize that no one is going to bite, they just go for aggression of their own once these members of Jackpot are cooled off. And that double swing is gorgeous. Targeting is on point. And it takes us to 11-11. Maryville with a 4th map in a row, going all the way to at least regulation. But with the way that this team is looking on attack, they might be able to slip past before we head to OT.
And the Vil might as well have gone to the lower bracket at this point. Such an exhausting run. Yeah. Been playing non-stop Valorant now. This is their 3rd day. But here we go, Ainge. Alongside one more on the mid side, just cutting down Jackpot little by little. This is so smart from the Vil. So much time to work with here on the clock, and this is simply a playstyle that they just didn't have. Whenever they did have any semblance of blood in the water, they surrounded a site and waited for that site to get choked out. But now, Jackpot, they were kind of used to that space. They were kind of used to that corralling of the Vil. They run into an option on the way back over and spawn. Now nobody's moving. Now Jackpot is just here. And then he started a move. Hold on a minute, Jack. That is so ridiculous.
Insane.
That is so ridiculous. Chillin getting himself a couple of headshots. Still one in the back of sight. Aqua dancing little by little.
30 seconds left.
Okay. He does come in and it helps. I didn't even think he had time. That was incredible. Huff with a kill. Now it's Ainge in a one-on-one. The veteran versus the young lad Huff. Spike is in the view of Huff, but 15 seconds left. Ainge, you gotta go. Ainge doesn't spot the man. He could easily be on the rotation. He puts down a smoke. He puts down another one just so he could be ultra safe. Red carpet is there. Man is not in the back of sight. Ainge got it down. Back even to the one-on-one. Reset. We breathe. 49 HP. Ainge has the turn, but he doesn't get the kill. We are back even once again. Huff trying to find a pixel. Ainge has no idea where Huff is. Huff has no idea where Ainge is. But Ainge overextends, and Huff knocks him down. 12-11, and Jackpot are looking somehow for a map immediately over the Vil. Are you kidding me?
You keep on thinking that this team runs out of ideas, ways to run it down. And then they do it again. That punish on the KHS was after it was conditioned. But this insert from Chillin hasn't been done at all yet. And Aqua managing to get that tertiary even after he falls is everything. Huff doesn't even manage to get the fight right for that last 1v1. It's timing that saves him after it's all said and done. And yet, Jackpot get by. But now, it's them calling the timeout. It's them trying to figure out how to approach that last round because they understand how close it was. They understand the margins they are still playing by. They want to make them as wide as possible to get away with this map.
God, what even is the takeaway from that round? Because again, you changed up your play style a little bit, and immediately Jackpot took full advantage. Like I said before, this Vil team was very used to just grouping themselves outside of a site. Again, waiting for the contacts to come to them, waiting for the pixels to come to them. But instead, they wait back over and spawn. They put out a little bit of a look over towards C just to maybe corral a contact or two, but they completely give it up. They completely give up the look. The TP comes in. Beautiful stuff from Chillin. You've got to be kidding me. Full taken advantage of with Chillin going into Mound, something that nobody has done for this team so far, for either team so far in either half. You love to see it. 30 kills in the hands of Sean Dex.
Jesus.
Please, please, please do not make his effort go to the wayside.
TP out from Ange. Looks like he might finally use it to go for the C pitch. Aote baited out with the refracted Chillin. Another double kill, but Giza striking right back, and they're going to go for the full-blown fight from the Mound. Jackpot once again daring to brawl and daring to win. This TP from Ange, though, is the only thing that can save them. The first down, KHS's position known. Another fake TP to try to potentially get the box up, but KHS isn't fooled.
Oh my goodness.
Now he's got help. Jackpot's taking it. 13-11. Upset out the gate. We got one hell of a tournament to play through.
Oh my goodness. The Vil, they just faced a Challengers team. They just faced a Challengers team that went 4-1 in the regular season. And the Vil, they run into Jackpot, a team that hasn't even touched Chal. And where are we? Who's winning this?
It's tough to say. It is still so tough to say. Another 2-round game played by MU. The fourth straight map that has gone to 24+. It is unbelievable to see this team's resolve, but it's even more unbelievable to see how Jackpot handles every Goliath challenge they face. Another insane game coming from them where just the hits kept on coming. They kept finding ways to claw back into it when you thought they really were done and dusted. That being said, this being their map pick, I'm scared of what the rest of this series may hold for them.
I mean, to say the least, we ended up seeing, again, in the last series, every single person from the Vil having their moment to shine, having their moment to make their impact known. And now we're seeing it from Jackpot. You name the player, they had some big impact on this game. They had a decisive moment in this game. That is incredible. That is incredible stuff coming out from Jackpot once again, but we have to remark that second half was very, very close. You could not have, you really can't give too much reason for this team on the defensive side, because by the very end of it, it was some weird rounds.
Yeah.
It was some really, really weird rounds on defense that ended up pushing them over that finish line. But who cares? They won.
Yeah.
And that's all that matters to them. They're on to the second map with an advantage. I mean, what could possibly be next? I already didn't know what to expect already from this team. But again, that aggression was nipped. They did think, they did adapt, they did take a step back and just say, again, this team is approaching us in ways that we just can't counteract it with pure aggression, or we just can't counteract it just with relying on our skill. We have to group together, we have to stay communicative, and I love it.
The one thing that I think has to change for Jackpot if they want to be able to take this next map coming into Split is, I mean, because we saw the skeleton of this composition already play on Lotus so beautifully. I think on a site, in a concentrated manner, they can still do basically the same thing they did this map and carry forward and win enough fights to make Split work out. They just have to condense it a little more. And the issue is, that's where the problems start to lie. The buddy system takes a bit of a distance when it comes to Jackpot. There is somebody on another off angle or somebody on a swing from behind or above you. There's not normally a double swing carry ready to take in when it comes to trading for Jackpot. So I want to see them able to take a lot of space at the same time as being able to converge upon those really choked up sites when they do have to take over that important space.
When it comes to that very first step, though, not even, of course, not the site itself, but the choke points. You know what I mean? At least getting to that point with the choke point, they have been perfectly fine. They do not run into those brick walls. They might run into a bit of a stack, but they, at the bare minimum, make it to that front part of the site.
Yep.
Now, of course, when it actually does come down to those takes, we saw so many times that aim bailed them out.
Yeah, 100%.
Again and again and again. So, dude, there's not much to really complain about, though. If that is where they're at, we're on land. We're on 0 ping. Go for it. Love to see it. And we have a map number 2 coming up, ladies and gentlemen, after a break. So please be patient with us. Go grab a drink. Go grab a snack. Do we have any sponsored snacks? I know we have Red Bull. No snacks.
No
snacks.
But shout out Snacks.
Shout outs to Snacks and shout outs to y'all. We'll see y'all in just a little bit. Ciao.
One enemy remaining. Player standing. Smoking. Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy. Last player standing. Spike planted. T. Slow. Spike down. A. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Player standing. Last player standing. Last player standing. Player standing. One enemy. One enemy. Last player standing. Spike planted. T. Slow. I'm out of here. Spike down. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Player standing. Last player standing. Last player standing. Player standing. One enemy.
Folks, we're back here at the Rock Esports Center in beautiful Miami. I don't know if it's still raining outside or not, but even when it was like a sun rain. It was really pretty outside regardless.
Yeah, rain
but
here doesn't exist.
We're sticking inside for the entire day because we still have so much more Valorant to play. If you're just joining us, MU's the Vil taking on Jackpot, a tier 2 2.5 matchup that has already gone the distance on Jackpot's pick of Lotus, taking it away 13-11 by the skin of their teeth. Gus, coming into this next pick of Split from the Vil, we're expecting definitely a better finish from them, better than 11-13, but we're also expecting hopefully some continuous differences in how Jackpot continue to trade their way through fights.
Okay, and again, just all of these questions for me, for this team, has to come down to, again, it's the same thing that I had in the first set. There is a very clear gap on how these teams play, or how that team plays, between the defensive side and the attacking side.
Yes.
On the attacking side of the bare minimum, you could just tell that the communication, it being free-flowing, them listening to each other, you know, kind of considering every single person's ideas, that's not something that can necessarily happen on a defensive side.
Yeah.
Because, again, it's the attacking side that is pushing the situation, that is pushing the objective. If that objective timer is going down, you got to make a decision immediately, and it's a little bit more chaotic, to say the very least. So here on Split, it is that sort of map that requires that heightened sense of coordination for those retakes. And again, it just, like you said, it should be a better map for the Vil. I fully expect that at the bare minimum. This isn't exactly the map for me to really see like certain individuals from this team to start to pop off. But again, we did see Ainge have yet another slower map coming in, and Split is one of those like high, low, super weird angled maps. This is potentially one of those ones again where he can get let off the leash a little bit when he's just trying to help out on an anchor.
100%. Well, if there's one guy that is going to continue doing what he did last map, it's Shondex, nailing over 30 kills in the previous map. Just absolutely ubiquitous, despite being on the Viper, which I assume he will be maintaining for this split. For the 1-4 attack, I figure it's going to take a village of Jackpot just to stop that singular force, which means I feel like this B take might be pretty consistent from the Vil coming into this match. I don't even know if mid presence is going to be a huge factor for them because of how ubiquitous Aqua is from vents when he's opping that often. I will say, yeah, like you mentioned, this Jackpot team is just so ambitious when it comes to their offense. They just have so many ideas, and they're all willing to share those ideas, and they're all so receptive to each other's ideas that they want to pile on top of. Krusty has to find a way to harness that ambition on defense, and Split is the perfect map to do that because defense is so usually good on that map. So if whichever side, it'll be Jackpot choosing what side they start on. I assume it'll be starting on defense. We'll want to see how quickly they can counter that 1-4 from Shondex, snip that in the bud, and how much they're able to, like you said, have those ideas actually blossom on a side that they're not as accustomed to winning as much more.
Yeah, and again, I am just thinking about potential defensive aggression and how much space they're going to be able to take early on in these rounds.
It's tough to do that. You got to section
really
things
hard.
out. You got to clear the board. You have to do
Really
so much
hard.
slow, like really methodical stuff, and then you can pump things up to 110. But on either of
Not
these
easy
sides,
to
you have
get early
so many
peaks.
things. You have so many extra corners to check. Yeah, it's just a nightmare if you don't have the stuff scoped out.
Yep.
So this comp means a lot to me for Jackpot. KHS, okay, on the Clove here? I was going to say, this isn't completely... okay, KHS is on the Clove, Prod is telling me. That is already quite radical. Okay, so with this composition, Jackpot does look to try to take and make space at the same time. Twigs is going to activate with that paint shells from the distance, and then you'll have Huff just diving in on top of Aqua's flashes. Pretty by the book for what the comp is. The Vil, not switching up too much. Heyo will go for that Waylay. I didn't know that you could have two Omens on this team. That's kind of busted. I
no
feel
idea.
like we have to patch that.
Yeah.
But I assume that'll be Ange on the Omen, and then Shondex on the Viper, and that double controller will still continue to be solid. So yeah, I again, depending on what side we start on, it'll be how the momentum goes. But this composition from Jackpot looks like it can take on what the Vil is going to inevitably set up on these sites. And yeah, as expected, they chose to start out on defense. We'll see what they make of it.
Okay, fantastic. So Jackpot, man, again, we were talking about before the opportunity or a lack of opportunity for the aggression, but here on a pistol round, you might as well pull it out. You do have Marv already pushing the situation. Two players on the front side is going to be helping alongside Twigs to kick off the third map, and it is none other than Shondex to sweep everybody at the very beginning. I mean, Henry, you were hyping him up for a reason.
I'm telling you, man. He just knows how to take over, and he's going to continue to. MU recognizes it. They're letting him fly free. Get that ace, buddy. Come on now. On the pistol, too. Send it. Dang. Rip. Well, no clip, but a pistol round certainly for the Vil. Decisive one at that. Not much you can learn from. And, yeah, I mean, if that's how Jackpot try to cradle this attack, then they won't even be able to get that aggression going in the first place.
Gun here.
But that being said, if Shondex just does that, then you don't really have any answer in the first place.
We're kind of good for the rest of this map. I can
They're already putting him on the 1 for the 1-4, man. They're like, yeah, you've proven yourself, my boy. Go out into the great unknown.
Go on then. Go on then. Fully being let off the leash now, Shondex. As again, it is the prototypical Viper lurk. But mostly Jackpot. They're going to have 3-4 players postured over towards that B spot. Still, they are trying to call in a little bit of attention. They don't even take the full orb. It's as if they didn't need it. But I love this safety here from the Vil. They do not want to run into any of these awkward angles potentially here from Jackpot. And it's not like they're doing that either. Jackpot, they're set up very stereotypically, very prototypically right now. Utilizing those pistols in close range angles. Unfortunately, over towards the mid side, a paint shell setup and a shoulder peek just doesn't end up working out. Shondex, he is going to be an absolute nuisance throughout this entire half. We're going to be doing this, at least for now. Aqua alongside Choles, waiting for their opponent, waiting for their victim. But that's it. Shondex is going to keep rotators here basically the entire game. Like, Shondex goes down, and immediately 3 players are right behind him. That is conditioning Jackpot to a T. They're now going to have to expect some sort of A presence every single round. If they give it up, mid could easily get taken back. They can get doubled back if they're on a B take. Again, that's stereotypical split play. But again, not much to really talk about here. Jackpot, they're the ones that are going to have to readjust after this round. Take a big breather here. Make sure that they can make something out of this defensive half. Because again, the Vil, they have looked so sharp mechanically throughout this game, or throughout this this day so far, this third day. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said before, we want to see how Jackpot is doing. The Vil, how do they respond? Let's listen in.
I think you guys go B, I take for sounding mad. Always worse.
I heard. Oh, yeah, go to the IP main again then.
I'm legit running. I'm gonna run
You
through
want to TP
the
big?
Make heavy noise, okay?
Who's playing B in this cup?
It was way last round.
Probably one of the duelists like backside stalling.
I'm gonna fight this then. Bro, I'm gonna TP, I'm gonna kill this guy on the left.
Make heavy noise, okay?
Rip and tear.
Hold mid.
Thorns down.
Yes, hit. Yes, hit.
Yep, on it.
Looking heaven. Blinding default. Alright, bloody, you know.
Default, should be tethered.
Raptor out, Raptor out,
Default guy
Raptor
should be
out.
tethered.
It's tethered dead. Raptor swinging wide.
Hell.
Hell.
105, 105. 105 hell.
We get healed soon.
Right.
Heaven. Pillar.
I'm probably right.
Raptors, heaven pillar.
You come left?
He left, yeah.
3, 2.
Raptors.
Last player
Forward in.
standing.
No, nice try, Shawnee. Okay, good damage.
So light work there from Jackpot. They were able to bring in a couple of players going in from the A site into B by the time the Vil were even midway through. You got to give that up, of course, to Twigs alongside, who was it on site? KHS was fantastic. Picking up the first 2. And then still Twigs with such an awkward angle under heaven. Again, it's cheekiness like that we were kind of remarking both before the game and now during. That, you know, are the Vil going to be disciplined enough to check these angles? Are they going to be on the ball enough to really take away some of these touchdown angles from Jackpot? Here comes Twigs. Twigs knocking down 1. Flash coming in. It's a self-flash 2. So Geese is able to take full advantage of when it hurts.
Aqua definitely hoping that he doesn't flash himself there, but that's a beautiful jump in by Twigs to get the first blood. Now he's got to recheck this with 10 HP, and they know exactly where he's going to swing from. Still can't manage to land the shot, though, so we can at least stall a little bit longer with this paint shell active as soon as they go for the entry. But they still don't know if it's going to be. Now the Prowler's out. Surely they start rotating a little heavier, right? They're so scared of Shondex.
No watch. Yeah, there's no recon. So Twigs can't even do that. He would have to regroup with his team, which isn't exactly a bad idea. Paint shells for retake, huge.
Poison's on.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
Plant going down safely, though, with Chillin'. Totally on his own.
Yeah, he's so early to that.
Yeah.
He shouldn't be peeking that just yet.
I guess you can't blame him too much, but like he could get killed from so many angles there. There's players still transitioning to their last positions.
Yeah.
Post plant could have easily been someone from the middle of site transitioning back over towards main and cooked him. But here we go again, 4v3 Jackpot. They're coming in a little high-low, but their low is so neutered right now. Twigs is so low. There's going to be KHS right behind him. No chance for Jackpot. The Vil continuing to stomp.
And so far, so good. This is well practiced, clearly, coming from the Vil. And this will put a stopper for the economy on Jackpot. Wonder when you call the timeout here for the defensive half, how many rounds you're willing to part with? Obviously this one, kind of no choice. But maybe if Jackpot loses next gun round, you probably call it. It's got to be soon though, because you've got to pick this up now. You've got to put a pin in this before the Vil get the advantage, before they even get to their side that they're stronger on.
Bring them down.
Look how far back Sean is. Jackpot already recognizes, thanks to the screen and the potential for Hayode's Waylay, that they're just going to have to let Shondex take some passive space. And he doesn't because he's ready for the rotate instead. It's so smart.
It's proactive, really. I mean, you have to notice. You have to read the room. The rest of your team, of course, isn't going to be moving in. There's no necessity for you to be up and aiming, fighting that battle like that. There's going to be noise regardless after, like, 10 seconds, 15 seconds in that area. Here we go with the bridge. With the Sheriff looking for a couple of headshots.
Spike
to be able to
down,
find
mid.
one. Ends up going down fairly quickly. As we mentioned before, Shondex in a great position. He's established a red carpet. Back over an A. And again, that's just yet another tell for Jackpot that, like, hey, A site is always going to be a problem for you. One more player remaining here for Jackpot. Gun technically in his hands. It would be nice to save it. But there's a shot coming in from Hayode. Another big round coming up. Jackpot. We can't let this just go. Like, that's the thing. Like, another round here from the Ville. This map is basically over. You go over towards that defensive side to split. This setup, this composition is more set up for defensive side. Scares me. It scares me.
Oh, yeah. No, not getting a handle on it now is everything. So good on Krusty calling the timeout before this next round just to really establish what the plan is. Because it's the same as Lotus defenses. You really can tell that they are waiting for MU to make the first move so that they can try to transform the fight to be on their terms. And it's just so difficult to do if you're waiting for them to take space on one of the smallest maps in the game. Because then you have to re-clear everything. You have to waste so much util re-clearing everything.
Yep.
You have to essentially coin flip your choice of what corner you're going to peek when you walk in, because there's just
there always has to be a person behind you to make sure that somebody isn't peeking into
you. You have to have that buddy system, so Jackpot has to commit even heavier to that one and back. So I mean, it almost becomes single file again when it all is said and done. It almost it looks more ranked. Yeah, I mean, more robotic, more by the book, more like just going through the motions.
Yeah, exactly that. Just feels like This is a contractually obligated game of Valorant that we're going through right now.
Clocking in.
We are simply clocking in for our team bonding exercise. What's our team bonding exercise?
Ropes course.
Ropes course. I would love to go to a ropes course.
Dude, yeah, they're fire.
Imagine having a picture day at work. I don't think I would like that. I would like to
way.
see that. Yeah, being obligated to do that, wouldn't like that. So yeah, Reluctance is the name of the game here for Jackpot and Hayode. Stepping up in the front line, almost getting himself at least a bit of a decent look onto KHS, but KHS, he ends up getting locked out himself and needing to back off all the way over towards stairs. Plenty of noise being made. KHS stepping out, and that's Shondex doing his dance. Beautifully done from Shondex. Once again, the instant revive, and Shondex does not care. Easy 3K for Shondex.
One enemy remaining.
Jackpot once again. Back to the old face.
Jeez, Shondex.
5-1. Let's go, Shondex.
He's stupid good right
He's
now.
He's stat farming straight up. He wants a contract.
Give him one. I'll give him one right now. I'll write something up.
Tenric Esports.
That doesn't sound good. Never mind. Forget everything I said.
No, Tenric Esports sounds like it would be like an Indonesian org.
Okay. Oh yeah, like Onyx.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta say for this round, I appreciate the Ville, their level of respect for Jackpot and the potential for a plan they had here. Took 2 ultimates just to get through mid to try to snuff out this initial forward take, and then KHS the instant reproc for the not dead yet. And Shondex is just ready for it. Every swing on top of it, too. And again, it becomes single file. It looks so much worse than it actually is. As does that score. 5-1. Close rounds, but not close enough for this defense. And Jackpot is starting to slip.
So the first time that the Ville pull off linear pressure over towards A, that allows Jackpot to make some steps here that we might not have seen before. It's the response. There's a couple players over towards mid. Shondex staying over towards A once again. This is the first time that Shondex has been taken away on that lurk. However, Shondex just called out, hey, why do they have 3B?
Yeah, I mean, it was to take care of Sean, purely.
That's it.
They recognize he's the one they can bully, and they have no support for that. I'm honestly a little surprised they don't play a second to kind of punish the crowd there initially, and then Chillin finding some headshot with this Sheriff to get another one, and KHS with the wrap! Spiked on! Ange! And Giza stuck on an island, and after Ange gets found out eventually, Giza gets crushed. It's a thrifty to get Jackpot back in it. And again, morale is going to carry them as far as they need to go by the looks of it.
Yeah, the Vil just stop changing. Just go back to never touching A except for literally one person. Just let Sean cook, man. Let him cook. Sean was doing just fine on A without y'all. And instead, y'all give up mid, forced to corral yourselves into B without a single person with mid control or having control. Just yeah, that was just a flat B take. Like if that sort of take happens at the beginning of a round, we're roasting that to oblivion. But yeah, no, the Vil end up doing that on a dismount on a rotate, so it's not exactly that big of a deal. But Jackpot. Oh, they went gambling a little bit to say the least. Aqua, random little swing, and he's able to get himself Shondex. Shondex down 2 rounds in a row now. HS. Oh, nobody can into it. Shondex can just run out. The Prowler's got him. And okay, that's just stupid. Here we are once again. 4v2. Jackpot. 2 players alive. And good luck to both teams.
CP into the back. Lets him get an easy crunch. Vil has more than enough resources to carry through this. Gotta respect Aqua coming into this round going, I can take Shondex on my own. You guys worry about Mail.
Good.
And it does let them have a good stack, but the Vil still has so many resources that they can dip into that fight that they're able to just, again, walk their way through it. And it almost just still feels like a 4v4 at the end of the day. Not afraid to just fight tooth and nail because they know with Aqua being the only one sold there, there's likely still a stack ready to meet him. Another good read coming from Giza. It's a punish aptly. Let's see what Aqua can get along the way, knowing him at least one. Yep. But still, the momentum continues to be there for the Vil. They are unapologetically better at this map so far in just about every sense. A lot of ults for this round, though, coming from Jackpot, and they'll have, I mean, they're going to commit to this buy. Triple rifle.
It's going to take so much, though, for them to even get anything done this half. The Vil has so much money.
Yeah. And Sean can set up the pit this round if he wants to try something new. Yeah, they're going to switch up the 4-1. It's going to be Heyo now. And then they're going to set up the pit when they get the site. So Jackpot's going to fight this early, knowing that the stack is coming.
There.
But it's not Aqua, so no flash. Instead of convergent paths by Heyo to try to sell off the one.
Oh, and it worked.
The only one there.
It worked. Player who wasn't no longer there. Twigs does back in. What a showstopper. Are you kidding me, Twigs? Holding it all off. Here comes the rotation coming in for the rest of the defense. There goes the Viper's pitch. Shondex looking to knock it down from behind, but it's not going to happen. Shondex himself has a Viper's pitch to try to land with. There goes the flash in his face, and it just does not matter. Jackpot has a third. Okay.
So, right after the round in which Aqua tries to sell that he is not alone, and the Vil doesn't buy it because they don't hear any other util, Hayode uses his ultimate to try to sell more than just himself in the round. Dashes in and refracts, and within 2.5 seconds of him doing all of that, the Vil go, okay, that was probably good enough. We probably convinced him. And they start tucking back. Twigs hasn't even stopped looking at B main yet. Gets the opening pick and then that tremendous showstopper despite getting short-sighted. That's all the momentum stopping you need for defense on split, man. Like, that's all Jackpot needs to do. 6-6 very much still in the cards, as long as they maintain. Oh, come on.
All right, cool. Yep, that'll do it. That'll do it. Twigs with a double headshot, and there goes the response right behind him from Huff. 2 players remaining here for the Vil. This interaction in the top mid would be everything. But no, sir. 1v4, Shondex. Not able to utilize the Viper's mid in that last round. And Jackpot, they've been able to paycheck steal pretty thoroughly here from the Vil. The Vil out completely of funds. This is a total turnaround. This is a revitalization of Jackpot here on this defensive side. And again, at least myself, the only concrete success that I have seen right now from Jackpot, as I'm sure y'all at home might have a little bit of a different perspective, but from what I've seen from Jackpot, the most and the only concrete success they've had has been on the attack side. them doing this on the defense side right now, it is just showing different colors of these players. That is, at least at this point, inspiring confidence.
And this is the perfect and only time to re-up on confidence if you're Jackpot. Once again, Twigs will hang out right on the B choke. This time they surely have to be expecting it, right? He's just going to give himself away with the Boombot. Hayode finds the timing. Convergent Pats tries to fly in on that, and the Saturate to cover what Space Huff couldn't with that ulti makes it so everyone's at least slowed down on B main, so you have those receivers ready. But still, Jackpot hasn't been able to rotate heavily enough just because they aren't fully convinced, and I mean, there's still 70 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, the Clove is going to be in a fast lane. Back over into heaven. I like that angle from the Viper, but what are they going to do that close? Yeah, they don't really have much util. There's no Molly. It's already utilized. Nothing covering up main at the moment. Sweet Coon. Okay, Huff is just going to have to do it all here.
A Seeker is just to see if there's a bigger stack, and Aqua's right, so they can keep everybody here. KHS does eventually find Renz trying to challenge him in mid. In goes the rest of the Vil. It's now or never for them to try to make this next round work, and Choles has it all lined up. Another kill just by standing it down, this time for the Viper, and Jackpot will make it 5-6.
As I was saying before, everybody from this Jackpot team had an opportunity to pop off, had an opportunity to make their presence known in this series, and there it is, at least for Chillin. We have seen everybody else on this map so far do a thing. At this point, Chillin, on a very important agent on the defensive side, is able to finally find a bit of a gap, not have any utility that he needs to manage, is just able to use Mouse 1 and is able to go off. Beautiful from Chillin, as now Jackpot, they've made this happen. They've made this whole half just worth it. Worth all of that effort. Now here we go. KHS back in, still having a little bit of difficulty trying to get out. Finally gonna go down. It's pure chaos. Twigs, not only with a grenade, but it was a couple of bullets in. It's absolutely grinding out the Vil. The Vil, they run into a meat grinder, and Jackpot has already completed the mini comeback. 4 rounds in a row from Jackpot to close out the half.
And now the hard part begins.
5 out of 6.
Right? It just now will turn back to the Vil to find that momentum and confidence again on this side that they can remain so much more stalwart on. They did find ways to get aggressive in the tail end there, I will say that much. KHS not finding a good home. I feel like he could have ducked back into his own smoke if he wanted to for that. Not dead yet, but Twigs making good work of the chaos that was caused from it. Paint Shell into double kill, into Paint Shell, into rushdown from Huff. More than enough to take over that A fight, which it seems like the Vil is primed to try to take on themselves. They've got 3 on the precipice, but Jackpot look to peruse around B and mid first to see what they can open up. They're trying to clock how Giz is configured. I imagine they know he's going to be on this B with the sheer setup on the front more often than not, but remains to be seen how they're going to be able to actually combat it with no Neon available. You kind of have to just bait it and then work with the push. Somehow getting past Shondex in the opening of this pistol, but he'll get the re-up, and with the help of Renz, they should be able to stand down a whole lot of this push. Oh yeah, they will. KHS the only one left after it's all said and done, and now there's even more members of the Vil to meet this threat. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes on. KHS hitting them all. Landon Heyo, and then turn and heal back to find Ange again. Aqua ready for this pinch into the vent peak, but he's pretty far choked in, so I don't think they'll be able to hit that instead. They'll just go for the A pivot instead? Maybe B pivot? They still have the shear, though. They can't get past the shear. It has to be A, right?
Yeah, they haven't stepped into it. This is just tough. 40 seconds left. And did
Why is he in front of his shear? Why are you in front of your shear, Giza? Get back behind it, bro.
I can only imagine they didn't actually see the super presence that's here on site. But again, like you said, only assume.
30 seconds left.
Be setting up here. Giza out. There goes shear.
Oh, he got stuck.
Separates
the double it, bro.
Was here. Giza. He's gonna have to watch out for the second shoot. Finally goes down. Aqua's just searching. Giza finds his target. Success.
Let's go. It's what we were waiting for all along.
That's why we play.
If one link breaks, the rest
It's a great bait by Giza to coax them into that B site with the shear. And yeah, KHS getting stuck behind that is just everything. Really wish they would have pivoted to A off of that once noise was cut. Vil had already shifted their weight there and everything after the initial fight, but just too much space to make up with the clock still running down. Psyched out, and now the Vil having that springboard on the defense out the gate here.
This is pretty awkward, pretty disappointing for the Vil. Fans into the extremities though. It's not like a couple of kills immediately be able to back out. But this is certainly something. Renz all the way out in the open. Finally gets covered up by the smoke. Still collecting a little bit of damage, getting a kill onto Twigs. Of course for the Vil, but they ended up buying quite a bit in terms of long range weapons. You can't do much here. If you're Jackpot, if you're out in the open, but they can tuck their tails. They can wait in the close range duels. They can wait for these pistols to really make the impact happen. KHS is going to get smoked up, and nobody's going to go into ramp. More importantly, KHS is going to be locked in here for a little bit of a trap. It does give space for Vil to get out from Heaven, to get out from Link. Here we go on the back. That is going to be the hammer. That is going to be Hayode collecting their frags. KHS is out with the smoke. That's going to be 8-6.
Still a lot of respect being played to the members of Jackpot, making sure they don't lose the lower health bodies when they jump in. But this is the round that really matters for Jackpot to see how much of a game plan they're able to have for this attack half. See if they can have a shot at taking this in 2 maps. Let's listen into how they approach this round.
We're just gonna wall up. You guys have to go through, okay?
Okay. Can you permaclear your bomb or
no? It's bad on this round because I have to play main.
Okay,
I'm touching.
Yeah, I'm going to the
If the smoke
Oliver,
rafters all over.
Oliver, you're running up with Jace. You're running up with Jace.
Smoke these 2 red pings, Oliver. Smoke these 2 red pings. My orb's going screens.
I'm just looking main with this, right? Yeah.
Toxins going up.
Oh, you got blocked. I got tethered. I can't dash yet.
Go with Oliver. I'm needing deep up.
Okay.
Needing deep up.
My dash. I'm getting slingshotted. I can't go.
He's elbow.
Fade is here. Fade is here.
Rafter, close.
Right up.
80 way. Should go through.
Elbow.
Elbow
slow. Elbow.
He's playing his
Teammates 1 shot, Oliver.
Screens elbow.
Marco.
Last player standing.
Behind you. Sewer. He
Playing
just came up the
screens
rope.
elbow. That's much wrong.
Spike planted.
Wow.
What the fuck?
Anti.
Yeah, just gonna go out. I got tethered.
Yeah, half decent idea to say the least from Jackpot. Going into that A site, reining in the contacts. The Vil still relatively slow to get back into the middle anyways, but yeah, you kind of can't blame the response there from Jackpot.
I don't lose.
Player going towards the empty site. No idea that flank is going to come in. No idea that the flank was literally coming in at the exact same time that he was in mid. So yeah, is what it is at that point. We are back to the guns coming up potentially in this next round for Jackpot, but they're going to hold off. They're going to go hold off. They're going to go down to the half. They spend a little bit too much these last couple of rounds, especially the last round too. That was their all or nothing. 3.6, 4K, half by at best.
Come on, guys. We gotta dig in.
I'm so glad that the audience at home can't hear production.
It sounds feral in that prod room right now,
It literally sounds feral in there. It sounds like we're in an animal shelter. How many Yeah, I'm hearing cat meows. Like
Still
they're
going,
like, they're
bro.
distinctly different cat meows. Incredible. Can you give me that now?
You're not going to see it coming.
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah.
Spike down.
It's going to be when you least expect it. Just pure zoning from Jackpot. Attempts to find someone to flush. They chip away at the last bit of what they've already gotten to do.
I can't even do my job.
I'm so stun locked right now, bro. It's insane. Wow. Shondex save us. KHS getting pick on the Rents. Now just diving in off of that pick me up. Huff with the refrag. 2v3 for Jackpot to try to take things. But again, this Vice setup is still not broken through, and they're going to try the B site again. Giza ready with the peek. They're not crossing. They're just going for the site. Holding the plant here, hoping they're watching. Rose into Huff, but he's ready. And so they get the plant down safely for the 2v2. This round of all rounds, maybe, just maybe. But Huff getting caught by the Outlaw, and Twigs also vulnerable to it. Can get two-shot with the heavy armor and finds the lineup, but not the immediate shots. Heyo down low, but four bullets in the gun, man.
He had more than enough time. Twigs is just doing this for the style points at this point. Surely he's gone. Age around the corner takes him out. Yeah, the Vil, they are going to be collecting a 10th.
My ultimate is ready. Maybe let's kill them before they plant next time. Okay?
That is legit what it sounded like for that sounded like 30 seconds and like meows.
Think about it, when we start doing it, Prod also is forced to listen. Well, no, Prod isn't listening to us. Never mind. What am I talking about?
Why not?
What do you mean, why not? You're Prod. They don't like us.
Oh.
Krusty gonna call this timeout now for the attack. Guns are back up. I have a lot of reason to be discouraged at this point. You just don't have a way to break things down. Anytime they rotate off of disadvantage, it just becomes more disadvantage. And the Vil have so many places that they can just burrow into to stall out fights. You see Jackpot are trying to wrap up these ones quickly. Like, they're trying to find the Vice. They're trying to find the smoke that's on site quick. But you have so many elbows and shoulders and backs and other body parts on site that they can just chill in for 2.5 seconds, let the rest of the team come through, reset, and now you have to prepare for the pinch. That scares Jackpot into second-guessing themselves, and that's what they've been doing.
Yeah, it's almost literally why I was just like, hey, like a player like Ainge, obviously, like he's playing Omen, he's going to be as mobile as he can. His whole goal has to be to surprise the other team. Yeah. So I mean, this is the map for that to really happen. I mean, otherwise, again, we are seeing great communication coming out of the Vil very constantly. Again, when Jackpot are doing these rotations, the Vil, their timing and the coordination of them to get back into these sites, it's been really fundamental. It's been really constant. The Vil lining up now for a little bit different of a challenge, to say the least. It's more of activated.
This is a good sell for B main to start. Having Aqua here means everything, but they still... Oh yeah, it takes something to get rid of the shear. I don't even think Aqua managed to, and KHS losing ulti as Shondex can zone out with the snake bite. And now he has help, so he doesn't have to use as much to get out. Jackpot once again left in a realm of indecision.
And the Vil, all they want to do is just hold the positions they got. They don't need to do anything for the rest of this round.
They're not even bothering with the one on A. They do not care about what this Viper's doing.
No, not at all. And Shondex was a pure nuisance without realistically doing anything. You just haven't seen the conditioning from Jackpot over towards that area for the Vil to care too much. But the fact that they still have the presence there, that is at least a bit of an asterisk
30 seconds
on this situation. But here comes Jackpot, where they did have at least contact going into heaven, but still down.
It's a good amount of distance made by Chillin, actually. Could facilitate the A-swing. Oh, no, you're out of time,
seconds.
Bro. What the hell?
Spike all the way back.
10 seconds left.
They didn't even try.
Stuck on B, because it took forever to get rid of the shear. And the ult already wasted when you walk up mid. Jeez, man. It's like I'm feeling like I'm bashing my head against a wall, but Jackpot, I mean, they're just fully running into it right now. This is so solved by the Vil. And I mean, based on what we had seen and what we had known about Jackpot at a base level, that is more what we were expecting. I'm just a little shocked by their lack of ability to find like anything. I would hope that they would find a way to start bullying a 1 or pressure this Vice a bit more, but I mean, Giza has barely had to do anything other than just chill on site. The rest of the team doing the work as he just has the util to help set up. It's another open season on top of a post-smoke explosion, and more than enough members of the Ville are here to try to fight it, but on top of the ramps, quick freeze from Jackpot into the explosion from that screen will turn it into a 3v3. But again, the Ville has had time to get everybody over here, and all the util has been called out. Bingo is the name-o, so no reason not to chill here for a couple seconds until noise is cut and even more time is wasted. But with the smokes up to obfuscate and now the double dash, Jackpot's going to give it all away. The bullhorn is sounded, and Aqua is going to get forced out, flushed away with the snake bite, and eventually killed. Shondex again, and Heyo with the operator as the smokes dissipate. And again, the small time window for Jackpot is shut. It is done. It is decided. It is locked. It is more likely than ever. 12-6 and a perfect half still for the Ville. Meow.
Ah, there it is.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Didn't see that coming, did you?
30 seconds left.
Not as much. This is fun. Chilling. Doing exactly what we said earlier. Going through the motions. Every single part of that exec was just going
Match
through the
point.
motions. The fact that they even got those 2 kills was just the 2 players just aiming at an open space.
Yeah.
So, yeah, again, this is a little bit of a slog to say the least. That next map, Jackpot, it's so difficult to really say what's going to be the remarkable change for them. But at the bare minimum, it has to be getting every player on the same line here. Getting this every player kind of with the same idea here of just like, hey, these rounds aren't over. Not by any means. Yes, we might go down 2-3. There is always a chance.
Something we discussed briefly earlier on in the tournament yesterday was that because of a lack of best of 5s in this tournament, you can have a slightly narrower map pool and still make this work. So assuming map 3 is something that Jackpot has practiced, something like a Haven, then things will go a lot better. But even on top of a flash from Aqua, they can't make this initial dash work. KHS only gets the opener, but Hayode is still left protected now by Shondex. And the rotation up from Giza as well makes it so this buddy system is now all the Villes. Chillin' with the wrap, also can't land the shots, and that's the other part of the formula that needs to come in next map. But for now, Jackpot have to sit and look at the scoreboard, as we all will, point to it and prove that the Ville is chill on Split. 13-6, a perfect defensive half on a perfect defensive map.
Yeah, what are you gonna do about that if you're Jackpot? At the end of the day, that first half needed to go perfectly. In that second half, we end up seeing them again go back to a little bit more of that comfortability. It's just that again, Split has so many steps when it comes to you actually making it into the site. Yeah. It's not like Lotus where it's realistically like more like a 2-step. You know,
yeah.
You go into one mid area and then you're already into site. You're already on the doorstep of a site. This one with Split again. Over in B would have been so nice. Would have been so nice to see some sort of exec there, or at least not B, excuse me, coming out of A. But still, at the end of the day, they seemed demotivated. They looked demotivated. They looked like a team that they just did not want to get into more interactions. They wanted to sneak onto these sites and avoid getting into the one-on-ones, which against a team like Energy Academy, like Maryville, like the Ville over here, ladies and gentlemen, they have more than enough confidence, more than enough experience to just rely on their dance. And, we're looking at the highlights once again. You just see this team having a little bit of fun. I'm not going to lie to you. The Ville, this one, they actually did feel that sort of relaxed nonchalantness, more or less.
It's very nonchalant. They're so cool.
That we saw from the first 2 days.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think that you could not necessarily play reclined, but relaxed. If you were the Ville coming into this map, you had those setups, you had those plans, and rather than try to chop off threats, it felt like Jackpot were trying to minimize them so that they could gain objective. They were playing so hard for objective that they just tried to stave off these threats, but these threats don't get staved off. They grow like cancers, and we saw that especially again with Shondex just coming in clutch time after time after time. Heyo with this op also just managed to get away with so much good stuff on this operator once he was lit up. Just so uncontested a lot of the time, and again, that comes down to the slowdown factor of Split. You're able to segment things so much, give these guys so many options and so many opportunities to just re-swing, re-pick with a scope one shot. Heyo's not going to let those opportunities slip.
Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, again, we are looking towards map number 3. It would be nice, again, in those interactions, in those big duels, just be like, hey, util, fireball.
Random bullshit, go!
Go. But at the end of the day, again, we're still looking for those aim duels. We're still looking for those clips. So ladies and gentlemen, tune back in. These cracked aimers, they're still looking to make their names known here on LAN. We will be right back with map number 3.
One down.
One enemy remaining. I have the spike. Last player standing. Poison's off. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Spike. We found one. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Gotcha, fun. What a way. Flawless. One down. One enemy. One enemy remaining. I have the spike. Last player standing. One. Poison's off. One enemy remaining. Yeah. Last player standing. Spike. We found one. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Gotcha, fun. What a way. Flawless. One down. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. I have the spike. Last player standing. Poison's off. One enemy remaining. Got me. Last player standing. Spike. We found one. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Gotcha, fun. What a way. Flawless. One down. One enemy. One enemy remaining. I have the spike. Last player standing. One. Poison's off. One enemy remaining. Got me. Last player standing. Spike. We found one. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Gotcha, fun. What a way. Flawless. One down. One enemy. One enemy remaining. I have the spike. Last player standing. One. Poison's off.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Funhaver's Wild West continues live from South Florida, live from Miami. Yeehaw. Wait, Wild West.
Yeehaw, in
can
the
we address
Wild
that?
West.
Yeah, can we
I
address
don't think we can, actually.
that?
Address what, actually, now that I'm thinking about it? What were we talking about?
This is called Wild West?
Oh, that. Yes.
Yeah. Is that? Are
We're
we?
going
Are
to
we
map 3
just like
here, folks. We're taking it all the way. Jackpot versus the Ville, taking it to the last map of the series. Again, this is the first map, or Split was the first in 5 straight maps that the Ville did not have to take all the way. They were able to have a pretty dominant win after a perfect defensive half on what is a pretty defensively sided map. We are hoping that Jackpot has a little more agency coming into this next map when they don't have to kind of run into this brick wall, have so much to check. That being said, with morale a little bit dipped after that map, there's no secret that it's going to be the Ville that are hopping off of the momentum more.
Yeah, and at least with Summit, you can kind of see where some of the strengths are going to lie again with this team, where, again, Split, it's just a little bit too monotonous.
Yeah.
It's a little bit too tedious for you to end up getting onto these sites. Summit, it does seem like it's a little bit, like literally just linear. You have to go in one direction when it comes to Summit, so at least it restricts some of the factors that these players have to work with. Yeah, that's really all I can really give for Jackpot at the moment, because their look between maps 1 and 2 were just totally different. That at this point, I'm just waiting to see if that same passion really comes out from that first map.
Well, we'll see the comps come out for Summit. This will be the first time that it'll be played on stream here at the Wild West LAN. Obviously, you've had a lot more film since its debut to study from when it comes to this. Cypher is a pretty obvious choice for Senti, just how to, thanks to how concentrated the A site is, you can stick him in that river and have a grand old time. Interesting seeing the Ville go with Ange on that harbor, it definitely takes a little more practice, but assuming he got it, you can control those singular sites really consistently. Jackpot back on the hyper-aggressive train. You're going to be seeing them do a lot of the same kind of thing every round because Summit kind of facilitates doing the same kind of thing every round. With this double duelist in Twigs and Huff, I expect them to try to take distance and get these kills nice and quick.
Yeah, Hayode, Huff, these guys are going to have a field day
Grand old time.
on this map. Yep, grand old time. It's sort of the same like anchor type dynamic that we end up seeing on a map like Haven, but like, dude, you're able to be so much more aggressive on your own on this map. So, hey, O'Day, have fun with that one. But yeah, otherwise, this is that newer map. We are still seeing a semblance of experimentation. So again, we're just seeing a little bit more comfort. Can't complain from what I've seen. Again, I am just really interested. Again, is there going to be that right step forward? If there is a need for an adaptation for this team, do we see it quickly? Is it sort of that thing where these guys, this is where the conversations start to come in, this is where the doubt in themselves start to come in? Because again, we didn't feel that. Right. We felt confident in the fact that these players, they were just fine with each other. The chemistry was there, the synergy was there. Now we're seeing more or less that second guessing. Let's see more or less if that still comes to convergence in this next map.
Yeah, it's tough to talk about how Jackpot shifts because they don't tend to do that much. It's just they get back up. They keep on fighting. They keep on going through. And with the amount of reps that they have, I don't think that confidence that they can win each and every fight that they take is ever going to die out. So I assume on Summit we'll start by seeing Jackpot taking fights, and even if they go down 12-0, we're going to end by seeing Jackpot taking fights. They are going to have that agency. They are going to be as proactive as possible, as often as possible. And Summit really is a great playground to be able to do that. I want to see how they offer up mid control, because I feel like they're going to let the Vil have that area more often than not. Fountain doesn't feel like a great place to play from a lot of the time. I think if you're Jackpot, just too open a space when the lanes are so far open. Instead, I want to see that early control of B main orb come out on top from Jackpot, because that can get you farming in the cycle really quickly. Yep. And then I want to see that sustain coming from the Cypher, who can stand it kind of alone on the A site for a hot minute. This defense is going to say a lot to me about how Jackpot does going forward.
Again, my thing with Summit is whenever you do go for those ult orbs, or whenever you do just go for choke point control, you end up putting in a lot of util.
So much, yeah.
So much utility just for you to kind of get midway to your objective. So by the time you even get to that doorstep, rotation should have already came in at that point. It really just depends on what they have, how they're going to be swinging out. Again, I don't exactly have much experience, period, when it comes to Summit. Yeah. So at this point, I'm learning through Jackpot. I want to see if Jackpot pulls out something new for me, if Jackpot at this point has a different response to, hey, there's two people already in a choke point. You can just go easily get mid control. You can already easily go back. What is that response other than util don't, util don't, util don't?
Agreed, 100%. Yeah, we don't want to see that overcommitment come from Jackpot, especially with a lack of intel. That's what nailed them so hard in Split previously, because those bluffs were so tough to negotiate. It's such an instant drop of the defenses the second you leave them be, and the Vil were able to turn that into a lot of free sites. A little more of a space to make up, so you have to be more committal with those rotations if you're Jackpot. So I'm wondering if KHS is going to be a little more hesitant to make those bingo calls before actually going for those pivots. In turn, that'll make it a little more individualistic again, and that turns back up to confidence. How good is Jackpot going to be at believing in themselves and carrying off of each other? Really interested to see how this trade system develops. You can't set up too good of a spider web across the entirety of Summit, but if you get the right read, you can have some tremendous mousetraps placed where your team ends up.
Yeah, and just thinking about overall where this team, because again, I'm just thinking about vibes. I'm thinking about confidence for these two teams coming into this one. Yeah. And for Jackpot, a lot of their confidence had to come in the fact that Aqua, every time he got into an interaction in the first map, it converted into something. It converted into a teammate in it being in the right position. It converted into him dwindling down the numbers. In that second map, simply did not happen, and they started off on defensive side. Am I crazy? I am
for
crazy.
Split?
Yeah.
Yeah, they started off on defense.
Okay, sorry. So on that defensive side again, the only thing that I could really see Aqua doing is just util support, util support, util support, and don't exactly think that's where he's at right now.
Yeah.
On that first map, when he was sort of that first pillar, that first wall, he did so much to hold on to that position. So again, potentially a bit of that change or potentially a little bit more responsibility on his back outside of just, support the teammates that are trying to go out there and be a spear on defense.
LaVille, turning to them and how they take on Summit, I think that Giza is going to be the player that I pay attention to the most. Again, how he places trust in each of his teammates to be able to go and do what needs to be done, because you're not going to be able to fully stack a majority of the time. You will need someone kind of wandering off, and Shondex has been the immediate guy for the job there. Being said, with such a bigger split and such heavy commitment with Viper Util, it's tough to know how Shondex is going to adapt to this map where he will no longer be on that Viper. So, yeah. A lot of questions for both of these teams. Jackpot will be starting on that defense, so we'll see how hyper-aggressive they get. It looks like an A fight is on the books off rip here, and the Cypher will be set up on B to start. Already, just seeing how active they can get. Final map here, winner of this to upper round 3 in the bracket, guaranteed to be playing on Championship Sunday.
Guaranteed top 8, Sue. Incredible placement, puts you in the money. And ladies and gentlemen, Jackpot. Exactly starting off with too much pressure. They don't even take control of either of the outer mains, either of the outer choke points, excuse me. You do see it back up. You do see that strong rotation coming in. 2 players coming into the lane. KHS need to hold it down. Beautiful smokes coming in, but KHS has their number. 2 quick frags coming up from KHS. Still so much work to be done here for the Ville. It's not going to happen.
Just a temporary step back, leaving KHS to do what he can in the pocket, and he gets 2 on the way down. Then they explode back in before the spike falls. That's all the slowdown you really need once you have the players available. And again, we saw that in spades on Lotus, where Jackpot was willing to have somebody play a little bit of fodder, even if they go down. If you get that extra 5 seconds of slowdown, rest of the team can come through and execute the same strategy they always do, as well as they do it. The perfect kind of start for this team on the right side to do it. And now, seeing how Aqua will be challenged on this Cypher, especially with the worst guns.
Standing ahead.
It was a fairly quick approach. But at this point, Jackpot, they felt the pressure. They dipped back all the way into the back of sight. But the Ville, they're not going to do anything to take advantage of their positioning. You are going to have up in the middle. There goes a massive kill onto Hayode. With Shondex, he'd been there over on the A-lurk this entire time. KHS still looking out for him. So much attention here onto this A area period. The Ville just put themselves up against a really difficult situation here. Again, it is pistols. You can't exactly do too much. But no attempt either from the Ville. The hesitation alone is killing them.
No reason to deviate. Once you get this far into it, purely comes down to preservation.
30 seconds left.
So you want to nip it in the bud quick. KHS again tempted to go for this insert. Just you can find an off angle that they're not checking. Tunnel smoke set up. I like that extension from Renz, but wow, KHS is ready for it and just spraying through it all. You didn't have to do all that, my guy, but shoot, why not?
We like stats. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ville. This is their opportunity to get themselves into this map. Let's listen in.
Mid. I'll smoke bottom mid. Link.
Do you want me to go be like? Do you want
Let
me
me
to go
go
like
this.
scrims?
Do you want my bend?
Want to go B main like we're in scrims, or
Whatever you do, it's good, bro. Fuck it.
So we're just going mid, basically?
Yeah, I'll
Start mid center. Start mid.
Oh my god, bro. I'm still bottom mid.
I don't even know what I should dart.
Use drone. Do the
I
one
don't
way.
answer drone, don't answer drone.
Oh,
Guys,
I
you
said I'm
don't
still
engage
out again. I said I'm still getting literally 5 times. I'm not getting 5 times.
yeah, but I asked you to do the other one.
That's something about.
Go back to B. We have fighting
in. Sean might have killed us. Top shot,
Where do you shot?
I blind. On you?
Swinging.
One bottom mid. Nice.
Opping
Okay, there's one here max.
Pulling.
Let me dash.
I'm doing like the close ball, guys.
Nice.
One enemy
Same stop.
Gonna plant the-
Opping B.
We can't let him save, low-key. You like walk on. Bottom up?
Yep.
Be close shot.
Hey, bro.
It's really
Good if we keep 5 up here.
Yeah, but they also.
They have a bomb, so we'll save bomb.
I'll stay.
I don't see him. He's gonna be like here. Or
It's gonna be like pin.
and kill in a sec. Sweat.
Pineapple, pineapple.
Oh my god, he's hurt. Oh my god, Tanner.
Another pineapple.
Right here.
Flawless.
Nice, good shit.
We're good.
They were blind.
Hold on.
Not dropping a body there as the Vil is able to take that so cleanly. Shondex did an amazing job at managing that opening. The creep up from A main was definitely solid, but coming after that, you find the secondary and you realize no one's there. Then they call out the operator in B main, and they asked it the same way I did. They bought an op this round, went for the bonus gamble. I respect the craft, but with such an early execution, you're forced to save that operator, and the call is made. They want to hunt that down and make sure they don't get it. Now, the double buy-in is going to force Jackpot to be overcommittal to the eco. If they lose this round, they are cooked.
They have the right angles at this point, but they're not finding any of these mains, allowing the Cypher to stroll into A main right now. A little bit of util being used to get in. Jackpot.
Tripwire destroyed.
And zero proactivity whatsoever. They're just maintaining these positions. The Vil. They have an option here with the Harbor to really throw off a take here with this mid presence. You could easily see that Omen throw off a bit of util over towards B. Harbor doing the same thing. Shondex had positioning back over towards A, but he just maintains his camera there instead. Twigs. Like I said before, we have just been looking for these random opportunities, looking for the random finds, and there was Twigs. Just a single contact in the mid side, KHS, and that's a good start there. Now he has to dance. He has another teammate next to him, but there it is.
Down A.
Twigs with the double from the side.
Player standing.
And the Vil dwindled down completely
30
to just
seconds
one.
left.
Shondex, he was the only one over on A to begin with. But that's really tough to see. Again, the backup option there for the Vil, it just didn't even start. Twigs shutting them down right as they started to transition into their first battle.
10 seconds left.
Clean, confident look from Jackpot.
A really solid steamroll to decondition Fountain. They're not going to be able to get away with that very often. Glad that they took advantage of the time they could. Recognizing that they're letting Shondex go run some errands in these transitions, like you said, makes it much easier to catch them during them.
This goes here.
This, I think, will be the first round that B main is truly challenged. So we'll see if the Vil, I mean, they're able to buy back into this, and they do have the Hunter's Fury to chase down somebody they catch, so might see Hayode go for a quick scout with the light speed, especially if the stack is here. Then you go for the quick pivot off of Shondex's lurk. And we're back on split all over again.
There you go, knocking on the door with the flash, able to burst on in. Twigs, how does Twigs get even more than one there? That's unbelievable. His teammate had to tuck tail and leave. Hayode is out of there, and Renz lines up 3, making this round possible. Hayode with another return frag. All 4 players for Jackpot going down, and that one just hurts. Hayode dashing into an open position, and Jackpot. We're in a very sound-controlled, very sound-tempered room right now.
Yeah.
We could hear them very clearly.
Oh, yeah. So I know y'all heard it. Love seeing that energy come from Jackpot after justifiably getting excited over that round win. Daring to continue fighting in B main despite that multi-kill coming out from Renz. You intimidated enough. You forced out the file. And Twigs, keeping up after getting short-sighted to grab his second. These guys just always will go down swinging. And now, thanks to that extra effort, the run it back will be available if a retake's necessary. Which, by the looks of this A-hold, it just might be another 4 stack to try to intercept B. Reckoning up through A-Link, and that'll be the go button for this rotation. A TP out from Renz behind the double to make sure no one's sticking there. It's just tough on that op, and he's going to get pretty heavily pressured before that door falls.
Joke's over.
Not a lot of utility in that back line anyways. The line of sight is completely opened up. Twigs, he has the walk on into the back of sight, and there goes the flash right in the face of the Harbor. Ainge finally going down. Ayo in the middle of the chaos, in the middle of the cage, steps into the cloud, and it's down immediately to Huff. Friends, he already had himself a 3K in the last round, but it's not going to happen again. This was so clean again from Jackpot, and it was sparked by nothing other than run it back. You had a response right behind him. You had so many people walking behind the run it back, but Jackpot, all they had to do was waltz in and use chaos.
Yeah, just such great knowledge of how they were able to take that back. That's why you have the 4-stack on B. You know that's going to be the harder one to fight back for. A is definitely the easier site to retake, and with the run it back, that is just exponentially increased. So recognizing what the immediate threat is, assessing the risk, and then adapting when they do end up taking that A site and absolutely bulldozing. But now without that run it back, you rely on something else, that being the gun diff. And with Shondex on this consistent lurk that's been able to still pick up some, you know the Vill are looking for an opportunity to play off of that. He got so close last time, making it all the way up Link. The only thing that was really stopping him from starting his own rampage was that Reckoning tossed out, and the Vill doesn't have that anymore.
So now, instead of being able to just aim onto the site and just exec with an ultimate, I mean, they have to go for mid. They have to start branching out. But when you go over to mid, there's so many extra steps, right? It just seems so easy for you to just walk into a single choke point, over and B, over into A, a single main, and that's it. When you go over towards mid, there's at least 3 steps in that process. 3 utility for you to get in. 3 swings. It's just awkward now. Jackpot. They're still walking into their traps. This is just a little bit weird here from Ainge. Ainge continuing to step forward. Ainge is in the middle of B. Ainge has B. KHS from behind, trying to find a pixel, but this is just ultimately so awkward for Jackpot, and they're losing their minds over it. They keep running into players from the Vill, which I guess is just what happens when you go towards mid for only the first time in realistically this whole series.
Yeah, trying to converge on it, and there's just too much space to play with from mid, man. Vill can duck back as much as they need to, and they really didn't need to do it that much. Hayode got all the scouting work he needed to, and they didn't even have to work off of the intel from the Sova that time to try to find a convergent path to lean on. They can do that next round. This is a huge eco round coming from the Vill's attack side. Part of it came to Shondex's creep. Part of it came thanks to the just outspread generality of this attack plan. Holding down B main, contesting the entire time, forcing A to stay sparse even as you're getting that spike down. And the continuous pressure onto Huff was good from the beginning. But when it came to making sure that he couldn't police the site that was getting retaken, that was where the problem lied. So Shondex able to get that better path into cave and find that op quickly. Not in time to hunt it down, so Jackpot, by the looks of it, will still be holding on to that. And one more rifle thanks to KHS's resolve coming into this next round. So even less to have to buy, meaning that economically Jackpot are still kicking it. And the Vill still have a lot to do.
Yeah, real weird again to just see the types of hero plays that we saw in that last round. And it ended up working out, don't get me wrong. But it smells of desperation, to say the least, there from the Vill. But again, that was just the only time that they ended up going in mid. That's just what happens. They shook things up. Jackpot got shaken up too. Let's see if at least them leaving Jackpot in a state of shock can be sort of a constant here. They did re-smoke mid. They are throwing off that conditioning once again. Jackpot, they're not even touching mid though. They do not care whatsoever for this util. They have one person, yes, with an eye over towards mid. Still very much with that shift back over into the A site. Here comes Twigs. Twigs with an immediate response. A little bit of utility. A little too far to say the least, but Giza is still going to fall victim to the approach from Twigs. KHS might find another one. He was ready for it. Shondex should not have won that one out, because there is a bit of an ulti. Still in the hands of Jackpot to try to reveal where this rotation's coming in, but okay, bro.
I was like, is he gonna scope, or what is he going for there?
Gaming.
Just trying to use use it as a shotgun at that point, I guess.
We've seen it once.
Yeah.
Hitting the bird back in the
Well, it's all to let Huff be able to retake on his own accord. Help with the light speed will get him this high ground, but I'll take it back. A affords you a lot more than that. Twigs on such low HP. Popping out his Shondex, caught by Chillin, waiting things out beyond the smoke, but now you still have to invade this site, and you got to do it quick. Cove on top to sustain. No protection, so you can spray back through, and this high ground from Renz is decent, but Chillin finds both. And Jackpot keeps 2 up. Not every ult used in the tank either. This 6-2 defense has got some legs.
It's so difficult to break in again. The Vil, they continue to stomp forward, they continue to make noise, they continue to anticipate contact, anticipate an approach from Jackpot, but Jackpot refuses to let go of their off angles, refuses to let go of these cheeky spots that they've maintained throughout this map. But again, love their adaptation right now, love whenever they get a single point of contact, you do have an immediate response from at least 2 people coming up from Jackpot at all times. Again, this feels well drilled, but this map just can't.
You know, these teams have been trying to get that foot race going, and especially for this LAN, having this map in your back pocket when other teams aren't necessarily going to hard ban it can mean so much if the other side isn't as prepped. Huff, once again, a little bit of a different angle means everything for the op, but Shondex getting that double kill, and then the jump out from Huff, risky against the pack. That leaves it to very little power in the retake potential here. The Vil might just have enough to set up. They have the Reckoning too if they need. Hunter's Fury for extra stall, and stepping out, catching Aqua too. And that'll likely do it. Twigs, yeah, he's not even gonna stick around. Hold on to that rifle, maintain the eco, right? I guess for exits or something. Yeah. But Spike will go boom for sure. Vil able to manage that one and take it to 3-6.
So awkward again, though. Jackpot. Getting caught a little bit too much. Not able to plant themselves in the back of the site. Not able to plant themselves period into the site. The Vil, they just have enough utility right now. They just have the smokes right now for them to just red carpet into this site. From A short, at least, it is so much easier for them to do that. Jackpot, you ended up seeing out from the jump spot. They just tried way, way, way too hard to re-peek into that shift in instead of going for a retake. 6-3. Still very much an opportunity here for the Vil to keep this not too dramatic. But a hard adjustment already here from Jackpot. You are going to see finally some aggression coming out over towards A main.
Revealing area.
Getting a little bit of information, but that's it. Jackpot still maintaining their playstyle.
They're never going to change fully. Always going to retain that identity of just being these balls to the wall, high flyers. Aqua posted up in shorty close range. Twigs is the first to frag though, and it takes Hayode having to extend. That's the moment for Aqua to strike, pick up that rifle, and get the refrag onto Ange into the neural theft to confirm this last position for Shondex before he can spray back through triple. A peek from KHS will be given away, but they'll just try to manifest it into a double swing, and it'll be a 7th on the defense for Jackpot. B site is a no-go.
But that's what I was mentioning again. Jackpot, they didn't exactly have some decent spots at the beginning of that round. They just didn't.
No.
They had a little bit of attention over towards A. Mid was a little bit scrappy to say the least. They needed to get that hustle back in.
Yes,
The Vil, they were so fast to get back into that B site regardless, but it was a hard read. Like, the util at the very beginning of the round over towards A main, the player who ended up pulling that out, ended up pulling out the recon, was already on their way over towards B as they were pulling out the recon. So it wasn't exactly Jackpot holding on to their players. They want to press the situation onto the Vil, and here comes the Vil walking right into the jaws of the beast. Shondex has an opportunity at one, but wasn't able to happen. Now this watch here from Huff, this could be everything. Huff has the double! The TP back gives Huff it all, and now it's a 4v1. It's all done once again. The Vil suffering such a nasty, nasty fate. 8-3 right now, could be even worse going into the second half.
That is just such a great idea coming out from Twigs to prevent the Hunter's Fury from nabbing that early kill. Just throwing his run it back into it so he can hold on to what's left of the health pool, and it takes an extra body to kill him. Huff is ready for that, and so much more. That second duelist making mincemeat of the rest of the Vil, and taking us to 8-3 with ults on the table, and the Vil in an unbelievably terrible buy situation for a last round of regulation. And you got no ults either, other than the neural theft, so you have to find your first. Otherwise, Jackpot are going to have all the excuses in the world to run you down their way.
Yeah, These ultimates are going to be so scary.
This Nightfall has to be huge, though, I will say. Like, it has to land decently in order for Jackpot to make sure this is sealed.
Sealed, they have so many backup options after that, but let's see. Chillin'. Not going to be able to find anyone over towards the A side. The Vil not touching mid, not touching A. Realistically speaking, we've seen so many defaults out of this team. We've seen a lot of defenses coming back over towards the mid side. This time not so much. Fully dedicating over into the A to establish control a little bit, and they finally exactly Aqua there. But the double back for these players on Jackpot. What is their plan? They're relying on the ultimates. Let's see how they get back into sight. You're still going to have the Nightfall coming in. Ren pushing in, but the Nightfall still comes in. Ren's allows it to go through. Twigs coming in, still helping out. Now down to a 3-on-3. He didn't even need to get the kill on the Chillin', but now he needs to get all of the other kills. Shondex alongside Giza. Man, I mean, it was a little bit awkward to say the very least. Jackpot coming in was a little bit individual. We'll take a fourth, though, for the Vil.
It's Shondex again, man. That's able to find exactly what this team needs. Getting that Neural Theft active after the opening kill onto Aqua. Nabbing them the Neural Theft so that Jackpot cannot take back any bit of the B site while the spike is going down. They're forced to stay outdoors. And so the Vil, they double down, they twist the knife, they put a couple people in front of it, and they get ahead of that Nightfall. Despite the TTK being left a little worse for wear, they still get it done and are able to negate any other staying power that Jackpot had. They found the right guy to bully, and they made an example of it. 4-8 now, swapping over to the defense. I'm so curious to see how the Vil handles this side now that Jackpot have shown what they're capable of doing here.
Flash! Looking Twitch actually achieve these positions, stepping up. Find too much. Instead, back. There goes Hayode with a bit of an opportunity, but also needs to dodge back. Shondex as the only constant hold here. Ainge just shift in, but they're both gone. This is now difficult for the Vil. They have been completely locked out of the site.
Snaking through the gym.
Oh, and
Giza's found them.
From behind Giza. Able to get one, and look at all this damage.
One enemy remaining.
The Sheriff is able to clean up. There you go. The combo works out.
Put in the blender once they made it all the way through. Curious what Jackpot's endgame plan was there. I assume just fighting more, but you have so many different rooms you have to check backwards for that everyone on the Vil just picks a door and starts shooting. Fish in a gym. Well, it's not a barrel.
Right.
That goes there.
And yeah, everyone on 50 there for Heyo to just farm. And that's a convergent paths that you're already pretty close to coming into this bonus. The Vil already starting to find those potential timelines in which they can take another nice sweep to start things out, and that's a good way to begin. Shondex trying to remain singular as long as he can, but the high tide will switch up the tempo. Let Chillin get the quick refrag and the spike go down. Already some crucial creds for Jackpot this round.
That was a great approach from Chillin, by the way. Already had his second teammate stuck in a battle. He was able to get into an off angle from it. Here comes, again, a very, very close setup here for Jackpot. They are knocking on the door of the Vil, but even then, the Vil still able to get that first kill.
One enemy remaining.
Weren't able to
Wow,
do much, but
Chillin.
the pistol is there from behind. Chillin! Chillin with the 4K. I was gonna say, the Bulldogs, the rifles, they're just not able to do much. But from out of nowhere, Chillin blows it all open, and we have a round for Jackpot.
A 3-man paranoia onto the 3 men left on the Vil. You couldn't write it any other way if it was Chillin dictating. He absolutely dominates with that reactive ability and is able to get an easy pinch onto the back lane of B-site there for Jackpot. That is indescribably pivotal here for the attackers. I am utterly in awe of that confidence just continuing to be as pervasive as it needs to be, and now all the momentum continuing to flow the way of Jackpot as they go for this A invasion. A big stack available from the Vil, but you know what Jackpot does. They just fight through it, and they lose a lot of bodies along the way. It all comes down to KHS once it's said and done. Shondex, who else but him to try to hold on to this?
KHS,
Oh, he
where
didn't
did
stick
back
it.
up? Where does he go? He didn't stick it. He's going to go around the corner, clearing out the open angles. Just in case the Cypher was a little bit too close. KHS now going towards the back of sight, and he has the spike planted towards him. Shondex left, scratching his head, and it is now left 6 feet under 10 for Jackpot. This was supposed to be the total script flip for the Vil. Ladies and gentlemen, one last listen-in for this series.
Can you guys, if you're doing this deep smoke, can you guys contact up as far as you guys can? Y'all can just pop flash out together. Basically pop, but try to get as far as up as you can as a group, okay? Basically pop.
Bird boys, herd.
Can you guys wait for 3 seconds before doing it? But stall 3 seconds, okay?
Yeah. There one way.
Harbor one way.
Just got a note. Wait, it's so bad.
Did I just smoke the wall? Because we didn't break it last time.
Dog. I'll have your flank soon.
Fuck behind it.
I already smoked.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, you want to reset?
Yeah.
Reset. Careful fast flanking. Hold it for a second.
You guys wanna leave me here?
No, I don't really want to pause it. I think all 4 of you guys should re-explore mid and see if you guys can go to V-split, right?
We can wait.
Not hide. I'm hiding.
This is drunk clear, nothing.
I hide.
I think they're still gonna.
It's on me hiding.
Okay, it's fine then. No, go back
that's good.
Go back in the mid thing. Go for mid. Just walk up together as a group.
3, 2, 1, everything.
Clear this close right.
Nothing.
The window's still open.
Did I flash here?
He's spamming B for fun right now.
No, stay contacting.
3, 2,
You can pump elbow a little bit while they walk B. Pump elbow while you walk B.
3, 2, 1.
You there?
No, I'm just shooting.
One outside. He's backing upside.
Hey, I'm
back.
Paranoid darted.
Alright, speed
Come
A,
back,
speed
come
B
back.
then, speed B then.
Yes, it's good.
I'm smoking
Spacing,
CT, nothing.
guys. Wait a little bit. Wait for spacing.
30 seconds left.
Cypher here, maybe like drop.
Backside.
Nice.
Player standing.
Backside now.
Spike down.
Really fast spawn. Let's try.
Deep.
I'm overcooking with that.
It's fine.
Bro, if they're not...
You might have heard it at the very end. Jackpot mentioned they overcooked that at the very end. So they didn't make just an initial approach over towards A site. It wasn't fast. It wasn't targeted. They wanted to feel it out a little bit. Had an L drone coming in too. At that point, they made the passionate decision to go back over into B from mid potentially. And whatever happens from there happens. They didn't have any sort of confidence going into it.
No. And by the time they figured out what they wanted to finish at, the Vil had already had the read. They had other players on the way, even if Shondex and Ange weren't turned onto it, and they were. That B-Link is just such a tight space. It's so tough to extend from that when they have the read that you're coming from there.
Right.
Jackpot got a Paranoia 3K out of that just a couple rounds ago. Now the Vil gets a freebie off of Jackpot's attempt to make something of it. But you know that they still have some value to gain from mid, which is why they're still checking it here. The A-Link looks very strong from them to at least field out the util. They did a great job of that before reading the feed. It's the same case as Lotus. It's like they did everything they wanted to do right.
Bring them down.
It just comes down to execution.
And just the tough part about A-Link, there's realistically 3 or 4 angles that are very consistent for defenders. Like you are cooked if you don't have somebody coming out of A main with you. You end up having to get into total mystery of an A site, but here comes their back from Jackpot. Hey, OJ taking advantage of that B site once again. It's basically the exact same pace in this site.
I know exactly.
There goes Twigs. Taking down OJ, at least to make this round a little bit possible here. Plants. Just in the right corner.
Bad guns on the plant, but we're gonna do their best. Twigs already found out. No doubt about where this last guy is too. Finding the initial one. It's all on Twigs. Has this curveball left over, but there's the extra watch on top of the defusal. This is such a tough crossfire, and Twigs knows it. They have it marked, and the tap on the spike means that you still have the second available. Good prep done by the Vil to make sure that was as clean as it could be once the field was cleared out. And it'll be 7-10. The great climb back begins for MU. It's the climb.
Let's make it a party, y'all. The Vil. This is interesting, y'all, because we just haven't seen anything special really on this map from this team. The rounds that we have seen from them, they've been so scrappy. they've come down to the very thin margins at the end. Either 2 players alive, 3 players alive at absolute max for this team. And in the early round, they're looking for a spark. Look at the amount of util that they're lining up over towards B right now, and this is about to converge with about 3-4 players on the same side. Cypher in the front, Shondex, the Cypher cam, but again, the Omen opting not to go for the util. Jackpot opting to not go for the approach either.
To see who strikes first. Convergent pass right on the stack. Shondex, he can barely get to it in time, but it's still enough for the 2. Has the hot hands for the reaction, but they're going to be able to just get the refrag and settle for that 3v4. But again, the Vil, now they have bodies to be ready for this secondary push. Neural Theft will give those positions away though, so Vil is going to have to give away a little bit of initial space. Saturate on 1, but Hayode protecting everything! 3 for him, and 8 now for the Vil. Another recovery round, one of many that must still come.
See, there you go. Ren's on that front line, taking in all of that pressure, taking in all of that attention. Hayode right behind, and that's finally, again, something, a semblance of a system coming out for the Vil on this defensive side, coming out right now. Because again, we had just seen, if that was one of the other rounds that we had seen from the Vil, I was just used to seeing 2 players being ready for contact, not playing off of each other, but simply waiting to see what would happen to each other. If they die, will they back up together? That's about it. It's just very normal Valorant at that point. Instead, they staggered that approach and ended up making it a little bit more strategic. Here we go once again. Stepping forward, Twigs. Spraying forward, still getting a little bit numb here. Shondex not able to find a good angle either. Aims with another frag, but this site dwindled down so quickly. The SMGs, the Petri dish buy, is able to do something here. The hammer. Still Giza waiting for a contact to come around the corner. Ren's is the one that has to act here. He has to go forward. Twigs ends up going down. They know exactly where he's coming from. The Stinger not able to do much more than just a single frag, but it's only a single person remaining. A 1v4 for Hayode. And out of nowhere, Jackpot does it again.
Once more, a massive round coming off of that late entry. And Twigs not having to use that run it back until they'd already made so much space on the site that continue to back things up and force the short-range fights. I mean, giving Jackpot drop there is a death sentence to the take-back. You have no strong areas to take back from unless you go for the full-blown flank. And Shondex was not ready to do that kind of thing as opposed to normal. That's the recovery round that Jackpot need, and all of a sudden, we are back to watching that bigger number get so close to 13. The Vil under that heavy pressure. Ange close to it on top of the smoke, daring to see if someone steps out. But now the Blaze and High Tide into the full-blown explosion to take the rest of Fountain. And they're going to give V-Link a try again. But immediately, Chillin's TP is caught by Shondex. Neural Theft into the rest of it. And now they can read the 3-1 for the approach onto the B site. Ange watching one end with the help of the Cove. And as the door falls, the rest of the Vil is going to start filing in. Huff finds Ange on the way in. Shondex has got to take a back step. The tap after the saturate to at least catch one off the recon. But Twigs with the quick refrag. And now Police the most vulnerable part of that site that they still have yet to take back. Tap on the plant to see if anybody catches wind, but now instead it's Dust and Smoke and Paranoia into the triple. Whoa! It's the Vil again to take it to 11-9. The Vil continuing to exude control.
Yeah, Jackpot went so direct there. Again, just placing smokes at their feet. Smoke, 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 just to get them into the middle of sight. And that alone already got them into a decent enough position. Twigs loved the off timing there on that last swing, and he did basically the exact same thing in the previous battle. However, still the man advantage ends up for the Vil going into the battle anyways. They end up capitalizing. Oh, man. Oh, man, this is more of an emotional timeout, I would want to think, here for Jackpot, but it's because it's not like they had the wrong idea, I would like to think. The 3-1 still ended up going okay. Aqua, his pathing into the back of sight was exactly what he wanted.
Yeah.
It just, he did need an extra player or two to converge with that peak.
Agreed. Yeah, it's another episode of Jackpot recognizing that the game plan they have can work as long as they just do it better. And, so you can expect the Vil to talk to each other about during this timeout about how they could expect the exact same thing to come out against them in this next round, or Jackpot could decide to completely switch it up. Honestly, a full-blown A-take hasn't really been in the cards yet for Jackpot. It's not like they have a lack of ways to do that. I mean, the double duelist is super good at being able to scout that out. It's just being able to set up shop. And I think with the Cypher lagging behind, they don't have as much confidence in doing that as they do setting up for B and just taking over the back end of that site. Feels a little more practice for them. That being said, they have a 5-stack here for an A shot. Might be a 4-1 for mid by the looks of it to start things out. Yeah, they'll try shopping Fountain again and see if the Vil is giving any of that away. Everyone's staying way back for this round now. Closest you've got is the B door.
Which is even more dangerous because you keep stepping through all of these off angles, and Giza could just be right there around the corner. Same thing, but shows himself immediately, slows down the approach. Fury coming in, but Twigs, he's the Fury. He takes him out immediately. This one is done. This one has to be Jackpot with full control of sight. The player over in the mid side too was never able to get into a single interaction. This is all Jackpot, full control of the extremity. Kill. 5-on-1. It's done. It's clean. Jackpot. They're going to be on 12. They're going to be 1 round away from taking out Maryville U, putting them into the lower bracket. The Vil. Currently shaking in their boots.
Well, let Shondex cook even still. At the very least getting a fair distance, but can only take it so far. And indeed, it'll be a 12-piece. An attempt at a reactive Hunter's Fury coming from Giza in that round, but that's just what makes A-Link 1,000 times better than Jim for these kinds of things, is that you can still skate through that Sova ulti even in that tight a room and still manage to get kills. Doesn't make it any less impressive that Huff and Twigs managed to do all of that, skating through it all and managing to tear it up the whole way through, but now you have almost nothing if you're the Vil. On the verge of this convergent path, but too risky to go for the ult orb, so he's got to find the kill to start. And Jackpot is not going to hand that over easily.
Able to evade the spray going in. But this is such a slow pace here from Jackpot. You're seeing a 3-2.
Cover going out.
Rather than leaving a single anchor, we've seen so many 4-1s on either site.
Now you got two in the bottom mid now.
Yeah,
like, they've never been here.
Yeah. Waiting to see what the response could possibly be here from the Vil. If there's any sort of desperation, and it does seem like it actually. Random smoke coming in into elbow without a single contact coming in from that area. It's a bit passionate.
It's already years longer than any of the XX from Jackpot have been. They feel like they have an idea that the Vil is going to get antsy, and they're right, but the timing is just off. Look at this rotation coming through from Chillin. He's the one with Spike, too, so if this is caught by Ange...
Oh my god. Okay. He can still step
Somebody
up.
turn around, though.
He's going. Here comes the actual exit. He's coming up from behind. He's not able to find anyone just yet. Angel was a little bit more help, too. He can... Oh, he's stuck off with a trip. He finally pops out. No. He's stuck. Jackpot's still going in. Gonna be a couple of kills coming in from Renz and Shondex. Chilling alongside Tweakun with a couple more kills. Renz just floating around. Same thing with Hayode. Hayode has to be the X Factor, and indeed he is. Comes out. Renz with the triple. That was, at least from our perspective, all on Ange. Absolutely not. Everyone else outside able to do their jobs.
Yeah, the fact that Ange did catch that flank initially was honestly enough for the rest of the Vil to just have that need to just head back to the B site. Yeah. You have that set up by the time everyone is set. And because of Jackpot deciding to use that convergent paths, it unfortunately ended up not really working out timing-wise. They were still a little too slow to it. Vil could beat them. Still, though, 2 more chances to get this match done here and now. Nobody shooting the recon. Convergent Pat's in off rip. Giza's just going to, again, try to walk this down and get some pistols. Twigs will be the first found.
Ayo Dave with the second opportunity. This one way is beautiful for him, and Jackpot has to stop fighting.
Let's see if they can find an advantage somewhere else with these buys. Feels like they are going to be playing for 12-11. But just trying to get rid of something, anything. The neural theft would, in my opinion, be the hot button issue for them for sure. If they can force Shondex to have to use that here so that the push can be completely obfuscated next round, that means everything. Screw a reckoning. Who cares? Toss it in my face. If I take A side, I don't care.
I will simply move.
Don't set.
Yeah, what are you going to do? Get me wet? Oh, I'm so scared.
Actually, no, I don't like Wipeout for the simple reason that you get wet.
You have been watching a lot of Wipeout.
Yeah, I did not like that recently.
Last player standing.
1v4, ladies and
Spike
gentlemen.
down,
Jackpot
B.
again, they've been totally isolated. Over towards that mid side once again. The Vil initially didn't care. Didn't care about that
30
spot,
seconds left.
allowing Jackpot to take full control. But again, the closer they end up getting to these extremely
I have the
spike, they're going to end up fighting their enemies. Step up from Huff. He's gone. 11 to 12. Well, I will say one thing. The Vil didn't have overtime in the first game, which is good for them. But in the first best of 3 that we had today, ladies and gentlemen, it was all overtimes for the Vil, and the Vil are looking to duplicate that once again, replicate that once again. Yet another very important round between these two, and we are seeing a bit of a restructuring once again. 3 players dedicated to A for the Vil.
Yeah, Prod is mentioning that Shondex, who is once again top fragging, is almost up to 90 at this point in a best of 3, by the way.
The rounds where the maps where he had most of his kills, his team was still struggling. His team was still up against the ropes. Unbelievable. And we're only 2 maps in. Are you kidding me? Here we go again. Ainge from behind, gonna be able to find one. Can he find a couple more? No, sir. Ainge has been so good on the lurk. His A position has been slowly getting chipped down, and Renz is all the way down. This is, oh my goodness.
Giza!
He completely flips it and chilling all the way out in the open. This is gonna go down for overtime.
Enough smokes were set up for the Vil to just make it work, and Giza says, fine, I'll do it myself. Taking over here for the Vil to get them back over the line. And welcome back, our collegiate friends, to all too familiar territory. God, how many rounds have they played in the last 5 hours? Indescribable. The 5th of 6 straight maps in which they play at least 24 rounds.
That's disgusting.
That's
truly
torture.
Disgusting. That feels like torture.
But none of us can ever complain about parity in this league again. If I hear any of y'all being like, there's too big of a skill gap. But also, if you're like, holy MU throw, if Jackpot wins this, shut up.
Open your eyes. This is Choles over in top mid. Gonna be able to take down just back down to square one.
Moment for moment.
Yet another person over towards top mid. They actually have full line of sight here. This is an opportunity here for Twigs. And nobody else from the Vil really making any ground right now. You do have the Cypher, but again, eventually should be walking into Twigs.
Yeah, it's got to be Shondex on a lurk insert. Ooh. Get away with the 1, so now you can pressure the B pinch. B is inevitable from here, knowing that Cypher is alone and knowing that you have the lack of smokes to set up from Jackpot for the retake. When you set up shop on B, you're golden. God, and Shondex catching these rotations before they even fully commit to it. Giza has this so red, dude. This is stunning attack round from them. They just got to finalize. So you are walking into Aqua.
He's watching over with the cam. He's going to spot out Shondex. Here we go. Aqua has been so steady as a pillar. Wow. He's on a bit of pressure, but there goes the first crack. A little bit more pressure for him to take on. Aqua. Around the corner, 25 seconds left. Still no plant. Listening for it. Trapwire and goes. Oh! Yes, sir! Aqua keeping his team in front again. And the Neuro Theft has his opponent perfectly in his line of sight. Aqua knocks them all down.
Kept in a crib like a little baby. And he still gets 4. Unbelievable! Has to check drop just in case they've made it up there too. They have no idea how much distance the Vil has made, and yet, second he gets tuned into the fact that he's alone, ISO'd, 5 inches of breathing room. He just waits for the dry double. Nothing left in the tank. No Storm Surge, no Saturate, no nothing. You drain the well, you get the kills, you make it work. And another golden opportunity to take this series all the way to the top 8.
Got to be kidding me. You have to be kidding me. Shondex has to be shaking his monitor. Almost 30 kills again. And Aqua has to be frustrated too after such a stellar round. Heyode shuts him out. back to square one. Jackpot now with full control over towards top mid. The Vil tucking their tail in the back of B. Not many chances here for these attackers to get a clean angle. And Ainge instead lines them up. 2 kills immediately. We are looking for more OT.
Yes, more of this, please.
Yes, more.
Keep going.
Yes, please. It's fantastic.
Splitting up the stacks again. Jackpot, we're waiting for the reset so they can find a proxy weak site. Swings are just so committal until you're absolutely sure. You can't go for the pivot.
The team is in this lobby, or is in this little shut-off area. They are back into sight. But both of these players were playing so close.
Oh my
30
god.
seconds left.
No way they're going for the full-blown rotation through mid,
And
top.
totally
and the door has
works.
already been dropped just as they rotate over to A. This is genius!
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Dude, if there is a way to pocket pick a map that's only been out for, what, a month and a half, just go ahead.
Still a 2v4 at the end of the day.
Left.
Job's not finished. Where do you go from here? Twigs has almost no time to reset and no flashes left. It's once again got to be dry fights. And the silent drop attempt from Chillin. Trying to take the high ground in case anybody zips, but no, everybody's coming from Lincoln flank.
Shock! Twigs is there!
One enemy
Ends up
remaining.
taking down 2, and there's only 1 left. It's all on Sean Dex. Sean Dex. He's holding on to such a glorified stat line, but the glory goes to Jackpot. Jackpot has done it. They've taken down the Vil, and they move on in playoff.
You don't hit the jackpot hits you. Taking it all the way to 14-12 to finish things off. Aggression, 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 aggression. Nobody is scared to fight. Nobody is scared of winning against these multifaceted, super experienced players that just beat Nightblood Gaming. I cannot believe it, man. What an upset. What a series. What a tournament. Oh, my God.
This team just
that
beat
was
Nightblood.
sick. Double 4Ks, by the way, to round that out. Shout out Twigs. That last bullet on the spray transfer for the second swing, that should not have happened, dude. That was ridiculous.
Oh, man. Oh, man. My goats are washed. My goats are washed. No. No. Oh, man. This is unreal. This is unreal. Yeah, man. I might as well retire now. These kids got it. Y'all got it.
Yeah,
Y'all
the kids are all right, bro. The kids are
all right.
so all right. And shout out Krusty for keeping these guys in check and in line. So many times where you saw they were trying to get past that red tape so often, understanding the boundaries, but trying to break them at the same time. And Krusty says, no, play by your rules, but still don't be rule breakers. And Jackpot, they return to form, they continue to play their way, and they continue to look so goddamn good doing it. You got a top 8 team that just got relegated out of Challengers promo not 2 months ago. And they just beat the 4th place team from last stage of Challengers. This is easily the most illustrious, biggest, greatest victory that this team has ever experienced. And we're not even close to done with the tournament. You are not close to seeing the end of this Jackpot squad. I am so excited and in awe of this team for just making it work every single time, through and through.
I mean, this weekend could end right now for Jackpot, and this is everything. Wind in their sails to get back online and to take over once again. Good for them. They can try again and again and again. They should always be welcome with a performance like this, because the one thing that could easily catch for these players is just momentum, is just confidence, is just individuality, and we just did not see that until it was absolutely necessary. I love the fact that these players had the objective in mind at all times throughout this series. And again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a competition. You expect these things to happen. But we're talking about Maryville University. Maryville University is one of the first programs in the entirety of esports to take a collegiate esports program basically to professional.
Yeah.
So we're talking about a very structured team, a team that practices with each other
A true
physically
engine.
all the time. And again, ladies and gentlemen, it's Jackpot that breaks them down. It is Jackpot that is able to pull off the upset, to say the least. Upset, yes?
Yeah, definitely upset by every metric, every sense of the word. A Jackpot, again, yeah, this is definitely the most important victory of their relatively short tenure as a team so far. Yeah, I mean, for any of these players, I don't think they've had a better victory than this individually either.
But at the end of the day, again, it is a great best in terms of just the difficulty of the game itself. Fantastic. For the rest of this land, it's anyone's game.
100%.
At this point, I can't. There's no.
It's so
way.
tough to find a standout, but I would have to hand it to the captain at the end of the day, who's able to keep these guys in line. It's Aqua. First contact, first flash, first whatever you need him to be, he is going to be there, and he's going to do his job. As that Senti in the very last map here on Summit, he proved that he could be as singular as Shondex without having to be as mobile. He kind of just stood his ground and tore it up a lot of the time. Did a beautiful job on it. First contact on Lotus, as that chamber was also really solid when he had that scope in hand. Obviously, Split has some notes to do, but even on that Sky, we saw him trying to constantly enable the rest of his team from that distance that he was still constantly trying to re-clear and make up. You always saw the initiative in the best way coming from Aqua, and that's what exemplifies the rest of Jackpot 2, running it down the right way. It is truly beautiful, truly North American Valorant.
Truly North American Valorant, for you to take an agent that is just meant for you to stay in one place and end up moving with it. Incredible, incredible stuff. Now, yeah, Aqua, for me at the bare minimum, he ended up coming into his own a little bit more into the third map. The first map was where we ended up getting to see him a little bit looser, but you could tell that he was focusing a little bit more on the comps, focusing a little bit more of that team organization. Yeah. But when it was down for him on the defense, only so many factors for him to control, he ended up sprouting up again. Good for him. But this will be the only time, ladies and gentlemen, that you see somebody get 60 kills and then not get an MVP.
Dude, yeah, I mean, you can't not talk about Shondex after a series performance like that. Just constantly a thorn in the sides of Jackpot players, always able to get a multi-kill, seemingly so effortlessly. It really is astounding how he just was able to walk in, read the room, and understand exactly what needed to be targeted at what point. You saw so many of these other Jackpot players even playing for objectives. You saw Shondex playing for the kills, playing for the right fight first, playing like Jackpot doesn't want the Vil to play, and it led to some great punishes, insane lurks and inserts, and some really solid, smart, cerebral plays coming from such an experienced player.
Yeah, and it wasn't 60. It was 60 between the two maps. In between the two maps that he did the best on throughout the entire series, 85 kills from Shondex. He's not done for the weekend.
85 in 3
He
maps.
will be down in the lower bracket with the rest of Maryville, but we also have in the lower bracket, ladies and gentlemen, Nightblood Gaming, and also now Division 1.
Yeah.
Division 1 versus Nightblood is the next lower round game. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a lined up game
we
for
do.
us here.
Aura versus Earn Your Medal, waiting in the wings in round 1 of the lower bracket, which will be the last round that we'll be covering here on stream. We'll be playing through 2 more rounds of the lower bracket here after the fact on stream, so make sure to keep up with the Funhaver bracket on funhaver.gg as we go on, but we do still have one more series for y'all.
We'll bring as many updates
yeah,
as
of course.
we can.
Oh yeah, we'll keep y'all posted on everything we can, but for now, we're going to take a quick minute, set up our next matchup, our final of the day here on stream. It'll be Aura versus Earn Your Medal for the elimination match in round 1 of lowers. We'll see you in a moment.
One down. One enemy remaining. I have the spike. Last player standing. Poison's off. enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
My ultimate.
One enemy. My ultimate is ready. One enemy. Last player standing. Spike planted. See? Slow. I'm out of here. Spike down. Hey. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Player standing. Last player standing. Player standing. Dapping. Last player standing. Spike. We found one. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. You had your fun. Flawless. One down. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
Hi guys, I'm here with Jinwoo and Console from Ori Esports. Welcome guys to the Wild West land. So I want to start by asking off what is the name of the series, which is what's your why? What motivates you to continue to get better and want to do more in this game?
I guess for me, the best part of playing this game is competing, and I've been competing for about a year now, and I started off just playing with friends, but as I got like better and better, I wanted to find teams that I feel like were more competitive, wanted to go further, and I feel like I've really found my like path with this team. I feel like it's the best team I've ever been on, and it's a team that's like pushed me to continue improving, as I feel like usually I'm one of the weaker players on this team, and I've been like really coming to my own in this LAN. So yeah, it's been really fun.
For me, I've also been competing for on the rate a year, but what I really want to do is I want to go pro. I want to make it to tier 1 and compete in the highest scene. I've already made tier 2, and I've like had the opportunity to like interview with them and also like play a couple games. So I'm using this LAN to like also like just get my name out there again and just be able to make it.
I want to talk a little more about your time on Rose, because it was a little bit of a temporary string. I know things were kind of still in transition with the team, so it wasn't a full-blown setting like this one, but it was still a tier 2 setting, a fully fledged one. How would you say the dynamic for games with that level of consequence differ from something like this LAN where the pressure's kind of off?
Honestly, I'm not too nervous about any of these games right now. At least I've been pretty nervous about like going into the VCL games. Like my heart was pounding and just like the nerves, like the jitters. So like playing in a game where like it's on mainstream for like thousands of people, of course I'm gonna be nervous, and like I was able to find my footing, and hopefully I find my footing here because I've been starting off kind of shaky here. So hopefully like with more time on like these computers and like just like the scene, then I think I'll be able to adjust.
Yeah. Well, Khan, I want to ask you a kind of similar question, because your come up has been at about the same pace as Jinwoo's. You've been, grinding in that tier 2.5, and like you said, you've had really standout performance so far at this LAN. How would you say developing and learning how to get to that mechanical next level has been for you? Because there's Immortal, and then there's Radiant, and then there's you guys, and then there is that higher up place that you are. That you said to yourself, you're like inches away from getting to.
Yeah, I guess. So we had this series against Nightblood where we won, but I had pretty bad, and then we lost out in that event, and that's sort of where I had like that sort of reality check where I need to get better. I can't be like the weak link of the team holding back, and I started really locking in on training mechanics, asking all the like tier 1, tier 2 connections I have for their advice, asking them to VOD review me, getting some coaching. Just locking in on myself, and I think it's been really good enough.
Well, I think with this team, it's been really incredible to watch y'all's dynamic. I know that it's still a little bit newer, so the communication is still something that I know y'all are working on, but so far it's sounded really good. I always love a team that has the Jinwoo Go Kill ideology. It's been very fun watching that, but seeing you and Demi, who for y'all is also in the room, kind of facilitate that creates a really interesting pace to watch. And I mean, I've been watching Demi for a hot minute, and I've been watching you as long as I can. Yeah. So I want to ask you specifically, Khan, how it feels to get to really understand these teammates that you're with and know how you can set them up to be their best.
Yeah, I mean, I think we know that when we're all playing at our best and we're all comfortable, we will actually just be better than so many teams that you wouldn't expect. Like when we beat Nightblood, that sort of gave us that like go ahead. Like we are better than a lot of teams that people, they underestimate us. Just have each other's back. We all trust each other. We all know that we're good individually. So once we play together and we're like having fun, we'll win out.
Yeah, I mean that confidence is shown for you, Jinwoo, on this duelist role. Obviously, being the primary, there is a bigger risk factor. So I can understand why you would think that maybe you've had those struggle games before. Yeah. But there is a level of responsibility when it comes to being the first to go. So when with this kind of new responsibility that you've taken where sometimes you just have to throw yourself at the problem, how do you mentally recover from those rounds where the numbers aren't necessarily reflecting your impact?
Honestly, I don't really care about like my stats too much. My entire purpose is just like go in and make space, and hopefully my team is like there with me, like scaling with me, and that's kind of what we need to work on as well. Like I just want people to be able to like be in a position where they can be able to like get impact from where I am. Yeah. And I just want them to be able to just like frag out instead of like, even if I'm not fragging out and I'm making the space, I think I'm doing my job. And they also know that. So they're not too worried about like my like VLR stats or just like statistics in general, as long as like we win the game with like how I'm playing. So I think like yeah, just like them being with me will help me a lot, and I just want them to be able to like scale with me better as well.
You know, I haven't seen a single soul check VLR so far this LAN, and I think that is for the best. Wait until after it's all done. Well, I want to know for Aura Esports as a whole, 2027 on the horizon, off-season has a good amount of time with it. You guys got plenty of time to develop, figure out your identity, figure out where you're going to stand. Is there a goal that you guys have already set? Is there something that you want to set maybe after the LAN? What's the vision for the rest of this year for you guys and the team as a whole?
We'll see. Like we'll see how we do in the LAN, and let's see how far we get. And depending on how far we get, we'll see if like we go further into wanting to compete in cups together and just like wanting to make like like an international if possible. But we have to like first off start here and see how we compete in this fun ever. And yeah, that's how we'll start.
Of course, yeah. We gonna vibe out and then check it. It's so exciting to watch you guys. I cannot wait to see you play in the tournament, and best of luck to y'all.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's my mansion wood.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate. Easy.
One enemy. My ultimate is ready. One enemy. Last player standing. Spike planted. Team. Too slow. I'm out of here. Spike down. Hey. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Player standing. Smoking. Last player standing. Player standing. Daphne. Last player standing. Spike. We found one. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Gotcha, fun. What a way. Flawless. One down. One enemy. One enemy remaining. I have the spike. Last player standing. One. Poison's off. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Cage trigger.
Last player.
Fires.
Dodge it down.
Spike down. B. One enemy remaining. Spike down. enemy remaining.
Too slow.
Slammer.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate. Easy.
One enemy. My ultimate is ready. One enemy. Last player standing. Spike planted. Team. Too slow. I'm out of here. Spike down. Hey. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Clutch. Player standing. Smoking. Last player standing.
Experiment.
Player standing. Deafening. Last player standing. Spike. We found one. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. You had your fun. What a way. Flawless. One down. One enemy. One enemy remaining. I have the spike. Last player standing. One. Poison's off. Doing a bit. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Cage trigger.
Last player.
Fires.
Target down.
Spike down. B.
To the deep.
One enemy remaining. Spike down. Face your fear.
Die.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Ultimate is ready.
One enemy remaining.
Buried.
Spike down. One enemy remaining.
Too slow.
Slammer.
One enemy remaining.
Easy.
One enemy. My ultimate is ready. One enemy. Last player standing. Spike planted. Team. Too slow. I'm out of here. Spike down. A. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Player standing. Smoking. Last player standing.
Experiment.
Player standing. Deafening. Last player standing. Spike. We found one. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. You had your fun. What a way. Flawless. One down. One enemy. One enemy remaining. I have the spike. Last player standing. One. Poison's off. Doing it. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Cage trigger.
Last player.
Fires.
Stop it down.
Spike down. B.
To the deep.
Enemy.
One enemy remaining. Spike down. Face your fear.
Die.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Ultimate is ready.
One enemy remaining.
Buried.
Spike down. One enemy remaining.
Too slow.
Slammer.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate. Easy.
One enemy. My ultimate is ready. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Player standing. Smoking. Last player standing.
Experiment.
Player standing. Daphne. Last player standing. Spike. We found one. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. You had your fun. What a way. Flawless. One down. One enemy. One enemy remaining. I have the slash. Last player standing. One. Poison's off. Doing a thing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Cage triggered.
Last player.
Fires.
Stop it down.
Spike down B. Enemy. One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Die.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Ultimate is ready.
One enemy remaining.
Buried.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Too slow.
Slam.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate. Easy.
One enemy. My ultimate is ready. One enemy. Last player standing. Spike planted. D. Too slow. I'm out of here. Spike down. Hey.
What's up, team? What's up, squad? Welcome on back to LAN. Welcome on back to Miami. My name is Upmine, joined here by Tenric, joined by Henry once again. We got a little bit of a break. We got to take in a little bit more of the vibes, and it seems like the players, too, they are starting to really settle into this tournament. The emotions are starting to spread a little bit. The players who are in lowers right now are starting to feel that nervousness. The players who have made it through the bracket right now, they're feeling pure relief. Had one single conversation, he's just like, I'm just happy at this point that I don't have to play more lowers.
For sure.
But ladies and gentlemen, this is yet another match for us, and we're going to be going down to the lower bracket. Aura versus Earn Your Medal, and we're going to start off with Earn Your Medal on our screens once again. For those that might have tuned in last night, we actually did have a singular best of 3 for us to cast it. Shout-outs to our community caster. Shout-outs to our local caster, Avery, that joined us for that one. And he introduced us very well to this Earn Your Medal team.
Yeah, absolutely. An FIU core of Dancing Dino, Flash, and Snowing that's been running it up for a while, and they called in Surge and Sherb specifically because they felt that they fit what this team is all about, and that's absolutely true from what we've seen. Faced off against Team Evictix, one of the big favorites coming into this tournament, had a really solid performance coming from them. I'm excited to see how they take on this lower bracket. All but 4 teams are left in that losers at this point. It is really getting narrowed down, and everyone is starting to play for their life.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we also have Aura Esports on the other side. Now, you need to introduce me a little bit more because from what I know, I got Bowie, I got Demi, I got Jinwoo. But give me a little bit of their development going into this tournament.
Yeah, man. I mean, Demi's been in the scene in 2.5 for a while now. He's played on a couple promo reload teams. Jinwoo actually did get a stint in Challengers briefly with Rose earlier this season. That team was still kind of a roster in transition, though, so he didn't really get to show out the way that he normally does. And Bowie on the Duelist has also had some really standout performances in 2.5 games before, been running up a lot of these qualifiers for the Funhaver land. Ghost and Console are 2 newer players to the squad, but they've also been running up 2.5 for a pretty hot minute now, a couple months at this point. And they've had some fantastic performances. Console in particular has really been rising through the ranks a lot these past couple months, and I think that performance that has gotten him there is really showing in LAN today.
Yeah, and at least from what I've seen from these 2 teams, it's been they've been happy. They've been satisfied with how they've done so far.
Yeah.
Would you say the exact same? I mean, they've made it to this point. There's pretty similar ranks right near them. But do they have objectives of making it farther?
I think
realistic
at this point,
expectations.
At this point, I think top 16 is definitely something they can be proud of. It was about the point that we expected them to hit seeding-wise in both of their groups. Aura, and Earn Your Medal both got like 4th, 5th place in their seeding, so enough to get through, but still kind of below these other stronger teams. Waiting to see if they're able to kind of pick up off of where they left off yesterday and show out against this squad. And we're going to the very same 3 maps in the very same order that we just saw between the Vil and Jackpot. Starting off on Lotus. Oh, we're taking it to Ascent and then Haven. Excuse me, I'm wrong. We got different maps here.
Oh, we did.
Great.
Yeah,
Okay, cool. That's cool.
changed.
Great.
All right, cool.
So it's different stuff. But we are starting on Lotus again, as Aura has picked out, and with the hyper aggression that they're very comfortable using, Jinwoo on this super powerful, very mobile Duelist is going to show some strong results.
Yeah. From what I was able to catch yesterday, first and foremost, Dancing Dino. What a head on a swivel. Like this dude plants himself in a spot, and he turns into a turret. Amazing stuff. But in general, you ended up seeing a little bit of, I guess you could say too many hero
Some hero
plays.
moments, yeah, for sure. A little bit of relying on those hero moments, those multi-kills.
It's almost too much. I guess you could say relying, but it's allowing it,
okay.
basically.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, it's not exactly like they're not punishing it. They're not talking to each other, being like, "Yo, don't do that." It's it's a little bit more. It's just a mystery, basically, what we're going to be seeing in this next matchup. I'm excited to see if, of course, those pop-off moments actually do come to fruition. But I just don't want this game to feel flat, because we're having initial contacts just get broken up because of a white swing.
Well,
because of a bad defensive white swing.
That's what'll make this first half from EYM, which they'll be picking on Lotus, so important. I want to see what kind of pace they want to set against a team that they don't necessarily have as well studied as Evictix do. When it comes to the Evictix players that we saw yesterday, you have hours and hours of film to study in prime condition for any of those individual players. For this team, you got those pugs, you got those qualifiers, you have whatever experience you have against these players in ranked lobbies, and you have that to carry you as far as you can go. Other than that, you're kind of looking around with no information coming into this series. So it's going to be a lot of testing the waters, seeing what these players can get away with, where the skill ceiling exactly lies when it comes to this matchup, because that's super up in the air, I think.
If you were to pick one map where these 2 teams are going to be the most competitive on, what are we going to see? Which one?
It's tough to say. I do think Haven is probably where we'll see both teams be at their absolute peak. Because Ascent, I feel like Aura might definitely struggle with finding their footing, finding spacing. But on the other side of that, I do think they're going to take advantage of how good they are at that aggression and use that really well on this first map, Lotus. I think there's many reasons why they picked it. I think Console feels very comfortable on the enabling initiator for specifically this composition, and Jinwoo also feels super comfortable on the Neon on this map, among others. This composition is dangerous coming from Aura, and yeah, Console on this Fade has been super good at opening things up.
Okay, and Demi's still playing out on the Omen per
yes,
usual.
Sir. He's been playing.
Sure, playing the Omen per usual. Yeah, this is what you
Surge back on Clove again. Like we saw this before from him. He got super active on that Clove as well, really unafraid of just diving in because you were already so committal to where you were going to end up. Earn Your Medal could just use those smokes post-death just as effectively as pre. That being said, starting out on the defense here, you're going to have to be a bit more decisive about where you die if you're Surge and a bit more decisive about where you play if you're, well, everybody else.
At least for Aura Esports, they have the ultimate red card. They have Jinwoo, which is going to be perfect for both BXX, CXX. They're going to be heading into a completely uncontested A setup. You do see sort of where their utility lies whenever they do make an exit like this, similar to this. There's going to be a shear. Flash is going to have to go back with it. Nobody's going to get trapped with it. The Vice is still staying stuck up. Back over towards the Nectar. This is full 5-on-5. Earn Your Medal is taking way too much time to get themselves planted for this. We finally go. Surge finding a contact onto Jinwoo. Jinwoo still tapping away, still trying to find a little bit more. Everyone else from Aura still down on the ground. And so much time has already jumped off the clock. 15 seconds at the bare minimum. There goes all the frags. Earn Your Medal able to get 3 back. This is it from behind. That has to be Console. Console has an easy headshot, but Flash is going to be there. What a reaction for Flash. And this has to be the round. Snowy out in the open. And Earn Your Medal, able to scratch and claw back into sight.
It really didn't look doable there for a moment. The retake game, composition-wise, isn't as solid for Earn Your Medal, but starting out on this defensive side, you can tell they had an idea of what the tempo was going to be coming into this, what Aura was going to try to set. Only a matter of time before they try to go for that drop swing and see if they can out-pinch the pinchers, but Earn Your Medal has too much space to work with, too little that they have to look at on the opening, and they get their picks off. Couple crucial misses coming from these Aura players on the pistols. That means absolutely everything, but it doesn't mean that they're going to give fully up here. Jinwoo with this hero shotgun on the adaptive armor. They're going to try and let him fly free on what looks to be an attempt at a confined speed take, but you know that Earn Your Medal is ready for that immediacy with what kind of player Jinwoo is, and he'll manage to slide past with the adaptive armor and manage to get one at least on the way in. It's meant to be the doorbuster, and it'll work. Demi TPing into that smoke to gain that extra space, and the B site's been taken into a 2v2.
Yeah, hard to say if that patience kind of worked out for them. Yes, he was able to get 2 kills there, but all of that ground he gained, so many more of his teammates going down. We're back down to a 2-on-2, though. Jinwoo getting shocked that this man, this player, of all of his teammates, are still alive. Console is not going to have any utility for a very decent while. Snowing, however, is going to be in a prime position for that piece of util.
Here.
They spot the back and Flash. He's able to take him away, and surely they expect a man over in heaven. And again, way too many bullets to end up taking him away. Earn Your Medal, still survive with 2 players. They put a lot into that round.
Super close at that point for EYM, but they will manage to make it work. Gotta respect the effort from Aura, and that's not the last you're gonna see of that kind of reliance on Jinwoo's ability to just get in and make space. As he spoke before, he's trying to be as selfless as he can so the rest of the team can perform, and if he happens to get kills along the way, so be it. Now on the bonus round, we'll see how they adjust. Let's listen in.
Solo work A. All right, we're gonna play for C space. We're gonna try to break Soccer util, but just get ready for the trap and be able to get out. Okay.
They have outlaw.
Yeah, they have it outlaw. Let's go on that. They smoke close on. They're gonna throw a one-way, right? I will smoke. Actually, yeah, I will smoke close on us.
And I'll dog through. I'm walking up to the corner, waiting for your spot.
And I'll fight with it. I'll fight with the dog.
Oh, I got fine with it.
Yo, there's a trip.
Back up, you're good.
There's a trip close.
Right.
Okay.
Can we take?
Breeze has outlaw.
Yep.
One. Back up. Good man.
I'm grabbing her.
Did they fight you Z or no?
No,
Yeah,
no,
okay.
it's
It's
just
only
Cypher.
Cypher. It's only Cypher.
Come back, okay? Just group A right now, group A right now, group A right pop right now.
Yeah.
Raise it or not low? He might be on the line now.
Alright, understood. Grouping in now.
A little bit late. Nice.
Nice.
Finish speed.
I'm double molly stairs.
Audio.
Come on. Alright, I'm fucking stairs, Jen. Good.
Looking back side. Okay,
Could be
guys.
tree.
Yeah, they could be outside.
Only heaven. Hold my tree.
Yeah. I'm body tree, Brian. Ready?
Only
3,
heaven,
2, 1. Nothing.
Laying open.
Nice. Is Breakable open or no?
No, I don't think so.
No. I'm doubling with Jen.
On box. Heaven. Can someone hold my drop?
Yeah, I got you, Joe.
Drop's good. Get a TP flank. I'm holding it actually.
Carry flank. Yeah, they're walls. Gonna clear drop. Okay.
Yep, go ahead.
Smoke flank.
I'm CT right now.
I have them.
Nice.
Cross the thorn. I'm looking drop now.
Come on, Could be out.
Good
Drop.
Nice! Let's get this shit started. I'll show you fucking 10 straight pussies.
Where's it gone?
Yeah, talk your shit, man. I mean, yeah. That is, if you're keeping 4 up at that point, grab the Outlaw back. Aura were able to call out just about everything that was set up there by Earn Your Medal from the beginning to the end of the round. Forcing out the Outlaw call nice and early, and then Jinwoo maintains that patience. That is a sick angle to be able to find that headshot. Really nicely done. Then Bowie founding this beautiful high ground off the blast pack as well. Just great micro adjustments to make sure that Earn Your Medal could not optimize in the slightest.
And now we're going back to Aura Esports. Respecting Earn Your Medal a little bit. Yes, they're going to be putting out so many bodies over towards A, but they have that back out option. They are trying to pick apart Earn Your Medal systematically here a little bit. I mean, they put out so much noise. They put out so much in the face at the very early part of this, and they just plant themselves.
Cage 3.
Set up for the pack fight. Waiting to see where Jinwoo can get active to at least be the pin cushion. No, they'll just have him insert. Nightfall into B, backing out through lane. Dancing Dino trying to fight from the stairs. That'll just allow the Neural Theft to come out here, give away these spots. The flash on the operator finds the pixel angle again to catch Bowie. And it's another interrupt, but Surge getting too antsy and Demi already up to the steps. Aura extending, but Icarus on this rat back now called. Console trying to manage that while Demi can handle the rest. He might just have to do it all. With Console on the verge of getting pinched, Snowing on the way back. It's gotta be an ace for Demi, and it won't be! Snowing takes it back and Earn Your Medals up to 3.
Got so difficult though. Aura Esports, they were scrambling that entire time in the middle of the site. Earn Your Medal, they were still making it very chaotic. I love the anchor back over towards the mid area, but again, he got absolutely exposed. Couldn't do anything about it. Icarus yesterday was great on defense, but finally propping up a little bit in terms of the retake. But man, again, you just can't take anything away from either team on that attempt. Both teams were caught in some very awkward situations and still able to make something out of it.
Yeah, really impressive recovery. Continuing to come to Earn Your Medal. Still scraping through, but this was the buster. Aura forced to a pretty much completely economic reset. Great haunt immediately there as well from Dino.
So they just leave this A space without any pressure whatsoever. They still have 50 men. But back of sight, still waiting for this pressure, and there you go. They have the answer. It was a showstopper, but Dancing Dino is going to end up getting the kill, and not the showstopper. There goes Surge from above. Still cleaning up, and Earn Your Medal still with an advantage, and continuing to surge forward is Surge with yet another frag. Reviving now for a 3v1. Let's see what Ghost can do about this. Ghost, the first. A little bit of time to work with too. Paranoia on him. He's stuck over in tree. Snowing knows it. Snowing. Not peeking out just yet. This allows time for Ghost. Ghost, can he isolate a one-on-one? For now, yes he can. 45 seconds left. Snowing is still tucked in the very back pit, but 38 seconds left. Ghost still not being spotted. He's thinking about the plans, but easily in the pit with Snowing. And Snowing was way wider too than Ghost would have expected. That's going to be 4-1. What a start.
Not necessarily an overcook, but an overindulgence for Aura when it came to entering the site. I mean, you could see it on your screen, the amount of utility that they were using compared to Earn Your Medal, despite the personnel just being there, was so immense that the A-take was just miles weaker. Surge, it's another multi-kill to let Earn Your Medal have an easy passage to another round. 4-1 now, and this momentum really starting to build. The eco gone now, though, and Aura having their best shot yet at being able to take a round on is supposedly their side. I mean, Earn Your Medal chose this site for a reason, clearly. They feel really confident on the defense.
We slow all the way down. Confidence from Aura. Surely showed in that last round, but getting completely nipped. Now this is all Earn Your Medal. I mean, yeah, some of these initial holds just not going well, but every time they've attempted a retake, it's gone so smoothly.
Jinwoo's distracting at the moment, and the Prowler is going to help with that, actually.
A lot of other noise, though. It's keeping these defenders here. It's 3 defenders still holding on for Jinwoo.
He's trying to keep him here. The thing is, Aura doesn't know that they're keeping 3 on A, so they still have to play this piecemeal.
And they don't know it's 3. They think it's going to be cover 2.
Yeah.
They still make their approach anyways. There goes the Demi dancing. Dynamo's going to have to back out the approach. Technically fully for Aura, but they're going to back on out. They're going to go back into A, and it works out for Jinwoo and Bowie. Both collecting frags on their way in, and Earn Your Medal. They had surrounded this site pretty quickly. Aura Esports, this whole walkout, I mean, even if one of their players ends up going down, was still more than worth it. They would beat us a man advantage. 2 players here for Earn Your Medal, trying to bounce in a couple of bullets. There goes Icarus with a headshot. A lot more work to do, 3v2.
Last player standing.
And as Icarus will get felled, it's down to Snowing, who has to use the cage even just to get through the courtyard. He's going to try and challenge Jinwoo first on the extension from Rubble and can't manage to get that, so it'll be 3 for Jinwoo. And Aura can get their second on the board. Gotta say, it's a crying shame that Earn Your Medal wasn't able to pick up that one either, because Flash with that shotgun was in the perfect spot for Blue. It's just that slide from Jinwoo means everything to throwing him off kilter. Just the slightest bit. And that's that second attacking round and a potential to actually get this ball rolling. No overdrive, but now once again a gun in hand. One that can one-shot any member of the team. And yet Surge still choosing to go for that adaptive armor on top of the Bandit just because he knows he can be that independent with the pick-me-up.
Such a weird spot, Jinwoo. He's still trying to take as much attention as possible. But nobody from Earn Your Medal is giving it to him. They almost want this team to go over. 4 players tucking into the back of this site with 0 response. Or Esports. I mean, surely they have the setup for the rest of the round. They have a split potentially going into B. They could easily take over C. Earn Your Medal. They're putting a whole lot of responsibility on 2 individuals.
Yeah, pick of the litter in this anti-eco. There's a lot of ways you can hyperextend. Slide with the showstopper means you can choose any channel, take it down. Icarus managing to avoid all of that spray, then the C's into the paint shells, manages to avoid all of that too, but finally, they managed to nail down Icarus's body, knowing it was still there, and that'll be the C side for Aura.
Cover going out.
Barely
30 seconds left.
Already got cut off over towards A. Jinwoo doing the exact same on the Snowing. Oh, my sweet. Goodness gracious. Jinwoo. Tough, hate to see it. Would be real interesting, though, if Flash still ends up converging here. I mean, they have all of the exit angles. So, could they just farm exits? Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Surge. And a beautiful spot. Flash, he didn't even go for the gun. That's disrespectful. Mad disrespectful. It was so prime for y'all. Like, dude, Aura Esports, they've only won 2 rounds. And they won them barely. Like, they had to scratch and claw. They had only 2 players remaining. 3 players.
Yeah.
Some of them. So their eco is at least affected.
For sure.
Yeah, no, I'm not overthinking this. I think that would have legitimately been a little bit better. But even then, we have to focus on the gun rounds, right? The actual important rounds, the rounds that will end up winning you the whole dang thing. 4-3 at the moment. Aura Esports regrouping at the moment as they have depended way too much right now on Jinwoo to kind of, you know, dictate the entire map flow. Earn your medal, or excuse me, or esports. Again, do they exactly need to change? Let's see what happens. Again, over towards using that neon as the spear. With this double wall, it's just going to be a red carpet. This is beautiful here for Aura Esports, but hold on a minute. Snowing. Taking out Bowie in the middle of the air. There's going to be 4 players remaining.
Launching thorns.
Again, letting Jinwoo just be that spear tip. Gets the safe plant, earn your medal. Still have that sniper, but the Steel Garden is placed so late. Surge still gets a kill before falling, but whoever's still stuck is easily dealt with, and so they have to make their eventual climb back, but now comes the pinch on the one. Ghost has to turn back onto this for the clutch up, and Flash has 2 blast packs to make the fight his, and even still, Ghost wins out the 1v1 to clutch us up and tie us up at 4.
Good, aren't I?
I mean, that was just pure relentlessness, right, from Aura Esports. You did have a little bit of an awkward interaction at the very beginning of the take, but it just didn't matter. They had more than enough map control going into it, and more than enough utility, at least to make things a little bit annoying. Good stuff from Aura Esports, though. Every single person dedicated to fighting those choke points. It's always going to be awkward if you're earn your medal and you're peeking in at slightly different timings for that.
I will find them.
Good stuff.
Here.
Good stuff. 4-4, earn your medal. This is definitely the most awkward way for you to lose out on your eco, because they look so confident in the rounds they won. And the rounds they lost, heavily contested.
So it's still got to be decisive. It's still got to be the bigger number for the better team. Lorna already catching to start. Get that first blood out of the way. And a 4-stack from EYM. Try to respond, another eco. Don't think we'll find a button here for them with an open sight. Likely another attempt to play for exits. You wonder, with Aura finding the formula here, how Earn Your Medal is going to end up attacking this team. Because with the double smokes, you have a lot of opportunities to go for bluffs, fake outs. Like, you can do a lot of constructing, but the fights are just so well facilitated by Aura. The Vines here stopping Flash on the showstopper even. He's got to make that choice. And yeah, Console is reading that like a book. He's just sticking around, grabbing whatever he wants to. Nice ding. Snowing? Okay. Oh my god! What?
There's still one more chance.
1 HP!
1-on-1.
Oh! It's close again, though, isn't it? It's ridiculous how that hero moment once again brings EYM inches away from being able to swipe that round back.
Almost every single time. Again, this time it's snowing. The
That's
next
got you got to replay that, bro. That was ridiculous.
The next time it's going to be Dancing Dino. The next time it's going to be Icarus. So again, good that Earn Your Medal has that sort of potential, I guess. But that's scary. Ooh, that's scary.
Yeah, knowing any one of those guys can just whip that out anytime.
I don't like it.
Not even like when they feel like it. It's like getting struck by lightning.
Yeah.
Like
it just happens.
You're not. Yeah, it just happens to you.
Yeah.
These guys aren't asking to suddenly become gods of the game mid-round. It just happens on them.
Good for them. Good for them. No practice whatsoever. No scrimming. It's all pure luck.
They're just god touched.
Didn't even play the
Oh
game.
my god, Demi.
Was that a stretch or was that?
I don't think he was just stretching. But the timeout called by Earn Your Medal for a reason. Flash trying to talk everybody through things. Figure out how you can make it so not only are you able to win rounds out, but you have more conditions to work off of other than someone like Khan or Flash or Surge or Snowing.
What's the lore you think behind
God,
that?
that's insane. He swings onto the jumper and then pulls out the classic. That's so dumb.
Muy bien.
And they're going to put Flash on the scope anyway. They had Snowy marshalling, and now they're having Flash upping after his outlaw got called out by Jimmy early on. They have a babysat on C now, too.
Yeah, no, interesting. It's not exactly in a horrible spot, but it's not going to take on any sort of action early on or esports tempting A. It just it does cause a little bit of a response.
They have to have already read that this raise op is C, right? Because no paint shell, no boombot, like nothing for the courtyard. It's got to be obvious.
Would they know that it's an op?
I'm out of here.
I assume if he's not launching anything, yeah. At least be prepped for it, you know?
Thorn's coming in, but Flash. Always been here on scene, waiting for his opportunity. Jinwoo is going to pop in. He's going to, out of nowhere, find the Dixie that he was looking for. Jinwoo, once again, just continuing to chip away while he's in the back. And really risky to say the least from Jinwoo, but it could have led to so much extra for this team. Icarus being away. No way! It almost works out to an incredible double kill, but Ghost stays alive and ends up taking down Snowing.
He's sliding on you! He did me again! Oh my god!
Slide on me on you?
No, I mean, he's talking up Jinwoo for a reason. Man wrapped all the way back to back C and managed to catch the op first before anybody else on the team could get that snake into C. Sure, man, whatever you want to do, go for it. Outlaw and the Overdrive actively ready to impact this next round, which is such a weird buy coming from Earn Your Medal. Double rifle, triple sheriff, all half shields.
No C setup right now for Earn Your Medal either. They are fully investing into mid. They got a pistol in the hands of Blaze. It does lead to a single kill for now.
Just seeing if they can maybe get a straggler. No, it's not going to work. It's just so high risk. Yeah, Jinwoo's already a mile in.
Wow.
3 down.
Yeah. Give an inch, take a mile.
Bring them down.
This game completely changed once Aura Esports won a single round.
Yep, script totally flipped. Streak for streak. Aura are starting to extend the gap just as the attack half is starting to dwindle. And you have ults for days for this last round, dude. Like, you can sustain, you can push, you can hold off retakes, you can do whatever you want, whenever you want. This last round, if it is not 8-4, then you should be mad at Aura. Like, this is the easiest 8-4 ever.
This goes here.
With how replicable everything's been, with how unstoppable Jinwoo has been, and at least getting like he's not killed until he's in backside.
We haven't seen a different look from the defense other than the mid peak and raise.
Yep, that's like it.
Yeah, in terms of util, in terms of linear pressure, we just haven't seen it. Concrete pressure, haven't seen it. Let's see this. Okay. It's just for free. Okay, totally for free here for Aura Esports. No pressure coming in from Earn Your Medal, but let's see what the response is.
Face your fear!
Hold on to this second step. Nightfall coming in to break things open. Snowing's gonna be able to get one, make it a second, make it a third! There you go. All Earn Your Medal wanted was an A take. That was it. Yep.
One enemy remaining.
Ace for Snowing? No, of course not. That would be too cool. But I mean, on top of the Nightfall, Aura just kind of wuss out there for a moment, and now Console trying to pick up the pieces. Not dead yet available, and yeah, Console pressure from both sides. No shotties winning that back, so they will not end up taking that round after it's all said and done. It's insane. I mean, they were the ones Nightfall. You should be prepared for Jinwoo to die even that quickly, and yet they don't double swing that properly. They don't trade off of it well. Snowing gets 3 in just a couple seconds. That's 18 kills for the half for him. Unbelievable. We'll see how he adjusts on the attack now. And the Prowler walling them too. Like, they had time, they had space, they had everything. They're just not getting out.
It's a fun attempt there from Console. But yeah, at the end of the day, yeah, no, you needed your initiator to have the util coming out as you guys are peeking out. It just didn't happen. Earn Your Medal, they were not Earn Your Medal. Aura Esports, they went into that a little too quick, to say the very least. But this one is just quick enough, just fast enough. Very quickly picking out Snowing. Jinwoo was able to get his frag. Sheer is able to block off one. Can they just throw the spike over, please? Satchel's cool. And Icarus doesn't find anyone.
I mean, even with this Vice Util setup, if no one is here to get on top of it, then like, who cares? They have sight, they have space. You have 2 in the back. Like, this 4v5 is so doable for UIM.
Especially this headshot angle coming in the back. It's actually two. It's a two-man setup going into the back. There goes the paranoia. Flash is able to get two. Finally, here comes the Omen, and the Omen does strike back. Can they keep it at a 3-on-1? Is it a 2-on-2? It will go 2-on-2. Demi is completely known at this point. Nobody's watching the exits. That Surge was going to tuck in a little bit, but there goes Demi. 6-7's the score. Aura Esports. Stop. Put it down. No, stop.
I'm a little disappointed that didn't end up going Earn Your Medal's way because the vision there was so clean.
I thought you were very excited by the 6-7.
Fight from the back. What? Oh, no, that was, yeah. I mean, cool, I guess.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, funny number. But I wish he optimized those right clicks a little heavier. He again, got too in front of it. You have a couple extra seconds you can waste there. Just do it. I know you want to fight. You'll get to, I promise.
They don't even know where it went.
What? Demi. What?
Okay. Very interesting. Bowie wasn't able to call in any sort of ball. Plenty of guns right behind the team to cover that up. Just a bit of an awkward look.
Spike planted.
At least for now for Esports, they did put in so much pressure over towards A main. Not a single thing doing. That's just going to lead us to a completely even game. It's going to be 7-7. It's going to be 7-7. It's going to be 7-7. Jinwoo! I said! Oh my god. Okay.
Go.
Oh my god. 1v1 Jinwoo. Oh my sweet goodness. It's going to be 7-7. I told you.
It's going to be 7-7.
I told you, dude. I had no doubt. This entire time. No, yeah, for sure.
Jinwoo almost scaring them to death, quite literally. Well, Earn Your Medal. This is the moment, the opportunity they have to not only take back the bonus, but all of the momentum for this game. This is their, extra pick for a reason. This is their stronger side, as is most teams. Let's listen into how they handle it.
Are we 1-3-1?
Yeah, 1-3-1. I'm solo prodding Cieza if we're starting.
You want this next, Steven?
No, don't do it this round.
Shadows.
No, Raise side, and Omen smoke, and Fade off. Yeah.
One
Fade
C
is
with
D-Mac
Outlaw.
right now, guys, and Omen.
Heard C Outlaw, okay?
Heard.
I don't know who.
I'm
I'm gonna lay IC, okay?
Yep.
Eyeing now.
Go get it.
Bad eye. Do what? Wait, give us a rat smoke your search?
Yeah. Top B. I got wall. Move.
Okay, here. Wait, sure. He heard me running.
Yo, I'm down to go like repump C and then just.
Wait. Can you guys re-clear A? You
Yeah,
pump A and then
We talked
re-M
through.
B.
I don't see
They
anything
just
right
re-cleared front B.
Pump A
We took
and
trouble.
B. Pump A and B.
Outlaw could be through C, okay?
Let's make noise here. I'm gonna jump. You're at 3.
Alright, smoke barrier.
Up, down.
I look.
Wow.
Spike down.
I think
A.
DB is up, down. I can't lie.
Yeah, I'm running up C as well.
Last player standing.
Left Neon on C.
I have the flow.
I'll get up.
They left Neon on C line, Vaz, Fade B.
Yeah, it's devious up, down.
Well, you're hearing this setup for the future rounds coming from Earn Your Medal, but with a shutdown like that, Aura do have a really solid start to the setup. And I mean, guys, they chose this map for a reason. Surely they have a solid game plan coming into this defensive half to consistently stop things. With Earn Your Medal now looking to try to hit that C site with some extra power with the Rubble presence that Aura clearly wants to maintain. But it looks like Aura might have the read on that. They 4-stacked for the mound fight.
Is it even going to be a full mound fight? Just a little bit slower. See if the picks just come out from the extremities. That's exactly what's happening for now, but the push works out. Surge, can he still hold it back? Not for now, one-on-one potentially, but no! Console just clears it out. The 4-man exec off of mound ends up making it all the way into the back line. Earn Your Medal, they didn't look like they were dedicating to that at first, and then slowly the players started peeking out one by one to try to refight Aura Esports. Oh goodness, it just ends up being a head scratcher.
It really can appear so discouraging when Jinwoo dies that quickly, even if he's especially if he's popping the overdrive for that. With the ultimate burned, he gets zero value out of it. But the fact is, with the double slide you get from sliding and then overdriving and then sliding again, you have already gained your team the entirety of that mound space. The rest of the team feels more than comfortable enough just fighting their way through it, and they will commit that hard to a take like that. Do it beautifully. 7-9 now, and Aura continuing to puppy guard the right objective so far. Bowie holding down mound a second time, now in the neutral, and Jinwoo getting some free snipes in against the Eco.
Now there's no way that Earn Your Medal can even close to being confident in any of these approaches, anywhere they go. It's either Jinwoo or it's Jinwoo and friends with the arm right behind him.
Ew, Ghost! Shout out Zix.
I don't like that at all. Oh my goodness. That was disgusting. Love to see it. Surge now. Of course, just going to be the next victim. Let's move on.
Okay. Well, see, that's the thing about these guys is anybody can do it, and Surge loves the Bandit. But you have so many players, yeah, okay, that triple swing like that, impossible. 10-7 in the cards, already a hot streak hit up by Aura here post-bonus. And they're looking to take it and run for the hills now that they're on the side that, allegedly, by the looks of it, they're a little more comfortable on, honestly. It's crazy. Because Jinwoo is not finding that immediate mobility every round, and yet he feels so universally dangerous.
Right. And it's, again, it's just so awkward, again, because this is such a wide map. So you're kind of used to the ground that you're safe with. Like you said earlier, that Neon, he gains so much ground so quickly. Neon can be already so deep into a choke point, into a main, before you even know it. And at least for right now, we're seeing that effect in Jinwoo. But it's kind of the same with the Raze, but it's a little bit more telegraphed. You do need to get the satchels out. And, I mean, with the dash, it's a lot quieter, too. Flash around the corner. This Raze at this point has a little bit of a surprise. The showstopper is here potentially to spark Earn Your Medal into this round. But Demi already finding a kill onto Dancing Dino. Players here on site. Do they know it? Do they feel it?
Cover going out.
Still the Util covering up the C-main area. Earn Your Medal not committing to anything. There's still a player with Spike all the way back over in spawn, tempting A.
With the Rose set up on C site, but the sheer B, Earn Your Medal have to waste some extra time scoping out utility that isn't there. And if they do pivot B, oh, they are. The Sheer is going to stop this. They're completely cut off. Flash is alone, seized, and has no one to hit with the showstopper. And Aura doesn't have to move in until after this is expired.
All good for now, but it's just going to take so long. The positioning here for Earn Your Medal has to be good with the amount of space that they're being afforded. Oh my goodness, Icarus couldn't take advantage of the connector. There goes the showstopper, almost blowing up the entire team. But Icarus still alive, still dancing, marked, but he's fine. He has a one-on-one. I don't think he knows it. Console could just pop out of nowhere. Might have been a couple of bullets from Console. Let's see what happens. Yep, Console is spraying through, and Icarus just holds on to his angle. What a crossfire coming in from Earn Your Medal. Every angle covered to a T. Earn Your Medal fundamentally taking away the end of that round.
That's a great setup at the end of the day from Earn Your Medal, able to still make it work after getting through. And honestly, even if the Sheer stops them, Flash's showstopper wastes enough time so that they can't actually pile on top of that Sheer punish. It was a great idea coming from Ghost. It just couldn't fully coalesce. And not only that, Earn Your Medal, that was the only ultimate they used this round. They still got 4 left in the tank to try to take this back. Now with guns available as well, not just for this round, but the following too. Aura certainly still has their work cut out for it.
Bring them down.
So we'll start with a bit of a rubble fight. Surge is on his own here and tracking this down. How does he manage to find one out of that?
That was supposed to be so easy there for Aura Esports, but a singular smoke is what blows it up. Beautiful movement coming out of it, but there's still going to be the movement going in to see. Ghost has the coverage, but not going to be able to find anything. The Sheer goes up and covers himself instead. There goes the TP into the middle of the site. Paranoia spotted, but Icarus spots the forehead of Ghost, takes him away. Aura Esports down to 2 as Icarus continues to frag away. 1-man advantage here for Earn Your Medal. They plant themselves into the middle of sight. And Aura Esports, they are down simply to just 1. Icarus, always a great wanderer, basically, for this team. Does exactly that. He will cover a zone. He will be in the middle of the pack. And if he's forced to trade out, he is so sharp.
So the great thing about having a double smoke on attack as well on this map is that either Icarus or Surge can get active basically whenever they're allowed to, and still not necessarily worry about having or not having a machine ready to actually take over a site because you'll still have a smoker left over. especially if it's Clove dying on the place you're already planning on pushing, because then it's basically the same thing anyway. But a lot of great stall work done, and a great adjustment to the shear. Icarus getting in nice and quick and mobile, covering all of those interception angles so the rest of Earn Your Medal can get in easier. Speed running the rest of that round, but Aura, they still have that economic buildup. They can still hold it down here. 2 more ults to burn through on EYM's side, and the overdrive from Jinwoo is going to find the first of those.
Continuing to go down the defense, continuing to stop Bard and Jinwoo. Even more frags. Aura switches up the pace completely. Earn Your Medal. Maybe getting a little bit too comfortable in Aura Esports. They just shut them out in their own spawn.
Yeah, 3 of them dead, like behind where they spawn. They had to fully back away and hand the space over. Jinwoo just feeling completely invincible on that drive down with the ultimate, and now you still have that cycle back ready for Aura as well. That Nightfall ready to engage for the potential retake game, but it really doesn't seem like Aura wants to do a lot of retaking. They want to beat Earn Your Medal at their own game. Still just got to do it twice more. Guns still available for EYM, not dead yet, also free, so that sustain when they set up shop is available. Showstopper out, but Jinwoo's already caught the first wings onto the second. Cage up is bad for Earn Your Medal because it obfuscates them. Jinwoo committing to the push. The Nightfall as well. Aura want to go for this, it seems, but no one is diving in, no one's chomping at it. They're just going to deafen. Oh, and then go for the wrap. They're forced to watch all of these spawn peaks, and Surge is doubled up on. Forces the double swing out with Dancing Dino, and then Surge is the one that gets the 3K out of that. Aura just might fumble this bag.
Yeah, 100%, 1000%. It's obvious. It's just obvious. I don't really need to say too much of what happened this round. Let's just move on. 3v2. Abui. But it is going to be snowing all the way over in mid to take him out from behind. The Vice is known. None of their setup being spotted over towards C. No bullets being bounced in. They are preventing for it, though. They are allowing Ghost to come in from either connector, the C connector, or the A connector. All for this, however. That's all they really need. Just some raw duels. Ghost down to 87 HP. However, this isn't exactly impossible. Ghost.
This is bullshit.
I agree. 10-11.
Would love to see Ghost get some more value with this arc Rose, especially in situations like that. Even if he just like throws it on the floor so that you can react while you're holding for half. Something like that. Stall it a little bit longer. Would have been a cool way for them to make that fight salvageable again. A great start here, but yeah, that is a huge choke coming from Aura. A Nightfall into 3, and no one picks up on top of it. Just waits out an extra 10 seconds, but there were another 70 that Earn Your Medal had to take what site they wanted to.
And now, an early decision here from Aura once again. Yet another commitment back over towards Mound. This time no Neon. The Neon of Jinwoo is all on his own. There's no utility around Jinwoo right now. Jinwoo just holding on to tree, not even going outside. After the switch and is able to get one. Jinwoo sprinting back towards side is going to have the right line of sight, but Snowing takes him away, and that kill was worth nothing. The revive goes in. Clove, are they able to find a contact? Are they able to find a kill? Control in the back. There goes Surge, almost with a double, but more than enough for a double from Surge on the round. Here comes Icarus. Icarus in the smoke, waiting for Demi, waiting for a pixel, is able to find it. Buoy sprouts back with the judge. Even Boom
enemy remaining.
satchels himself. 30 feet up in the air. Ainge tells himself too.
Satchel out.
8 HP. Tall Sassy Splash is already from behind. 11-11. Earn Your Medal. They looked cool. They looked confident the entire take. They only had a single person to really stop him.
This will be the 6th of 7 maps today on stream that will go to at least 24 rounds.
Yeah.
I am just flabbergasted by how stiff the competition is in every single one of these series. Off stream too, bro. The games that have been going on outside this door and behind the stream setup have also been so legendary to watch. Earn Your Medal trying to take the seesaw back. Jinwoo in the pocket, can only slide for the one. Console trades back through for the two. And Aura just tried to fight blindly through it again, but Surge another multi-kill for him. And that's a free tunnel to the A site in the 2v1, but a Steel Garden available for Ghost. And no doubt that Rose too. He has several ways to toy with this.
Has to take his time, smoke in his face. Has zero idea where either one of these two players are. So his first step here is to try to find some pixels, try to isolate a one-on-one. Smoke in his face, doesn't matter. He slides around, he's not gonna find one there. Tree's gonna be his target. Surge is gone. Surge, his bullets go awry, and from behind, even with the Steel Garden, Snowing is able to pop up at just the right time. Earn your medal. Again, scraping through this half. Still able to make this lead happen. I mean, again, they're about to win 8 rounds on this attack half.
Inches away from fully equalizing this Demi. That is a tragic TP attempt. Just another microsecond, and he makes it up to that smoke. I don't even know if it makes it in time, actually. Surge might have just had that anyway. Just a shame that it happened to Jam. But Aura, I mean, look at this buy. It is so ramshackle. You have to find an early one, I think. And you can see, yeah, Demi's hunting. Jinwoo waiting for these smokes to dissipate to see if he can find something with the scope. Everybody is as desperate as they're allowing themselves to be. You have this sheer setup again on the B. They're going to try and fake this out with the Vice Util setup again. Let this B be a little more Fort Knoxy. Bowie way up with the shotgun, one on the steps, Console already giving it away. Slow showstopper right next to it, but Bowie's gonna whip it, has to finish, and he will. Nightfall to try to pick up on that crowd. That is an interesting attempt at a punish, and it's another fatal that no one is gonna work off of. What are we watching right now, dude?
It doesn't even keep them there.
No, of course it doesn't.
No, the Omen is just able to walk away just fine.
Yeah, because there's other guys on the team who can hear what's going on.
Of course, Paranoia coming in, and now Flash. I mean, are they going to find the one player that was here? No, they're not. Ghost backs out immediately. Aura Esports is giving up C, even though they had that presence, even though they had that piece of information basically this whole time, and a random kill comes out for Earn Your Medal. Oh my goodness, here we go. It's a re-eject, it's a retake, right in the middle of the plan, 30 seconds left. Here comes Jinwoo.
Dancing Dino.
Oh my god, it's only Jinwoo. Jinwoo's gone. Earn Your Medal. Dancing Dino collecting the frags they need to get the comeback victory on map 1.
Unreal setups coming from Earn Your Medal to continue to find new ways to break through these gates. It really felt impossible at times, but a couple of crucial mistakes combined with those classic hero moments that we love watching this FIU core do, they make it work and take what is not their map pick. They got the break point again. 13-11, EYM can win anywhere but their own map pick.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, that was super weird. That was just weird. That entire time, I just felt as if I just wasn't watching the right thing. I just wasn't watching the right result in that round.
This is Project B, bro. This ain't Project A. This is a different universe of Valorant.
Yes, correct. No, but again, at the end of the day, you still ended up seeing some great adaptations from both teams. It's just the beginnings of these rounds, you have these players so ready, so postured to fight. And they would just never commit to that initial idea. It would be a back out to the middle of site, or it would be somebody in tree making a desperate play. It was just something different about those rounds happened in comparison to what was planned out at the very beginning for these teams, or at least what was intended with some of those plays from these teams. And it's not exactly a bad game, not at all. Both teams put on such a great showing. It's just that, again, we had so many mistakes from Aura in that second half.
Yes.
That you can only just be like, yeah, Earn Your Medal. They kind of sweated that one out.
Absolutely, yeah. It was definitely a bit of an endurance test at times. You could see where the nerves really started to hit Aura. It really started to set in that this game is not just losable. It is disadvantaged at times for them. And they could see the writing on the wall even before we hit, what, 11-11, 10-10? Like, we were getting up there, and they really started to notice that these guys just won't stop almost getting there. At some point, surely, they're going to have enough in the tank to make it work. And sure enough, every single one of the players on this team managed to find their footing, find their multi-kills. I swear, everyone had a standout moment for this team at some point in the map, and he only got 24 rounds to do it. I'm hella impressed by it.
That's not exactly what happened there with the defensive side. You can call out those some great moments. You had some amazing moments coming out from Ghost, coming out from Surge. but still, it was just one of those games where you had Jimmy in such important positions in early rounds so constantly, and he was converting. It's just, where was the follow-ups?
Yeah.
Where were they?
Agreed.
Like, all of those
Dude,
hero plays just could not come out
what are we
for
doing
orange.
What are we doing with that Nightfall? I swear to God, down mound, that they had done the exact same thing and successfully executed it twice already to take that form through the wall, and it looked like they were primed to do it again, and then they just stopped. It is remarkably odd at a position in which you were basically about to win the game. But I guess you could say the same for so many of those crucial decisions that were made in the last 5 or 6 rounds for Aura. All opportunities let slip, and goes to show.
Yeah, guys, we have a map number 2. Let's see if earn your medal. Let's see if we can actually have a clean result for this team, because earn your medal yesterday, they went through an absolute war. This map was an absolute war. Let's see if they can go to sleep happy tonight. Let's see. See you guys.
One enemy remaining. Planted. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Running low. My blind is dead. One enemy remaining. Gotcha. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Planted. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Running low. My blind is dead. One enemy remaining. Gotcha. Next. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Running low. My blind is dead. One enemy remaining. Gotcha. Next. Go, go, go. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Got him. Face your. Hut your. One enemy remaining. Planted. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Running low. My blind is dead. One enemy remaining. Gotcha. Next. Go, go, go. Last player standing. Planted. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Got him. Face your. Hut your. One enemy remaining. Planted. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Welcome back, team. Welcome back, gamers. We are live in Miami once again. We are live on land. ROK. What does that mean again? Raiders of the night. or
Raiders
something
of the
like
night,
that?
yeah.
Raiders of the night. Shout outs to them. Shout outs to ROK. Incredible land venue, by the way. Welcome on in once again. We have $10,000 on the line, and we are live until all the way tomorrow, probably like 11 p.m., 12 p.m. tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we might be looking at our last map. We have Earn Your Medal currently up 1-0 right now. And this game has been really interesting to say the very least. Aura Esports on the other side, two teams that are pretty similarly matched to say the very least.
Absolutely.
It's just that we are seeing the effects of LAN a little bit. Some of the jitters, some of the indecisiveness, some of the decisions that they wouldn't usually make in a team-based environment, maybe in an individual environment. But kind of going back to kind of fundamental Valorant over here.
100%. Yeah, I think a lot of players are in a position where, you know, either they're tired or they're nervous or some combination of the two, and it's leading to them kind of defaulting to old habits. And for these guys, that means habits that they had to get rid of like 4 months ago max. So it's definitely an adjustment period, a blemish-ridden Lotus for both sides, in my opinion. Definitely a lot of notes that these guys are going to go over when it comes to the VOD review, but hopefully it'll all come together a little bit easier on this next map of Ascent, a map that should be even more practiced by both of these teams. So hopefully we'll see some even better protocols come out from both sides.
Right, and also just more confident holds coming out from the individuals, because we saw, again, that hesitation really did come in some of the aggressive holds that we ended up seeing.
Yeah.
Still, you ended up seeing people like Jinwoo, where, again, so much weight was put on his back for him to do something in the early rounds off of Neon. On Ascent, there's only so many things you could do as the Neon in the early round. If anything, he's going to be so much more crucial on a retake if he's still playing the same agent, which I doubt. He should be playing. He should be playing the Jet, right?
Oh,
yes.
yeah, he's on Jet. And
Yeah.
Bowie on Phoenix. This is pretty normal for Aura. This comp is all agents that these guys would be using. Earn your medal, having the Sage and the KO along with that Clove to get activity. It's not alien to Ascent, but definitely not as conventional. So we'll see what they can do with it. Hopefully for them, it's nab the win on what is their map pick. That means Aura getting that initial pick of the defense. We'll see how much they can hold down. I imagine they'll be happy with 8, maybe 9.
It's just a little tough here on D, because again, they just don't have a lot of util that shakes up takes that can remotely stop or stagger a take from Earn, but I guess that's just the center in general. Here comes Jinwoo, able to get one, but it's an all-out war. Yet Bowie and Console still fighting out in the bottom of mid. Demi needs to get at least one to really make this worth it. Nade falling down onto him, but there goes Icarus. 1 on 3, but Ghost, he might have the position to really make this worth it. Popping up from the mid side. Does he actually pop and get himself a sight into the link? And no, he cannot. There goes the kill from Icarus and Carpets.
Well, you'll see the amount of hesitance that Earn Your Medal is already allowed to do with the composition they have. The Sage in particular stands out as something that can allow for a lot of sustain on the attack half of Ascent. You're able to set that barrier and those slows up once you get the spike down and stall for so long. And also, as we saw yesterday with these with Icarus's slow orbs, you can also do a lot of interruptions with the Neon slides. So if you're able to find a way to completely disconnect the leash that Jinwoo has been set on, which is already quite loose, then where is the in from Aura for that point? Like the spear tip is so long, the rest of the spear is like a little nub of wood if you chop him off. So we want to see how good Earn Your Medal is at clocking that initial rush down once guns start getting bought up. Until then, neutral your way through it. I won't get too upset.
It is a fundamental look here for Aura Esports. Again, they just have a 3-man crossfire setup. Each person basically the same angle.
Watch your eyes!
Bowie getting locked down because of the smokes. You still have another person in the back console locked down because of the smokes. Earn Your Medal, they have locked themselves into main. Again, they have the gun, so they can afford themselves a bit of an awkward look like this, but Console still alive, can still take advantage. This wall is awkward! Oh, but it just leaves Surge to pop his head. That was so weird. That was awesome.
Yeah.
There goes a kill coming out from Console. Console can get a little bit more. Not for now. Demi coming out, and he is not dead. He's definitely dead just yet. But he is now. Icarus picks up the second.
Yeah, let him keep farming up that res as much as possible. I love the idea of handing him that Marshall for the follow-up. So, Aura Esports trying to climb their way back in the bonus. This buy will be good. Let's listen in to how this round is approached from Earn Your Medal.
Yo, remember, I'm only gonna snipe tree, okay?
I was also gonna say, remember, we need to like high key like ball here for
we're
Surge.
full sending. We're full sending. Okay?
I'm gonna do the limit test.
If
Do
I
tree,
knife
do tree
Phoenix,
on
full
this side.
send. If I knife Phoenix, full send.
07.
9, 3, 2, 1. No, got Omen. He's close though. I'm bouncing flash. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Pop. Hell.
Oh.
I'm out.
I'll eat him.
Song wide left.
Heaven, two heaven. Getting
Yes,
chat.
one more.
Spike down.
Attic and let's let heaven.
Last player standing.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
Oh, we're playing 1-3-1 on Ascent. Oh,
Yeah, this
we're playing 1.
Well, Hey, at least they have the read on the setup, right? Like, they're keen to it. I don't think Aura is going to continue playing the 1-3-1, but it does work for that early mid exploring to try to stop Earn Your Medal from getting too greedy on the space in this first quarter of regulation. That being said, the gun's now fully bought up for Earn Your Medal. They don't have to full send it as hard. They can slow the tempo back down again and allow themselves to work off of the much better util bank that they have for the takes.
Ultimate for Jinwoo is going to be there if they're forced to be into an eco going into that next round. He is 2 points away. He's found himself in a beautiful position, whole lot of space, and he's inching up. Jinwoo sneaking in, but he doesn't look over to Icarus. He doesn't do the full angle.
That's so rough.
Yeah, I hate to see it. It's still Aura Esports. They don't have anyone else joining him for this adventure this time. Instead of putting up the 3 over towards the mid side, it was just the 1. Dedicating 2 to a site now. The recon battle here for Earn Your Medal isn't going to be too difficult. They still have a recon bolt to work with. They still have the KO dart to work with, the KO knife to work with. In all earnesty, again, Earn Your Medal, they can take their time. The way that they're doing right now is just fine. They can get themselves right to the doorstep. Ghost and Console are going to have to do everything, and there you go. No command coming in to really make things chaotic. Console doesn't have any util, but he definitely has a gun. Able to spray away at 1, but it's only the 1. Ghost, try as he may, was not able to get more than just a single down, and it was just a down. Dancing Dino is up on his feet. Aura Esports down to 2 now. These last 2 rounds going so awry here for Aura Esports. Babu still trying to make something out of it. Same thing with Den right behind him. Den spraying away, but can't get more than 1.
Okay, landing some shots too. Keep on talking. I love to see it. I love, and I gotta say, shout out to our prod staff for being able to set up all these crowd cams and let us get some insight into how these players are interacting with each other, both in and out of the game while playing right next to each other. Another episode of just timing being a bitch for Jinwoo, bro. So much relying on him to be able to find some space, and all of that immediately lost. Feel more than confident enough taking B from there. Snap is split in half. Another economic reset for Aura while they're still on the defense here. This is already a fantastic start for EYM. Oh, Icarus finding the pick on the lurk attempt. You know Aura is already looking for that button in, and they're just not finding it.
And they're going to force Jinwoo to make a bit of a risky look. He didn't even have the knives going into this round. He needed at least a single kill in the last to get the knives here. Instead, investing in the Sheriff. Like you said, Aura Esports forced to make some decisions. At least in this case, it is the wrong decision. 3 players all the way over towards A. It could be good for the eco depending on what they bought, but it just hurts at this point. Aura Esports started real good on snaps. Gotta have this right idea. Earn Your Medal. They've made all of these rounds at this point look real easy, look anticlimactic. It would be very difficult to say that Aura Esports wants to retake this site. This is one of the toughest sites in Valorant to try to retake. This is definitely one of the ways to facilitate it. 2 players looking to pop out of main. Or maybe just look for the next splash. Just gonna pick up the 1. Icarus does spot Ghost, but Ghost snaps to his head. Beautiful track there from Ghost.
Yeah.
2 players over towards that spawn. Jinwoo. Yeah, he does have a chance to do something here, actually. See that from Jinwoo looking for a second. Whole lot of cash potentially being taken away from Earn Your Medal, but they still have the 3 players. Let's get back into shape. Let's get some wind on our sails. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Aura Esports with their full buy and 4 ultimates live on the board. Earn Your Medal. If they win out this round, surely this series is nothing but a red carpet for them. This is a massive round.
Yeah, it's got to be here. It has to be now. There is already too little of a window to work off of if you lose this round. And Earn Your Medal has the sustain with the not dead yet. Aura with that run it back, so the retake game is looking good. But you know that's not what they're allowed to go for first. They have to get this early presence, and Jinwoo searching for it with the operator with some help from Demi. Caught out by that recon dart. Jinwoo having to duck back as well. And hey, it's another 1-3-1.
It is, but Earn Your Medal isn't committing to any of these sites. Before, my Earn Your Medal was just like, you guys seriously just played one? It's because they went into the site like 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
Don't piss them off, man. Don't go 1-3-1.
Don't piss me off, man.
Jinwoo just standing in front of it. Jinwoo, what?
Okay, very nice, Jinwoo. Okay, do it again. You won't. Oh wait, he can't do it again. He right-clicked.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. But Jinwoo certainly can still continue to frag and connect the dots. Almost getting another one through a smoke this time, and even Bowie coming in with his own showcase. Aura Esports. I was gonna say, in reality, the only thing that this team needs is a good watch, is actually a good post-up, a good position on an exec. We haven't seen that yet. Aura Esports, the one player that is so consistent for this team, that has been probably the most consistent in this whole tournament. Jinwoo finds himself in a good position, is able to fly. Yes, it was chaotic at first, but once he was able to settle down, still sharp with the operator. Jinwoo, we need a whole lot more of that, but in this case, over towards mid, Jinwoo has not been able to get anything done with his operator over in the mid side, whether it be mid or cat. Let's see if that changes.
I mean, the quickest answer is the simplest one, which is just stop challenging Jinwoo and by extension Bowie. They are the ones that are the most imminent and consistent threat for the team. Everyone else is too prone to getting punished. Not able to follow up. Console already getting pretty overwhelmed here and killed pretty swiftly. Ghost pretty soon to follow, and Flash is turning through the smoke. I won't. Earn Your Medal. Got a 5v2 off rip. And yeah, stop challenging the duelists. You don't have to. Otherwise, you're going to lose a guy like Flash goes to that operator immediately. And that gives Jinwoo reason to consider not saving this and going for it. But the late barrier is going to force Bowie's hand, spraying through this. Op not sold just yet, which lets him peek again, but Surge manages the double swing. Bowie just able to get that wrap back, but that's all Aura can get, and Earn Your Medal. Yeah, I mean, just don't run into these duelists, and it feels like they're able to have their number. Let the duelists run into you. That's been working for them too.
Right, a little bit. Hard to say because at this point, again, Earn Your Medal, they have been an alternative when it comes to their approaches. Yes, they do show maybe 2 contacts at the beginning of these rounds, but almost every single time we've seen a contact at the beginning of a round, wherever that contact is not where they end up. Earn Your Medal has been very proactive. They've been very shifty throughout this map so far. Snowing, unable to find any ticks off of the Hunter's Fury. Be a big peek going out towards the mid side. Shock Dart taking out a tripwire, and you still have Demi alongside with some beautiful angles.
Spike down, mid.
Out of charges.
Yeah, that's an awesome angle for Jinwoo to take. Now he has help once again. This angle being challenged.
This is half decent from Snowing, by the way, if he can stay sharp. Demi Moore, he's moving in.
I have the spike.
Get past the one body. Still challenging.
Nice.
What?
Unreal.
Through the
Snowing.
box of all things? That's ridiculous. And Surge still hasn't been sold all the way in CT. The map once again split in twain. Oh, come on. Are you serious?
Completely gone and into Icarus with the battle sage coming in. Surge backing out. Trying to throw off Demi, and it would have worked out. 30 HP on Demi. Aura Esports have the main advantage. There goes the TP. TP is going to come back over towards main. This paranoia is almost perfect. It almost catches both. Bowie on the corner with a flash. Flash right in the face of Snowing. Man has to come out of shorts, and it's Icarus. Look at this play over towards main. Just playing with the heartstrings. Demi is at 30 HP this whole time and takes Icarus down to 60 HP. Well done from Demi and Bowie that round.
And it's once again off the back of a mid-contest that Jinwoo is able to hold his own for. And sure, he gets taken down, but by that point, Aura Esports have all the setup and intel they need as to where they're going to push from. By putting Surge so far back towards CT, you do kind of restrict yourself to what channel you're actually able to attack from. And so mostly coming in from market, Demi is allowed to chill in main for such a long time. After this kill onto Surge finally gets taken care of. pretty trivial as to where the rest of these guys are going to be if they can't bust down all the way onto site. So a third defensive round on the board and a much stiffer B presence. Jinwoo finally moving house, and he might get some connection for it.
This is his angle.
Oh no,
way.
Icarus! Good God, he's so good. Pick Sage on every map, please.
God, Icarus, you plant him in a spot and he's just fine. Him and Dancing Dino, very similar players in the case that, hey, you put them in a good spot on defense and they are sharp. They're mechanical. Surgical. And mechanical would be more like a robot.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Flash, here we go. Oh my goodness. A human flash in the face of Bowie. Bowie had no chance. One person on site right now. Ghost. Shifting back. Has not been spotted. His util is all over the place. So you can only imagine. Flash. Already took on a little bit of damage this round. Has already overlived his stake. And really just hit at this point. Aura Esports down to the 2. No ultimates at this point. Trying to see if they can get some good angles here for some exits. Because at the bare minimum, console. No, this is so difficult. Yeah. Horrible map to try to save or to try to cut off Rotos.
Questioning that Hunter's Fury usage as well.
Yep.
On the attack, you had a decent amount of intel for the crowd, and you even, I mean, you have Ghost peeking it, but it's just you're so far out. Demi is still with him as well. It's more of a time waster than anything else, which is ultimately what we're going to continue doing on this save. And now, with that burned out of the bank, Aura has minimizing amounts of win conditions on their defensive half as it goes. It's just so antithetical to its bottom line. And again, so much of it has to do with how constant Icarus is in the spots where he's placed. Walking, different story. Console's got that covered, but just kind of standing around. Or maybe Jinwoo doesn't work anywhere other than Cat. Yeah, he's going right back over there. Look at him go. He's going right back over.
That's his home, but wait, hold on.
Oh, wait, A-main? Hold on.
No, we've seen Jinwoo in literally every angle. We've seen Jinwoo in mid, we've seen Jinwoo in B-main, we've seen Jinwoo in Cat. Yes. Now we should be seeing Jinwoo in A-main. Very good, very good. That's how it should be with an operator. You shouldn't keep the op positioning predictable by any means. You should keep timing a little bit off, earn your medal. They're not exactly walking into the jaws of beats like that, though. They still have a whole different set of challenges. Over here, over towards B with the Phoenix alongside the Sova and the util from the Cypher. Earn your medal. They felt a little bit of that pressure, but they're still taking their time.
Timing's got to be huge here. They're entering onto mid with the Owl Drone. Oh, but Jinwoo's caught wind and is backing in. Big whip. Can't be properly chased down, though, from Surge. It costs both the Cloudburst, though, and a huge pivot from Aura. Meanwhile, this mid presence is chilling with the Flash Drive tossed in. Will prompt the Null Command. I was wondering when he was going to use that.
Null Command coming in. Very interested to see but now at this point, these players on site barely even need the util, and the Cypher util is still online, but at this point, earn your medal. It's fully safely on site, everyone tucking their tail and going back over towards spawn. Aura Esports, this can be so tragic. This could easily break down in an instant if these pieces of util don't come out at the right time. Flash comes out a little bit late. There goes Flash, and there goes Surge. Jinwoo, now the last person remaining in a 1-on-3. Oh my god, he's just taking the wall. It's as easy as it gets here for Earn Your Medal when it comes to just taking these sites.
And now that's the blades burned too, man. It's another knee-jerk panic attack coming from Aura to try to take that space back.
And now Jinwoo is just, oh man.
Yeah, it's his hero rifle against the world now.
Yeah.
It is nothing. You could have given that rifle to Bowie and then gone knives and had that double duelist power, split them up.
You could just not buy the rifle.
That's also true, but it's Jinwoo. Gotta believe. And I guess they're just on, especially with the slump, will be good enough regardless in the last round of regulations. But regardless, Demi get chunked down to 6 HP.
W damage.
That adaptive will come back to make it 31, but that is still, yeah, you are good, brother. That was a 4-1. We're playing 4-1 on Ascent defense, guys? Really? Playing 4-1?
Turn on those trap lines. Here we go once again. Aura Esports with 4 players right now, like you mentioned. This is 4 from the last round. Hey. One more after this.
No, refreshing.
Basically getting these kills for free. Aura Esports, please lock in. They put on so many competitive showings in that first half. Earlier on in this half.
Player standing.
Please don't get motivated.
You are in our way.
Earn your medal. Able to claw their way
Last
out of the
round
group stage
before the
yesterday.
switch.
It was a bit of a surprise to even see this come out of the group stage in the, with this sort of group that they had.
Yeah, tough groups, really across the board, man. Like, you have so many notable and recognizable teams, both beyond and below Earn Your Medal, that have that same amount of potential. If I'm being honest, I came into this, writing my notes, I came into this with like a solid top 10, but I think I might leave this tournament with like a solid top 20. Like, the competition has really been so neck and neck for most of these.
That's awesome.
But it's clear Earn Your Medal have definitely practiced Descent a little harder, at least the attack side. I wonder how the swap is going to be, because I'm sure Jinwoo's going to feel more in his element to be able to play his way. But apart from that, it's more of the same here for Earn Your Medal. But we can crack the one, but they don't want to get too committal. This is a good decision made by Aura. They can maintain the stack and call the bluff, but they don't lose anybody.
This is good, great. The Phoenix doesn't go beyond a certain line, a certain point. Yeah. Here in main, keeps himself safe. Everyone stays alive here for Aura. I mean, that's... There you go. Step at a time. Step at a time here for Aura. On the defensive side, you control the pace.
Spike down, B.
But here
One
we go once
enemy
again.
remaining.
Console does have the crossfire. So many options here for Aura Esports. 3 options. That round. Earn Your Medal. I was honestly used to that. They were used to still having to battle out market, still having to battle out back of spawn. Not a lot of battles in the middle of site, in the back of boathouse. Something that Aura Esports just the layers were not there for this half. Earn Your Medal. Still gonna lose out on this last round. Congratulations, Aura Esports. Still able to claw their way through a 4th round, and they keep themselves still in a really good position going into the next half, just off of a single pistol. You win out the pistol, you win out that 3rd round, you're already at 4.
Absolutely.
Switching sides.
Anybody's game,
Okay.
even after it's all said and done.
Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
But yeah, even if Aura loses these pistol rounds, they can still be pretty determinative as to how they want to approach the speed of this attack. Because especially in the pistols, that Sage Wall is going to be a pain in the ass to deal with if you guess wrong. It looks like he might try to work off mid. What are you guys doing? Oh, we're running the 1-3-1 on Ascent? Really, guys?
Oh, really, guys?
Really?
Oh,
Are we seriously doing this?
Are we seriously? Oh, will we, guys?
Oh, will we? So we're running 1-3-1? What are you doing, Icarus? What is the plan here? Are they going to bury her up on top for the high ground? For a mid-fight? Because what if they don't mid-fight?
Dancing down, what's the follow-up off the flash? Are you actually going to get anything off of this other than stopping?
Only Flash's window.
Yeah, Flash's window, just stopping the take.
Oh, they're just watching. They're just hunting it down.
That was really interesting.
Yeah, they'll rotate whenever they hear something. Okay, I appreciate the level of restraint that took.
Not too awful for a pistol call, but here we go.
Take a note.
Oh my sweet goodness. Oh my sweet goodness. No chance there for certain.
One enemy remaining.
Can line up a couple of headshots, and then Indeed is able to line up 2. This is everything for us to at least get a competitive looking game here, ladies and gentlemen. Aura Esports. Snagging a couple of free kills back over towards
Watch your eyes!
very tough over mid.
That's it, break time.
From Earn Your Medal this round. Curious to see if that's their dynamic on Ascent. I would doubt that these guys are risking things like that, especially in such a pivotal part of this game. They are in the lead. They can close out this series right here, eliminate their opponents. They still have one more BO3 tonight.
Yeah, they won't be played on stream, but yeah, these guys are not going to be done. Whoever wins this is not going to be done after this match is done. Yeah, they still have a whole lot of Valorant to play tonight, so they have to kind of hold themselves up and keep sturdy, so because it is not close to done.
Yeah, for their own players' sake, they need to win now.
Yeah.
It's going to be a very long night if they don't. That's unironic.
Yes, sir.
Here we go again. As the attackers now, they begin to try to read Earn Your Medal. They begin to try to see how Earn Your Medal plays out this defensive side, but again, with the pistols, you are not going to be seeing a consistent idea, at least an idea that they plan on replicating. But Dancing Dino, he can live up to his name. Do your thing, do your dance. Oh no. Dancing Dino's gone for now, or esports. They're gonna have full control here at the state side.
Spike down mid.
That's what I'm saying. I have retrieved. Ghost still ends up getting the kill onto Surge. Ghost still gets the kill onto Icarus. No issues whatsoever. No drama.
One enemy remaining.
Or esports is gonna win out of 6. And like I said before, ladies and gentlemen, all you gotta do is win the pistol and win that third. You already got yourself 4, or esports. They are only 1 round away from potentially tying up this game. Ladies and gentlemen, Aura. Let's see what their lobby is like.
Me and Jen are gonna work mid. Ryan solo work A main. Be aggressive though. Like you can molly the main, you can wall off the main. Like you can throw flashes. Like take it yourself, deadass.
Heard that.
Okay. About to drop bomb top mid. Jen, it's a TP on top of the box. Okay.
I'm droning bottom mid.
Get a drone. Don't drone. They can't buy off yet.
Okay.
Save your drone for later.
I've already shown drone. I'll dart. Let me.
I got tagged.
Don't smoke fades to do anything.
Don't be.
He just got me on the
How
spray.
many?
I heard two. KO and Jet.
It's close door. They're bunkering bay.
There's 3 towards A.
I heard.
Nice.
You just race them this.
There's 2 more. KO.
They just walled B. It's Sage and
KO and
Sova.
Clover.
Sage and Sova. They're 2-2
I don't want to
bunkered.
share.
Both are 2-2 bunkered.
Audio. Good. I think I heard KO like close.
Lemon.
Crouch. What the fuck?
Stealing sight.
Last player
How is he
standing.
never blind?
Spike down A.
KO should be here,
Nice.
by the way. I heard a step.
Damn. Good ass round.
I don't get how I never blind this guy. Actually, like,
guy.
makes no sense.
Who killed you? B man, Jordan?
What's up?
Well, Earn Your Medal are pretty securely able to take that bonus away and maintain their composure for now at the very least. As Demi mentioned, it seems like Surge just can't really be short-sighted. He's just managing to still win these fights that are taken by Demi's initiative. That is admirable to say the least. But with that 9-6 lead, Earn Your Medal have to try and run away with it here and now. Otherwise, Aura are going to start finding the formula quick. 5-stack by the looks of it to try to take the B site. You have this Sage ready to intercept, but what does he use to start things out? Icarus is going to see this activity from the Cypher to start. He can get caught and just take a first shot through the cage again! But then he even slowed, is at least able to get the refrag. Now the Neural Theft will pop too and confirm that B is definitely the site of choice, knowing all eyes on him to be able to take the rest of this, cradle this take, and with the Recon Bolt and swing on top, he's not able to do a thing.
So much to deal with there, and there you go. Aura Esports able to plant themselves here in B, and they can just fight this outside. They're planting 2-3 players, so watch this crossfire, and it's not like Earn Your Medal have the util to completely clear this out, but there you go, the fragment is still there. Beautifully done from Dancing Dino as he continues to frag away. Now it's a one-on-one. Where was Flash looking? It's a one-on-one. Here we go, Demi on site, dancing around the smoke. Flash. He's gonna show a pixel first. Demi passing. That was good clutch from them.
Yeah, well spoken. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely another string of mild mistakes that means so much in the face of a team that is looking for each and every one of them to pounce on. And with the help of that intel they get from the Neural Theft, they have such a clean break for the B site, so...
It's still sunlight?
Yeah.
Right.
Sort of ish, I guess.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe not by the end of this if Aura's managing to take it back.
Right.
I mean, this is like you definitely do have to play it a bit differently because you're not going to get that kind of intel every round. But you see the power that this team has when they understand that fast break. And I'm getting word that this is not, in fact, a timeout. Instead, a tech pause. So. It seems like, you know, Earn Your Medal are also aware of that fact where they just need to shake this off and understand that, you know, their opponents are not going to walk in next round with that level of information, and so they can work off of each other a little bit better. Especially with this eco, I feel like if anything, you call the timeout next round.
Yeah, at this point, they can just keep it simple. They do not need to dedicate to any of these approaches.
Oh, yeah.
They're defaulting basically full. All 5 of these players can just stay over to in extremity. But yeah, like you said, if there's ever a time for esports to change what they're doing, if there's anything to change, it's very early. Next round. This is good now. Earn your medal. Don't exactly need to push out any single situation here. It would be nice to see a combination between the Clove and the KO. Try to inundate a main.
My ultimate's ready.
Choke points. Earn your medal, not tempting any of that. They have a great crossfire. High
Take flight.
setup over on A at the moment.
Yeah, this will be just a sequence of Aura making sure that B is clear, or that A is very much not, whichever they figure out first.
Presence on A.
That's all they needed.
And they can easily just go to B just off that low. They already heard a pistol too.
So Icarus could throw up the barrier and the slows on main here to slow this down, but I don't think that means Earn Your Medal is going to rotate. I think it just means he's going to try and use that as an excuse to get a kill or two along the way here. Yeah, he's already thrown it down. He's just going to try and get it.
Wall raised.
Okay, more time.
30 seconds left.
Joke's over. You're
Mid has
dead.
been fully taken up though. Icarus is just kind of Bully coming through on the run back, trying to find Icarus.
Careful now.
But something we just haven't seen on this map is just exit frags. This map is exit frag friendly, especially this site.
10 seconds left.
Chock full of it. But it's a 5-on-3.
They could interrupt this spike plan if they want to.
What
Oh,
is
just barely
happening?
missing.
Okay, what is happening? 2 more players remaining here for Aura Esports. This round one is breaking apart. It's going to be Console left alongside Ghost. Ghost now in a 1v3. He's taking this very slowly. Gets the first spot, but Surge takes him down. What on earth happened there? The replay gods, help us out.
I mean, that's an incredibly massive round. I can't overstate that enough. Earn Your Medal gets keyed in to this rotation from Aura as Icarus is getting that barrier and spike down. And Bowie chooses to use the run it back to get through that market door and just get the space that was arguably already takeable from main. By that point, all of Earn Your Medal is right on their heels, just ready to start shooting as soon as they take that mud space. And they have only 15 seconds left. They're on the clock. They're under so much pressure. They have to also panic a little bit. I mean, that is a tremendous shift for the game. And hey, this match in general, that might have been the round
That was everything.
to seal the fate of Aura Esports in this tournament.
Economically get back into this game, but here comes no pressure. I mean, Aura Esports, they did put on a little bit of noise just off of the ult orb, but no other information other than that. The KO put out a fragment grenade immediately rather than potentially getting a little bit of information off of a knife. Nullifying a little bit of util off of a knife. Earn Your Medal now instead. They just watch these extremities like a hawk. It's going to be Icarus. Who I've said has been super sharp in these defensive holds. But so has Ghost. It's going to be a massive battle between these two, and that wall is going to break everything up. This TP, if it could somehow be quiet, that would be great. Nobody else is here in B main anymore. Aura Esports. They're going to use Bowie here. Bowie's going to pop. Bowie's going to show face here.
30 seconds left.
He literally just pulled out a flash. That's all he pulled. That's it. Both comes out with a little bit of a reaction. There goes a TP in the back of sight. Demi literally can't get there. So Icarus, he can still continue to hold. Hunter's Fury going into the back of sight. Still Icarus is the only one here. Icarus is able to get one. Can he get a couple more? Yes, he can. It's all Icarus through the box. Get that frag, my friend. No, he won't. Jinwoo takes him down instead, but the attackers are left in no man's land. Icarus does it again. This time in the back of sight, tucked into boat, something that neither one of these teams have opted to do. It works out perfectly, 11-7. Aura didn't have the guns this round. They just didn't. This next round, however, they do. and it might be their last.
One downside to be
Gotta still respect the patience that Aura had that round of risk assessment, understanding what was still the weaker site. Problem is, they're still just too slow to take it over. Eco guns be damned. It's too late for that kind of attitude. You gotta win every round you take. And I mean, even here, this buy is pretty ass. I mean, Jinwoo's on rifle but has knives, and then Demi has to buy a sheriff? This is odd. Is Demi just not going to fight people? Or is Jinwoo expecting not to reload? What is the story behind any of this? Hunter's Fury immediately coming out from console to try and clear the board for this A-site take, but Surge just gets to chill, and after the refrag, Snowing holding down the respawn, and Earn Your Medal once again swat down the attack attempt of Aura.
And there's no chance. I mentioned this earlier on in the broadcast. KOs, they love that little corner on A on Ascent for great reason. It covers up that entire main. There's no chance that you can pull out any of that very necessary telegraphed utility to safely get yourself into the middle of A, and he ends up having a buddy system right next to him for it. Beautifully done by the Sova, beautifully done by the KO, and now Aura Esports are left with just a single hope, and he's doing everything he can to keep Aura Esports in this game. Console has made the marathon, has made the rotation all the way around, breaks the glass. Nobody's gonna hear this, but what is he?
He thinks there's too much nearby, dude. He thinks there's too much near. He's preparing for something to clear.
Absolutely.
And there just isn't. He doesn't know. That's so tragic, dude. He did such snake. He had such a good snake, but they're there for it too quickly because he has to use that recon bolt. That is such a tragedy. 5 rounds of match point for Earn Your Medal here. And this has been so impressive. The amount of trust these guys have in each other to take over, and of course, why not? Icarus with the 20 bomb and the 1-4. Doing his job, doing his duty diligently on this B site, and I think that's what Earn Your Medal is going to set up again. Who would have thunk it, man? Single Senti Sage on this. I mean, like, Deadlock was kind of the the developing anti-meta for this. A couple teams decided to pop the Sage onto that for the double, but Earn Your Medal with the double initiator instead, and allowing Icarus to stay a little more independent as that tank buster. It is so strange, and I love it.
And Earn Your Medal, again, they just continuously find ways to get into every interaction, regardless of, I mean, to me, this sort of comp is like, it's like a one and done. You can just pull out all of your util basically in one run, and you're not much later on the round. KO's able to recharge, however, and has been doing good. Same thing with the Clove. There goes Surge. Surge is only able to get one. There's going to be one in the back of sight. KO's a little bit disconnected. This is finally going to be a plan. This is going to be a full post plan here from Aura Esports, but it's already going to start off with Dancing Dino with a couple of bullets with a little bit of damage, going into heaven, going into hell, but Ghost from behind, able to take away Flash. A lot of the drama has been taken away from this round, but let's see if Dancing Dino can still make this worth it. There's a revive. Icarus pulling up Flash. It's going to be a 2-on-3 coming out from Cat. Icarus coming out. Yeah, he's knocking on the door. Nobody has damage just yet except for the man goes on inside. Flash only has a shotgun. That's going to be 8-12.
You can see how hungry everybody here is for this. Using not only the res for Earn Your Medal, but also that neural theft from Aura just to guarantee that there wasn't an angle being approached that wasn't being watched. Still though, that means you have 4 more rounds to climb with little to nothing in the ult bank. Demi on the verge of an Into the Shadows. Ooh, spooky. Earn Your Medal so scared of that. It's still got to be gunfights. It's still got to be beating the early rush. And Icarus, by the looks of it, isn't going to allow that first peek, at least off rip. And just going for jumps to see if anybody, again, is just lacking that caution.
Just what else could this team be doing while they're waiting on side? That's exactly what they were thinking. They were just like, you know, hey, let's finally make this branch happen. Let's make this fork happen. Putting in the second bomb back up towards the mid side. A couple players are going to be there to try to pop out of market. Icarus waiting for that wall. Wire wall finally comes up straight through. Nobody else going down at the moment. Finally, Icarus is gone. One more defender in on site, and it's Snowing. Snowing is gone. Surge is going to be the only player here for Earn Your Medal. Surge. Last time it was Icarus. This time, Surge only able to get one. It's a 2-on-4. Make it a 1-on-4. Demi striking away at Dancing Dino. This is Earn Your Medal. We're just
30
biding
seconds
their
left.
time. They weren't making any
Spike
drastic
planted.
decisions. They weren't info grabbing early on by any means. Aura Esports, they take full advantage of that. Earn Your Medal, they just kind of stay. They stay, they stay, they stay. They wait, they wait, they wait until a very obvious piece of information comes out. But Aura Esports, at least in that round, be able to switch around that mentality and potentially Earn Your Medal. Might be making some more mistakes going forward. Just try to find some early info.
And it's got to be a culmination of what Aura was coming so close to in these previous 4 lost rounds on attack, where you're willing to play the waiting game for Earn Your Medal to let things go, and then be not so overindulgent in your mid-crunch, because that B take, especially when Icarus is still standing on his own, is so clean. But you just can't use too much, and you can't lose too much. There's 3 more rounds to continue doing that. Run it back again. Available for Aura. Last time we saw that, it was for the mid-rush with little to no intel, back when the moral of the story had not been learned yet. But with 3 rounds still to fight through, and Aura notably panic ulting just for the sake of being able to carry away round after round, it really does seem like everyone is just fighting with literally whatever they have. Icarus once again alone. Gate of the B site. It'll be an owl drone to catch him this time. And now the slow orb gets launched in along with the barrier. Louis going to try and burn down this as quickly as possible, but Snowing trying to catch the entryway. Flash popping Jinwoo with that shorty in market as well. So all Aura has is this forward push from the lane, and the run it back already expired. Earn Your Medal once again here to respond, and the knife as well has some big slowdown factor for Aura. Still, they get on the site. Now Icarus once again the threat not checked in the boathouse, and nearly a second on the board. Now just stalling from the lane as the rest of the team makes it on. Gets one more on the way down, and a 2v1 against Ghost as he's picked up the spike, but has also gotten tagged by the drone. Has to get this thing out.
Oh, the camera! The camera's able to spot one in the back of sight. Ghost biding his time, waiting for a peek. Easily somebody come from the left. Find his head first! Ghost peeks out, Snowing with a nasty surprise, and Earn Your Medal have earned a best-of-3 win on LAN in playoffs. Good for them.
Yeah, making it through the next round. That is now top 12 for them here in the Wild West. A very impressive showing from this mostly collegiate squad. They have been doing incredible, even better than before in this series. They look like they're continuing to learn and adapt as the games go on, and they better, because they're not done playing it tonight. They still got a whole lot more to play.
Yeah, it's going to be a packed night for those that are going to be staying here in the building, ladies and gentlemen, but we're going to be signing off in a little bit. But let's wrap up this show a little bit. Let's wrap up this best of 3 for y'all a little bit. Like we mentioned before, again, Earn Your Medal, again, they made this one look a little bit easier, to say the very least. That first map, we had so many different expectations, so many different questions here about Aura. And at the end of the day, they answered a lot of those questions in the first map with even more questions. Like, is this team necessarily ready for this sort of challenge, for this? And honestly, individually speaking, yes, they were. To put it together, though, as a team, it's a whole different challenge. It's a whole different set of skills that is necessary. And this team, again, they just need that experience. They needed this sort of experience for them to move on into another land and to really grind out the series. But you saw it in players like Icarus. You saw it in players like Dancing Dino. Cool, calm, collected, regardless of what was necessary in a round, regardless of the pressure that was being put on by Jinwoo in these rounds. Again, very, very good stuff in general from Know Your Medal. But same thing with the other team. It's just, again, we just didn't see the streaks. We didn't see that really culminate in the economy building. It's just, again, it's just Valorant being Valorant at the end of the day. Still, you could see the mechanical prowess.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you mentioned, Aura just needs to get those reps in as a squad. And as talking to Jinwoo and Console earlier, they mentioned just how hungry they were. So I assume that they're going to take on that consolation bracket like it's a $10,000 bracket. It will have a little bit of money behind it when they play it on Sunday. That'll be an off-stream bracket for the guys here in the local. So if you want to watch a second second bracket go on at the same time as our awesome bracket, then you should come on down to the Rock Esports venue and come watch the event live in person yourself, because it's going to be banging the rest of today and tomorrow. In the meantime, though, we do have to talk a little bit about this Earn Your Medal squad, because we're going to continue seeing them take on the lower bracket in this tournament, and I got to shout out Snowing after a match like this. The first map alone, absolutely stunning work. When it came to Ascent on that Sober role, he does take a bit of a back seat, more of a facilitating role, but those Owl drones were everything in making sure that some of these players could peek more safely.
And Snowing, even then, when it did end up kind of going into a more traditional role on the Sentinel, again, all he really needed to do was plant himself. His utility wasn't that important. He was, again, sort of like those floater players that I've been talking about all day, where they have to pay attention to everything. And when you don't have utility, and the only thing you have to focus on is, pressing mouse 1, yeah, your job is made pretty easy, and he is sharp today. So, again, Snowing, he was the important player for them on defense, but every map, every side had a different sort of effect for this team. It's just that Snowing, again, was probably the most consistent.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, in the meantime, we have not just some of our lower rounds already played, but more of our upper bracket already finished. And man, oh man, we have some amazing matches on the horizon, not just tonight, but tomorrow as well. SAD is the first of 2 teams making it to the upper final after besting 1 seed Barbecue Chicken. Meanwhile, Jackpot is taking on One Love on the other side of that. One Love, another crazy squad of people that were just grinding these qualifiers, nabbing those points, and they are proving that they can do far more than just win those qualifiers. Meanwhile, Dictators taking on Division 1, Nightblood Gaming and Evictix down in the losers bracket. This is insanely stacked. Every way you put it. Earn Your Medal even having to go against MU after this is done. I mean, there is...
Again, they're beating Division 1 right now. Division 1 might have, again, the flattest run, basically, of this entire building, and that's a shock and a half.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing upsets and comebacks and so many bangers left and right. So coming into this last couple matches that we'll be seeing tomorrow on stream, we'll be starting with losers round 4, then moving through the upper, lower, and grand finals. It is going to be nothing but madness for this top 6. I am so pumped for it.
Now I'm going to get one last confirmation here from production. Hello, production. I have a question. Are we going to be doing more games tonight without commentary? Maybe. So, ladies and gentlemen, hard maybe.
Second monitor is where stream goes for now.
Correct.
Put it on the second.
Correct. You can play your little Val.
Yeah. Queue up, bro. Come on. Aren't you inspired after watching? What is it? We're on hour 8 of LAN. You have to have gotten hungry to want to play some by now yourself, right?
Please, ladies.
You should come to the venue and do it. They have computers. They have really good. You should come to the venue and play in the venue.
Really good. It's really good. Shout out to Zowie. Shout out to Origin PC for backing us here, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to Red Bull and shout out to y'all once again for the company here on this Saturday evening. But ladies and gentlemen, again, more gaming tonight for y'all, more gaming tomorrow. $10,000 on the line live. There you go. I can't speak.
You've been speaking the entire day, buddy.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for keeping me grounded.
But we'll stop now. I think everyone, including ourselves, are ready to save our voices for tomorrow because it is going to be a very exciting day. Hopefully you and we can enjoy the finality of the matches played tonight, and we will see y'all tomorrow.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Running low. My blind is dead. remaining.